or ask for a later date. Congress's big Rajasthan challenge, massive protests and fighting, workers spar over tickets yet to be announced. Hello, I'm Sneha Koshi. There seems to be reports of unrest emerging out of Manipur. The Imphal curfew, which was relaxed, that now stands cancelled. There were attempts by a mob to snatch arms, and the cops had to open fire according to the police information that has come in. This unrest has been reported from near the Raj Bhavan in Manipur's Imphal. In fact, police has confirmed that there have been few civilians that have sustained these injuries. Kuki tribal bodies have called for 48-hour shutdown in More.
The Committee on Tribal Unity is constrained to impose 48 hours total shutdown in all areas occupied by the Kuki communities with effect from the 2nd November starting from 6 a.m. till the 4th November, 6 a.m.
Being joined by my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary right now. Ratnadeep, what is the situation?
Well, at this moment, as we speak, we are told that the situation remains very tense, although police forces are telling us that they have the situation under control. In this evening, what had happened is that a mob had tried to loot weapons from the armory. This is something that we had seen in past as well in this months of violence and unrest that Manipur has seen since May 3rd. And therefore, when these attempts were made, the police had to retaliate. That's what police sources are telling us. They had to fire in air. In fact, a lot of local journalists that I spoke to, they also said that they were taken aback because there was no curfew and suddenly this firing took place. And therefore, the curfew relaxation has now been cancelled in Imphal, the state capital. In fact, today, the family members of the police officer who was killed yesterday in an attack by suspected militants, they had finally agreed to accept his body. His body was cremated. He was cremated today, and meanwhile, the state forces were able to enter More in the early hours today, and then operations have started. But this is something which the tribal groups are doing, and therefore several tribal groups from the Kuki Zomi tribes, the Kuki Students Organization, the Committee for Tribal Unity, KOTU, they have called for a 48-hour bandh in the Kuki Zomi dominated area. That means there would be bandh in the tribal area. So this is something which is seen as an escalation since yesterday after fragile peace we saw in Manipur at least for a month.
And a boat has capsized in Bihar's Saryu River. This incident has happened in Saran. At least 2 people have been killed in this incident and at least 18 people are still missing.
क्या जानकारी प्राइवेट से आ रही है? अभी हम लोग जो है स्पॉट पे हैं और यहाँ पे जो ग्रामीण हैं उनसे भी हम लोग बात किए हैं और जो बोट पर थे कुछ उन लोगों से भी बात की गई है। उनके द्वारा बताया गया है कि सुबह जो है ये लोग डेली वहाँ पे खेती करने जाते थे और शाम में वापस आते थे और आज इसी क्रम में जो है उस बोट पे करीब जो नाविक थे उसको लगा के जो है वो टोटल 18 और थे, 19 लोग थे।
Joined by my colleague Manish Kumar right now. Manish, what is the situation?
According to the district magistrate who is camping at the accident site, so far 2 bodies have been recovered, although the locals are saying that one person who was rescued and while his body was taken to the hospital, so he was declared dead. So the death toll is 3 now, but out of those 12 missing, there were like 14 people who were missing. 6 have been taken out. They have been undergoing treatment in the local hospitals, but there are around 10 people who are still missing, and the divers they have been placed into service, and the other, the state disaster response team is also there. So the district administration is hopeful that they will be able to recover, those who are missing in this boat tragedy.
And Congress's big Rajasthan challenge that's trying to buck the state's revolving door policy. It's a war over tickets. In some cases, tickets that are even yet to be announced. In fighting and sparring, now almost turning ugly in Rajasthan, as you can see in these visuals. The protests are emerging as a major headache for Congress's central leadership and Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who has said that it is not possible to keep everyone happy.
मैं टिकटों पर ज़्यादा बोलूँगा तो बिना ज्ञान के बोलने का लाभ नहीं। मैंने सर्वे रिपोर्ट्स देखी नहीं। सर्वे रिपोर्ट्स के आधार पर सबसे सलाह लेकर एक प्रक्रिया के तहत टिकटें बांटी जाती हैं। समय लगता है, जैसे हमें समय लग भी रहा है, लगना भी चाहिए, लेकिन वो समय सर्वेस को अच्छी तरह से उसका विश्लेषण करके, कोई एक सर्वे नहीं होता, अलग अलग स्तर पे सर्वे होते हैं, उनका विश्लेषण किया जाता है, अलग अलग नेताओं से सलाह ली जाती है, सलाह मशविरा के पश्चात टिकटों का वितरण होता है। उसमें जाहिर सी बात है कुछ लोग नाराज भी होते हैं, अरे साहब ये तो चलो जीतने वाली पार्टी है, हारने वाली पार्टी में देखो कितनी मारापीटी हो रही है, तो हम तो जीतने वाले हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो जाहिर सी बात है थोड़ा रोष तो होगा ना।
Now, has there been finally any resolution to Maratha quota issue? Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde has announced after an all-party meeting that all political parties stand with the state government on providing Maratha reservation. It has further decided that the reservation should be within the framework of the law and without doing injustice to other communities, according to the Chief Minister.
Maharashtra government's efforts to build consensus on the thorny Maratha quota issue. The meeting, which was attended by veteran leaders like Sharad Pawar, Ashok Chavan, passed a unanimous resolution to improve the law and order situation in the state.
यामध्ये चर्चेमधून मराठा समाजाला आरक्षण मिळालं पाहिजे ही भूमिका जी सरकारची आहे ती सर्वांचीच भूमिका आहे, त्यावर सर्वांचं एकमत आहे आणि ते आरक्षण कायद्याच्या चौकटीमध्ये बसणारं आणि टिकणारं आरक्षण दिलं पाहिजे ही भावना देखील या ठिकाणी व्यक्त केली। तशा प्रकारचा ठराव देखील करण्यात आला। इतर समाजावर अन्याय न करता मराठा समाजाला टिकणारं आरक्षण मिळालं पाहिजे ही भूमिका सर्व पक्षांनी घेतली।
This high-level meeting comes close on the heels of the Maratha quota protests taking a violent turn, with premises of several political leaders being torched in Beed. There is a push for Maratha reservation which has been a 4-decade-long fight. In 2018, the Fadnavis government gave 16% reservation to the Maratha community under the SEBC Act. The 2019 reservation was challenged in the Bombay High Court. In its order, the High Court allowed 12% reservation in education and 13% reservation in jobs. In 2021, the Supreme Court quashed the Maratha quota, saying there was no extraordinary situation for granting reservation beyond the maximum limit of 50%. For the Maharashtra government, the Maratha quota is a two-pronged challenge. Granting quota to Marathas under OBC may alienate the OBC vote bank. On the other hand, the state government is keen on ending the protracted protest by Maratha leader Manoj Patil, who is currently on a hunger strike.
हमसे अनुकूल यही रहेंगे, जिसको लेना है इसका दूसरा पर्याय है, जिसको लेना है वो ले लो, जबरदस्ती नहीं है, मत लो।
With Ronak Kukre, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear for questioning in a money laundering case related to the now scrapped excise policy. The same case has already led to the arrest of his former deputy Manish Sisodia in February this year and the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh on October 4th.
The Enforcement Directorate has issued summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection with this Delhi liquor policy money laundering investigation. The Enforcement Directorate has asked Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear before the agency officials at around 11 a.m. today. The summons were issued to Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal a day after Supreme Court refused to grant bail to Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in the same case, while Kejriwal was already questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the same case in April this year, though he was questioned as a witness in the CBI's case. But the Enforcement Directorate is probing the money laundering allegation in this particular case. The Enforcement Directorate has already alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party through middleman has allegedly received almost 100 crore as kickbacks from the liquor companies which allegedly benefited out of this liquor policy. Out of those 100 crores that allegedly received by the party, almost 40 crores was spent in Goa Assembly elections, and Kejriwal being the convener of Aam Aadmi Party, and that seems to be the premises on which the Enforcement Directorate now wants to question Kejriwal. And also, according to our sources, some of the accused in this particular case have given statements naming Kejriwal also in this particular case. One such statement by Samir Mahendra, who is also an accused in this particular case, he has told the Enforcement Directorate that he spoke to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal through Vijay Nair, who according to the Enforcement Directorate was very influential in this particular framing of the Delhi liquor policy. Along with that, one of the then official who was working under former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, he has also given a statement that the draft policy was handed over to him at the residence of Delhi Chief Minister, and that seems to be the ground on which now the Enforcement Directorate wants to question the statement, and also the statement of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
And Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra has claimed that the Lok Sabha Ethics Committee that is looking into the cash for query scandal does not have powers to examine allegations of alleged criminality. She released a response that she had prepped to give to the committee. She will be appearing before the Ethics Committee on the 2nd of November. In a letter to the committee chairperson Vinod Kumar Sonkar, Moitra claimed the absence of this power was deliberately kept that way by our nation's founders to prevent misuse of committees by government that enjoy brute majority in parliament. She also repeated her demand to cross-examine businessman Darshan Hiranandani. And a political blame game has erupted in West Bengal over the compensation awarded to the Tata Group. Tata Motors Limited said in an arbitration panel has ruled in its favor to recover 766 crore rupees with interest from the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation in Singur Nano project case.
A three-member arbitral tribunal has ruled in favor of Tata Motors in the Singur Nano project case, allowing the company to recover rupees 766 crore along with interest from the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation. The interest will be calculated at 11% per annum from September 1, 2016 till the actual recovery happens. The BJP has attacked the ruling TMC, which was then in opposition and led the anti-land acquisition protests in Singur. Citing violent protests, Ratan Tata moved the project to Sanand in Gujarat, even though the factory in Singur was in an advanced stage of construction.
Mamata Banerjee's act as an opposition leader during that regime, that is the left regime, compelled Tata to leave West Bengal, and at that time Ratan Tata, the CEO of the Tata Groups, said that we are choosing good aim in place of bad aim. Now the good aim is the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister of this country, and Mamata Banerjee became, that bad aim became the Chief Minister of this state. And what is the present scenario, financial scenario of the state is quite open to everybody.
Sources say the TMC is planning to move the Calcutta High Court against the order. The ruling party blames the left for the Singur mess, pointing to the Supreme Court that termed the land acquisition illegal. The left denies responsibility and blames the Trinamool.
When Tata and the Nano factory left West Bengal, an entire generation of young people lost opportunities for jobs, work, and the build-up of an entire economic zone centering Hooghly district. Second is that now that the Supreme Court has awarded a compensation of almost 765 crores plus 11% interest to be calculated from 2016, which will equivalent to almost the same amount, the principal amount, that has to go from the coffers of the West Bengal government, and that's the taxpayers' money.
Left are responsible for the entire chapter, because there is an order from Supreme Court that the land acquisition is itself illegal, and that has been done by Buddhadev Bhattacharya government, CPM government. How can Trinamool government be responsible for that issue?
Mamata Banerjee last year said that she was not responsible for driving out the Tatas from Shingur, and instead blamed the left front government for its faulty land acquisition, as the Trinamool Congress government tries to build an investment and industry friendly image amidst criticism that it hasn't been able to draw enough investment to West Bengal. This time around too, the Trinamool has been circumspect in its response to the latest order, choosing to blame the left front for the flight of industry from West Bengal. With camera person GD Shankar, in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
It's time for a short break. On the other side, news and updates.
Okay, so we're coming towards the end, और ये है मेरा favorite section, guys. You know about it. It's Ask TG, जहाँ पे आपके सवाल होते हैं, मैं जवाब देता हूँ. तो let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या सवाल आए हैं, because I am ready with all my answers.
Hi TG, which mobile brands should we buy to support PM Modi's Make in India initiative?
Okay, I'll tell you something very honestly. Any phone in the market, when you see the label that it is made in India or assembled in India or something like that, go ahead, get it. That's my honest answer. आज अगर कोई फ़ोन बनता है इंडिया में, तो हम देखते हैं कि कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आते हैं, कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया के बाहर से भी आते हैं, और हम विद टाइम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आने शुरू हो जाएं. बट दिस नंबर is very difficult, to go to 100%, because ये बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल एक प्रोडक्ट है जहाँ पे बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स काम में आते हैं. Sometimes the protocol might not be supported. Sometimes this USB port is not sufficient to give you a display output. तो आप उस केस में Chromecast को यूज़ कर सकते हैं to cast your screen. I would say that would be an easier option. And if you can give more details about the exact model of tab that you are using, या फिर आप किस तरीके से रन करना चाह रहे हैं, I might give you some more insightful information. But as of now, I would say not all devices have the ports designed the same way. Sometimes the functionality is limited. तो आप ज़रूरी नहीं है कि उस displays का output ले पाएँ बाहर. You can use a wireless solution that way.
Hi, Technical Guruji. Is there any way at all to track my kids' smartphone usage?
Yes, very easy, and it's very important as well. आपको ये काम करना चाहिए. Any phone, iPhone हो या Android phone हो, सभी में आपको screen time का option मिल जाता है. अलग-अलग नाम से आपको मिलेगा. But yes, your phone has that option. You can not just track it, you can even put a limit to it. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि your kid should not be watching YouTube for more than 30 minutes a day, आप वहाँ पे एक limit लगा सकते हैं. Same goes for all the apps, the phone in general, and in fact, at the weekend, let's say, या हर दिन शाम को, you can have a look कि उस दिन में फ़ोन में कितना यूजेज हुआ है और कौन सी ऐप को कितनी देर के लिए यूज़ किया गया है. इट्स वेरी इजी एंड यू शुड डू इट.
Hi Technical Guruji, I have been thinking of adding Apple CarPlay to my car, but I haven't been able to decide if I should get an add-on CarPlay unit or completely replace my entertainment unit. Please suggest.
It depends on the kind of car you have. कितनी पुरानी वो कार है, जो existing unit है, उसके क्या functions हैं, किस तरीके से पूरा setup है. I would say दोनों ही solutions अच्छे हो सकते हैं depending on your situation. जो अलग से एड ऑन आते हैं, इवन दोज आर वेरी फंक्शनल, लीस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ वायरिंग एंड ऑल इन्वॉल्व, बहुत ही ईजी प्लग एंड प्ले टाइप से आप एंजॉय कर सकते हैं कारप्ले इन योर कार। सेकेंड ऑप्शन ये है कि इफ़ यू रियली वांट टू हैव एन अपडेटेड एंटरटेनमेंट यूनिट, तो आप उस केस में फिर पूरा ही चेंज करवा सकते हैं, बट इट कंप्लीटली डिपेंड्स ऑन विच कार यू हैव, हाउ ओल्ड इज इट, हाउ मच यू वांट टू स्पेंड इन दैट, एंड आप कितना ओपन है अबाउट दिस काइंड ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशन इन योर कार। तो
Welcome back. The Rafah crossing from Gaza to Egypt opened for the first time since Israel's siege began. Foreigners and injured Palestinians were allowed to cross over. Hamas's armed wing said that 7 civilian hostages were killed in Israeli strikes on Jabalia refugee camp, including 3 foreign passport holders. Israel says it was targeting a Hamas commander and tunnels as the strike on one of the biggest refugee camps led to outrage. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden tweeted saying, thanks to American leadership, we've secured safe passage to exit Gaza. We expect American citizens to exit, and we expect to see more departures over the coming days. We won't let up working to get Americans out of Gaza. And Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei called on Muslim states to seize oil and food exports to Israel, demanding an end to its bombardment of the Gaza Strip. The bombings on Gaza must stop immediately. The path of oil and food exports to the Zionist regime should be stopped, is what he has said.
راه صدور نفت و ارزاق به رژیم صهیونیستی رو ببندند، همکاری اقتصادی نکنند دولت‌های اسلامی با رژیم صهیونیستی.
And Sachin Tendulkar was immortalized inside his own home turf, the Wankhede Stadium, on November 1 as his statue was unveiled at a grand function in Mumbai. Many dignitaries were present at the event to see the cricket legend's statue get unveiled close to the Sachin Tendulkar stand.
It is indeed a special moment for me. I remember, I think it was around Feb or so, when Mr. Shelar and Mr. Kale both called me on behalf of MCA. They said, we have this thought of having your statue inside the stadium. I was extremely delighted, to be honest. I didn't know how to react. And Mr. Shelar had spoken to me earlier. He said, I will have a word with the MCA committee. And that's when this call happened. It was, I didn't know how to react, to be honest.
Well, that's all we have for you in this bulletin. Thank you for watching.
घर पे जाके तुम गूगल कर लो, मेरे बारे में विकिपीडिया पे पढ़ लो। दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी डू ऑन अ डेली बेसिस। मतलब हम सभी गूगल यूज करते हैं, हम सभी विकिपीडिया पे यूज करते हैं, बट डिड यू नो कि गूगल एक्चुअल में गूगल नहीं होना चाहिए था, वो होता गूगल। वहां से एक स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक की वजह से गूगल बन गया। अब हुआ ये जब स्टार्ट हुआ पूरा गूगल का आइडिया, आई टोल्ड यू पहले के एपिसोड में दैट द फर्स्ट नेम वाज बैकरब। अब बैकरब से नाम जब चेंज करना था तो द फाउंडर्स ऑफ गूगल, लैरी पेज एंड सर्गे ब्रिन, दे वर लुकिंग फॉर अ न्यू टर्म, और उनको एक टर्म मिलती है गूगल। गूगल का मतलब क्या होता है इन मैथमेटिक्स? इट्स नंबर 1 फॉलोड बाय 100 zeros। तो आइडिया ये था कि अब इतनी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन को हम एक साथ दिखाने वाले हैं, इट क्लियरली सिग्निफाइज द वास्ट अमाउंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑनलाइन। तो वहां से दिमाग में वर्ड आ गया गूगल। लेकिन जब डोमेन खरीदने गए तो उस टाइम पे गलती से GOOGOL की जगह GLE टाइप हो गया, और वहां से बना गूगल, जो आज हम सभी डेली बेसिस पे यूज करते हैं। बट डिड यू नो it was a spelling mistake that ended us with Google.
how does Bharat Pay make money?
That's my basic question.
So Bharat Pay makes money by facilitating, say, lending product, which is called cross-sell. We have partnership with the lenders, NBFCs, banks, and merchants. We have their settlement account is with the bank again, but the money passes through the Bharat Pay. So with that money flow, we are able to facilitate lending by analyzing that data, and in that process, after their costs, the fund provider, they recover their costs, their return on net worth, their credit loss, all that is to their account, and whatever is the remaining margin, that comes to Bharat. So when the business, this business, cross-sell business, reaches a certain level, only then it becomes profitable. And Bharat Pay, at least now we are reaching those levels where we are reaching to some sort of a break-even level, and eventually when more business comes in, we may be able to recover our costs and make money.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है. मे बी यू आर ऑन अ वेब पेज, या मे बी यू आर रीडिंग अ बुक, लेट्स से, या अगर कुछ भी बहुत ज्यादा टेक्स्ट है.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
NDTV 24x7 after the Abadwa. Well, Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate at 11 o'clock this morning in the alleged liquor policy scam.
Well, a lot lined up for you because the Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra is also due to appear before the Ethics Committee of the Lok Sabha in the ongoing Cash for Query row. All this and more coming up. Let's begin with the headlines.
In the Delhi's liquor scam, it's Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi's Chief Minister, who's under the scanner. He's to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today at 11 o'clock this morning. It's AAP versus the BJP over Delhi Chief Minister's ED summons. The Aam Aadmi Party says the BJP is out to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that Mr. Kejriwal may be arrested.
Mahua Moitra is scheduled to appear before the Lok Sabha Ethics Committee panel. Meanwhile, the BJP has a fresh charge with a 47 login misuse claim on Mahua Moitra.
Fresh unrest in Manipur's capital, Imphal. A mob versus the police there, and that too near the Chief Minister's office. The Manipur police had to fire in the air in order to disperse the mob.
And the government in Gaza says at least 195 people have been killed in the Jabalia refugee camp strikes. Israel's strikes on Jabalia could be war crimes, the United Nations declares, as hundreds of foreigners and injured leave Gaza.
And cricket news now. India to square off against Sri Lanka today in the World Cup. India looking to seal the semi-final berth.
And the Jawan turns a year younger, well, lights, camera and 58 years of stardom for Shah Rukh Khan as he celebrates his 58th birthday. Well, a big focus this morning, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear for questioning in a money laundering case related to the now scrapped excise policy.
Well, he is expected to appear before the ED at 11 o'clock this morning. The same case has already led to the arrest of his former deputy Manish Sisodia in February this year. And Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha member, that is Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh, on the 4th of October.
In fact, the judges had said a money trail of 338 crore rupees has been tentatively established. And Mr. Kejriwal, as we had been reporting, had been questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation in this case in April. And this is the first time he has been summoned now by the Enforcement Directorate.
Now, Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj has gone on to say that the central government has only one objective: to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party at any cost.
But for this, they are leaving no stone unturned, including creating a fake case, is what he added. The idea is to send Arvind Kejriwal to jail and destroy the Aam Aadmi Party. This is what the AAP maintains.
We have Vedant joining us to get us more. Vedant, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that Mr. Kejriwal may be arrested after he is questioned by the Enforcement Directorate at 11 o'clock this morning.
You see, that's a later question because right now, of course, there's little clarity on whether Mr. Arvind Kejriwal will actually appear before the Enforcement Directorate or not. We've been trying to reach out to our sources in the Aam Aadmi Party, and so far, the only response is we will make the plan public soon. So there's no clear yes or no as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. So it remains to be seen whether Arvind Kejriwal actually appears before the Enforcement Directorate today. At 11 a.m. is when he was supposed to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, he addressed a press conference also just a day ahead of his appearance, but he did not mention anything about the Enforcement Directorate summons. I come to you from outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and of course security has been ramped up here, but of course this is the usual security. We do see rapid action forces etc. also deployed here, CRPF deployed in the sense that there could be perhaps some protests etc. planned by the Aam Aadmi Party. But remember last time when Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was actually summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Aam Aadmi Party had actually planned city-wide protests, but this time around we have not received any such plan from the Aam Aadmi Party. So little clarity on whether Arvind Kejriwal will actually appear before the Enforcement Directorate. But what exactly why exactly has the Enforcement Directorate summoned Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal? Now remember, this comes after the ED had in a sense made it public that it's contemplating making the entire Aam Aadmi Party, making the entire party an accused in the liquor policy case, which is why the convener of the party will have to be questioned in that regard. So of course this also comes, as you rightly pointed out, Divya, just close on the heels of setback for his former deputy Manish Sisodia from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court said that a money trail of rupees 338 crore has been established. Now, how did the Supreme Court actually arrive at that number? The Supreme Court's maths essentially was based on the CBI's FIR, in which the CBI said that the margin for the retail margin was hiked for particular distributors for them to receive kickbacks, and that number actually amounts to rupees 338 crore rupees, which is why the Supreme Court mentioned that money trail. In fact, what's also important here that the Supreme Court has said that the trial has to be completed, in 6 to 8 months. Now, that was of course in the context of former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. But of course, agencies are really now fast-pacing the entire investigation, which is why we are seeing that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has also been summoned. Now, when he was summoned by the CBI, remember, he is not an accused in this particular case. He was summoned as a witness by the CBI. So whether he'll be arrested or not will also have to be determined by the fact that whether the central agency actually makes him an accused in this particular case, because so far he's just a witness. But also important to point out here that Sanjay Singh was also just a witness. He was not an accused in this particular case, but he was arrested as well. So it remains to be seen what the line of questioning is going to be as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. But so far the Aam Aadmi Party not giving any clarity whether whether Arvind Kejriwal will appear before the Enforcement Directorate or not. But politically, of course, this has wide-ranging ramifications, given the fact that this comes at a time when Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is looking to make inroads in various election-bound states. In fact, in various states, including a state like Madhya Pradesh, which is a new state for the Aam Aadmi Party. The party is contesting on all seats. So, of course, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal looking very ambitiously at these elections, and at such a time to wriggle out of corruption charges is being made difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and remains to be seen whether he actually appears before the ED at 11 a.m. today.
Vedant, as always, thank you so much for taking us through the latest developments and contextualizing the legal charges as well. We also have my colleague Arvind Gunasekar explaining to us the Aam Aadmi Party's legal woes. Listen in.
The Enforcement Directorate has issued summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection with this Delhi liquor policy money laundering investigation. The Enforcement Directorate has asked Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear before the agency officials at around 11 a.m. today. The summons were issued to Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal a day after Supreme Court refused to grant bail to Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in the same case, while Kejriwal was already questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the same case in April this year, though he was questioned as a witness in the CBI's case. But the Enforcement Directorate is probing the money laundering allegation in this particular case. The Enforcement Directorate has already alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party, through middleman, has allegedly received almost 100 crore as kickbacks from the liquor companies which allegedly benefited out of this liquor policy. Out of those 100 crores that allegedly received by the party, almost 40 crores was spent in Goa Assembly elections, and Kejriwal being the convener of Aam Aadmi Party, and that seems to be the premises on which the Enforcement Directorate now wants to question Kejriwal. And also, according to our sources, some of the accused in this particular case have given statements naming Kejriwal also in this particular case. One such statement by Samir Mahendra, who is also an accused in this particular case, he has told the Enforcement Directorate that he spoke to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal through Vijay Nair, who according to the Enforcement Directorate was very influential in this particular framing of the Delhi liquor policy. Along with that, one of the then official who was working under former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, he has also given a statement that the draft policy was handed over to him at the residence of Delhi Chief Minister, and that seems to be the ground on which now the Enforcement Directorate wants to question the statement, and also the record the statement of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Thank you, Arvind, for getting us all those details. Searching tracks now to West Bengal, and Trinamool Congress MP Mohua Moitra will appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee today in the alleged bribery case. She has refuted the allegations but admitted to sharing parliamentary login with businessman Hira Nandani.
While remaining silent on the bribery allegations, the businessman has admitted to posting question on Mahua Moitra's parliamentary login. Now, if proved, this would compromise breach of parliamentary privilege and enough to get her expelled from the House.
Ms. Moitra, who has been accused of conspiracy along with serious breach of privilege and contempt of the House, said that the Ethics Committee may not be the appropriate forum to examine allegations of alleged criminality because it lacks the power to examine such allegations.
In fact, she also repeated her demand to cross-examine businessman Darshan Hiranandani. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us over the phone line at the moment. Vasudha, a crucial ethics panel hearing for Mahua Moitra, but there's also now a fresh login charge?
Absolutely, Parmeshwar. Today is a very important day, not just for TMC MP Mahua Moitra, but also for the ethics panel, because remember on October 26th, when Nishikant Dubey, the BJP MP, and also Jai Anand Dehadrai, the lawyer who was the first to flag these allegations against Mahua Moitra of bribery, of taking bribes from Darshan Hiranandani, the industrialist, to ask questions in the parliament. When they were questioned, it was actually a very dramatic day because both of them were actually asked a lot of questions. Jai Anand Dehadrai was also cross-examined. So today we are expecting the same thing to happen with Ms. Moitra because the charges are very serious in nature. Ethics Committee Chairperson Vinod Sonkar has come on record to say that the charges are really serious in nature because login credentials have been shared with somebody who's sitting outside India. And we already have this information that's come to us that 47 logins of Mahua Moitra were from foreign sources from Dubai specifically. Now, this was all by Mr. Hiranandani. Of the 60 questions she asked, 50 were meant to perpetuate the interest of Hiranandani Group, also targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi and businessman Gautam Adani. So clearly the charges are serious in nature. One, of course, on the login credentials, and the second thing of the bribery, which is the main charge. So today what we think is going to happen is basically a lot of questions will be posed to Ms. Moitra. Now remember, 15-member ethics committee has BJP members and also opposition members. Of course, there'll be a lot of back and forth. She is going to make an appearance at around 11 o'clock. She has clearly said that the ethics committee does not have the jurisdiction to look into criminality. Now, that is not completely accurate. That's what I learned from experts, because it does have the power to look into criminal conduct of MPs, and conduct and moral obligations of MPs are very important because these are public representatives. Clearly, what happens if she gets disqualified? Of course, the courts will get involved. So, of course, there seems to be an attempt to make that ground very strong in that case. So she has issued rebuttals, and of course, she has also given interviews refuting these charges against her. But clearly, a very important day for the ethics committee. And after that, we expect the ethics committee to put together this report, and it will be tabled in the first week of the winter session of the Parliament.
So much, Vasudha. Do stay on for the next breaking news information we are currently getting regarding the ongoing Apple hacking row. In fact, we are told that the probe report will be released in a few weeks. Vasudha, could you provide clarity on that? The cyber watchdog is expected to probe the Apple incident?
Absolutely, Parmeshwar. So, IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, once these allegations were made by opposition MPs that they had received notifications from Apple saying that state-sponsored entities were trying to target their phones and compromise the security of their Apple phones, he had basically addressed the media and said very clearly that the government of India takes privacy of its citizens very seriously, and that a probe will be launched and the government will get to the bottom of this. Of course, he has also claimed that these opposition MPs were trying to use some form of distraction politics. But what we hear is yesterday, CERT-IN, which is basically the Computer Emergency Response Team of India, which is the nodal agency that comes under IT Ministry looking into cyber crime and phishing attacks. That particular nodal agency has been asked to look into this matter, and there's a full-fledged probe that has been launched. And what has been told is that the ministry has personally asked this agency to submit the report within a few weeks, which could be just 2 or 3 weeks or 3 or 4 weeks. So within, we could say in about 2 months maximum. And this report will be submitted soon. And of course, the ministry has also specifically asked Apple to be part of this investigation because not just the language, I think the government has also taken objection to the fact that state-sponsored has been used without any proper evidence, and they want to seek more clarity on why Apple users received this alert on their phones yesterday.
A probe report in a few weeks is what is being said. The iPhone hacking row, sources are saying that cyber watchdog to probe the Apple incident, and that to be conducted very, very shortly. Thank you so much, Rasuda, for getting us those details.
On to the crucial update from Manipur now, where police fired several rounds in the air to disperse a mob that surrounded the police station near the Chief Minister's office in Imphal. Now, curfew has been reimposed in the city, and reports of gunfire at other parts of Imphal also came at the time of filing the report, is what we are being told. Imphal residents who NDTV spoke to said they heard constant gunfire coming from the direction of the 1st Manipur Rifles complex.
The mob, allegedly led by the local youth group, demanded weapons from the police station in protest against what they call the state government's inaction following the killing of a senior police officer by an insurgent sniper at the Indian-Myanmar border. This is the town of More. To get more on this, we have Saurabh Gupta. So let's just listen into some of the reactions that are coming in.
The Committee on Tribal Unity is constrained to impose 48 hours total shutdown in all areas occupied by the Kuki-Zo communities with effect from the 2nd November starting from 6 a.m. till the 4th November, 6 a.m.
And Saurabh joining us, Saurabh, take us through the details. The Kuki tribal body is calling for a 48-hour shutdown in More, also a demand for a withdrawal as far as the state forces are concerned.
Well, yes, things have taken a worse turn for the worse in Manipur, and again, there has been a call for a shutdown. In the meantime, on Wednesday evening, the police have had to open fire in the air after a mob tried to snatch arms. And the curfew relaxation has been cancelled in Imphal. Now, security forces, what we know, had to fire in the air to disperse angry, protesters who were protesting against the killing of a sub-divisional police officer by suspected militant More in Tengnopal district bordering Myanmar. Now, since then, there has also been a crackdown. Meanwhile, tribal bodies have called for a shutdown. So yes, the situation taking a turn for the worse in Manipur. There was a semblance of the situation, improving, but it seems to have taken for a worse again with the shooting of this police officer in More at SDPO, who of course, sources say was perhaps fired at from a distance by probably by snipers. Who were hidden, and we of course died, and leading to protests, and that led to the situation again taking a turn for the worse in Manipur.
Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details. Moving on to the latest from the Gaza Strip, and deadly. This is Israeli airstrikes on that strip in Gaza. This is the largest refugee camp. Could amount to war crimes, is what the UN Human Rights Office has gone on to say.
In fact, Israeli strikes have targeted the Jabalia refugee camp twice in 2 days, killing and wounding at least 195 people. This is according to the health ministry in the Hamas-run Palestinian territory.
On the other hand, hundreds of foreign nationals and dozens of seriously injured Palestinians were allowed to leave Gaza on Wednesday as the Rafah crossing opened on Wednesday.
At least 320 foreign citizens on an initial list of 500, as well as dozens of severely injured Gazans, crossed into Egypt under a deal among Israel, Egypt and the Hamas. In fact, passport holders from Australia, Austria, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Finland, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Jordan and the United Kingdom, as well as the US, were part of this evacuation effort.
Now, Gaza border officials have said that the border crossing would reopen today, so more foreigners can exit. According to reports, some 7,500 foreign passport holders would leave Gaza over the next 2 weeks.
Meanwhile, satellite imagery that you can see on your screens shows the scale of destruction. This is across Gaza, after Israeli airstrikes on the Jabalia refugee camp just yesterday and day before yesterday.
The images show flattened buildings in Jabalia over the attacks. This is the cross-border activity at the Rafah border crossing, where civilians began leaving Gaza for Egypt, and a United Nations air warehouse near the Khan Yunis area, which was reportedly looted.
Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader called on Muslim states to seize oil and food exports to Israel, demanding an end to its bombardment of the Gaza Strip.
The bombings on Gaza must stop immediately is the path of oil and food exports to this regime should be stopped, is what Khamenei told a group of students in Tehran, according to the Iranian state media.
اونچه که دولت‌های اسلامی باید بر اون راه صدور نفت و ارزاق به رژیم صهیونیستی رو ببندند، همکاری اقتصادی نکنند دولت‌های اسلامی با رژیم صهیونیستی.
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Maharashtra and a whole lot more. To stay with us.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
Iran warning Israel not to go after Hamas in the Gaza Strip. I think they're revealing what their real agenda is.
Israel as a democratic country should not target civilians for revenge.
80% of the Israeli people today would love to see Netanyahu go home as soon as possible.
When it comes to Hamas, ISIS terror organization, there is no solution with them. Diplomatic would not, we would not risk having the same attack occur again on Israel.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
To understand the whole thing, let me explain to you that how does it work. There are various players, NPCI is one place, and they get their switching fee. So to that extent, they are compensated. There is no loss to them.
They're making money.
That's a not-for-profit. So even if they are making money, it will ultimately not for that particular organization. It's a not-for-profit organization. It is owned by the banks. So it's all right. There are players like issuing bank and acquiring bank. So for example, if you have a savings bank,
Well, we have breaking news coming in. Delhi's Social Welfare Minister is now under the Enforcement Directorate scanner.
That's right, Parmeshwar. Rajkumar Anand, another member of the Aam Aadmi Party. He's the minister who's under the ED scanner. Do remember, this is just minutes before Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi's Chief Minister and the Chief of the Aam Aadmi Party, is expected to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. We don't know for sure if Arvind Kejriwal will appear before the Enforcement Directorate. He has been summoned at 11 o'clock this morning. We have Arvind joining us to get us more details. Arvind, what is this in connection of? Why is another Aam Aadmi Party as a minister who is now under the ED scanner?
Divya, the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at the premises of Delhi's Minister Rajkumar Anand in connection with the money laundering investigation. Though the nature of this particular case, the more details about this case are yet to be confirmed by the Enforcement Directorate sources. But sources have confirmed that they are carrying out searches at the residential premises of Rajkumar Anand along with his associates. So searches are being carried out at around 10 locations in National Capital Region. So this is connection with a fresh money laundering investigation. This is not connected with Delhi liquor policy is what we are learning. So this is a new case that the Enforcement Directorate has registered and carrying out the searches at the premises of Rajkumar Anand. This is a money laundering investigation is also what we are learning. So Rajkumar Anand is the latest Aam Aadmi Party minister who is currently under the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate. This comes at the same day the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Aam Aadmi Party's convener and also Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection with the Delhi liquor policy money laundering investigation. While Kejriwal has been asked to appear before the agency at around 11 a.m., the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at the premises of Rajkumar Anand, his colleague in the Delhi cabinet.
Right. So, Arvind, also a big if and but, is Arvind Kejriwal going to appear before the Enforcement Directorate? He has been summoned at 11 o'clock this morning.
Divya, Arvind Kejriwal has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate officials at around 11 a.m. today. But as of this minute, what we are learning is that Arvind Kejriwal has not returned to Enforcement Directorate seeking deferment of summons. So if at all if he decides not to appear before the agency, then he can send his representative or lawyer to the Enforcement Directorate with a request to defer the summons, so that we can expect if at all if he decides not to appear today, then he will send the request before 11 a.m. But as of this moment, he has not sent any request for deferment of summons.
Right. Thank you so much, Arvind. We will keep tracking these stories and coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
फ्रेंड्स, इन दिस सेगमेंट मैं आपके साथ में कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर करने वाला हूं अबाउट योर गैजेट्स. यू नो, योर डिवाइस माइट बी एक्सपोज टू सम क्रिटिकल वल्नरेबिलिटीज, जिसके बाद में आपका डेटा, आपका इंपॉर्टेंट जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपने स्टोर करके रखा है उस फोन में, वो सब गलत हाथों में जा सकता है. अभी ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ व्हेन द कंप्यूटर इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स टीम फॉर इंडिया एक एडवाइजरी इशू करती है एंड वो बताती है कि मल्टीपल वर्जन्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड, टॉकिंग अबाउट एंड्रॉयड 11, एंड्रॉयड 12, एंड्रॉयड 12L एंड साथ में एंड्रॉयड 13 भी, ये कुछ क्रिटिकल इश्यूज को पोज कर रहे हैं. देयर आर सम मेजर सिक्योरिटी फ्लॉज और इसका सोल्यूशन सिर्फ एक है कि गूगल एक अपडेट इशू करेगा और जितने भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो बाद में उस अपडेट को अपने अपने डिवाइसेस में पुश करेंगे एंड आपके पास जब वो अपडेट आए तो आपको उसे इंस्टॉल करना है. और आप कभी नहीं चाहोगे कि आपके फ़ोन का जो डेटा है या आपकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है जो आपने फ़ोन में अपनी पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन स्टोर करी है वो कहीं गलत हाथों में चला जाए, कोई आपके फ़ोन को रिमोटली कंट्रोल कर ले, कोई एक मलिशियस ऐप आपके फ़ोन में आ जाए. तो इन सभी चीज़ों को अवॉइड करने के लिए द फर्स्ट स्टेप that you can do and you have to do is to update your devices. So make sure आज के बाद keep it like a regular habit. Once in a while, sometimes तो आपको notification खुद से मिल जाएगा, but if it doesn't come, once in a while, every 15-20 days, normally just check for updates for all your devices. For example, if you have a camera, अब आपने एक बार एक कैमरा खरीदा है जो 2 साल आपको हो चुके हैं उसको खरीदे हुए और आप 2 साल से इस कैमरा को यूज़ कर रहे हैं and you're just using it like normal, यू नेवर नो, क्या पता उसके लिए एक नया फर्मवेयर अवेलेबल हो जहां पे उस कैमरा की परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी सी अच्छी हो गई हो या उसके अंदर कुछ नए फीचर्स मिल गए हो. इफ यू जस्ट कनेक्ट दैट कैमरा विद कंप्यूटर एंड वहां पे अगर आप चेक करते हैं फॉर अ न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर, हो सकता है आपको नया सॉफ्टवेयर मिल जाए और आपके कुछ नए फीचर्स उसमें ऐड हो जाएं. So just as a normal habit, do it with all your gadgets, once in a while, every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks to make.
Switching tracks to Maharashtra now, and has there finally been some resolution to the Maratha quota issue? Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde announced after an all-party meeting that all political parties stand with the state government on providing Maratha reservation.
That's right. It was further decided that reservation should be within the framework of the law and without doing injustice to other communities. Ronak has the details for us.
Maharashtra government's efforts to build consensus on the thorny Maratha quota issue. The meeting, which was attended by veteran leaders like Sharad Pawar, Ashok Chavan, passed a unanimous resolution to improve the law and order situation in the state.
यामध्ये चर्चेमधून मराठा समाजाला आरक्षण मिळालं पाहिजे ही भूमिका जी सरकारची आहे ती सर्वांचीच भूमिका आहे. त्यावर सर्वांचं एकमत आहे आणि ते आरक्षण कायद्याच्या चौकटीमध्ये बसणारं आणि टिकणारं आरक्षण दिलं पाहिजे ही भावना देखील या ठिकाणी व्यक्त केली. तशा प्रकारचा ठराव देखील करण्यात आला. इतर समाजावर अन्याय न करता मराठा समाजाला टिकणारं आरक्षण मिळालं पाहिजे ही भूमिका सर्व पक्षांनी घेतली.
This high-level meeting comes close on the heels of the Maratha quota protests taking a violent turn, with premises of several political leaders being torched in Beed. There is a push for Maratha reservation which has been a 4-decade-long fight. In 2018, the Fadnavis government gave 16% reservation to the Maratha community under the SEBC Act. The 2019 reservation was challenged in the Bombay High Court. In its order, the High Court allowed 12% reservation in education and 13% reservation in jobs. In 2021, the Supreme Court quashed the Maratha quota, saying there was no extraordinary situation for granting reservation beyond the maximum limit of 50%. For the Maharashtra government, the Maratha quota is a two-pronged challenge. Granting quota to Marathas under OBC may alienate the OBC vote bank. On the other hand, the state government is keen on ending the protracted protest by Maratha leader Manoj Patil, who is currently on a hunger strike.
हमसे अनुकूल यही रहेंगे. जिसको लेना है इसका दूसरा पर्याय है. जिसको लेना है वो ले लो, जबरदस्ती नहीं है, मत लो.
With Ronak Kukre, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Let's go back to our top story. Well, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear for questioning in a money laundering case related to the now scrapped excise policy.
That's right, Parmeshwar. The same case has already led to the arrest of his former deputy Manish Sisodia in February this year, as well as Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh as recently as the 4th of October.
Right, the judges had said a money trail of about 338 crore rupees has been tentatively established, and Arvind Kejriwal had been questioned by the Central Bureau Investigation in the same case in April, and this is actually the first time he has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate.
That's right, Parmeshwar. He's expected to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. The summons have asked him to appear at about 11 o'clock this morning. But a big question, will he or won't he? The Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi's Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj has gone on to say that the central government has only one objective in mind, and that is to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party at any cost whatsoever.
In fact, the AAP maintains that for this, they are leaving no stone unturned, including creating a fake case. The idea, they say, is to send Arvind Kejriwal to jail and destroy the Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, Delhi's Social Welfare Minister is now under the Enforcement Directorate scanner.
That's right, Parmeshwar. This is Rajkumar Anand, another Aam Aadmi Party minister who is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, and his house, in fact, is where the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids this morning. They have landed up at his residence in the national capital, and this is in another case. This is regarding money laundering. This is not connected with the Delhi liquor scam.
Right, as you can see, visuals on your screens from this morning, just a short while ago, of the Enforcement Directorate conducting searches at Rajkumar Anand's residence. Rajkumar Anand is an AAP member and also Delhi's Social Welfare Minister.
We have Arvind joining us. Arvind, this is a separate case, not connected to the Delhi liquor scam. Get us details as to why is his house being raided? Why is the ED scanner now on another minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, this time around Rajkumar Anand, the Social Welfare Minister?
The Enforcement Directorate has registered a money laundering investigation against Delhi Minister Rajkumar Anand, who's also the in charge, who's holding the portfolio of Social Welfare Ministry. The Enforcement Directorate sources say that they have taken cognizance of a customs-related matter, and then they have initiated a money laundering investigation in this case, and that's where the agency, after registering the ECR, is currently carrying out searches of the premises of Rajkumar Anand. So the case pertains to some irregularities related to Customs Act is what we are learning, and also some Hawala transactions have also come under the radar of the Enforcement Directorate. So, taking cognizance of the customs case, the Enforcement Directorate has initiated a money laundering investigation and currently carrying out searches at around 10 premises, all in NCR. That also includes the residential premises of Rajkumar Anand. So, this case is not connected with the Delhi liquor policy matter. This case is a fresh money laundering investigation that the agency has registered based on a customs-related matter, because Customs Act is also a scheduled offence under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So, taking cognizance of that, the Enforcement Directorate has initiated a money laundering investigation here.
Also, Arvind, apart from the minister's residence in the civil lines area, the ED is also conducting searches at 9 other premises. Could you confirm that at this point?
Yeah, Parmeshwar, almost 10 locations are currently being searched is what the Enforcement Directorate sources say. That includes Rajkumar Anand, his official residence in the civil lines area. Along with that, almost 8 to 9 associates of Rajkumar Anand are also currently being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. So all these people are linked to a customs case, and also some Hawala operators are also under the scanner, under the searches operation of the Enforcement Directorate.
Right, Divya, as Arvind is reporting, that there are 10 premises that are linked to Rajkumar Anand that are currently being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, Labour Minister Rajkumar Anand was actually allocated the Education and Health Ministries after Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain's resignations earlier this year, Divya.
That's right. After Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain were arrested earlier this year, and that is when it was Rajkumar Anand who took over their portfolios, and that is the portfolio of Education and Health Ministries. And now, raids are being conducted at 10 premises, like Arvind was mentioning. So, at the moment, his residence in the civil lines area is being raided.
In fact, for further clarity, we have Vedant joining us live.
Vedant, just take us through the basis on which these searches are being conducted. Of course, this is not related to the Delhi liquor scam. Is this another case regarding the Aam Aadmi Party, another member of the Aam Aadmi Party now under the ED scanner?
That's right. In fact, as Arvind was reporting, that this is what sources are telling us from the Enforcement Directorate, as Arvind was saying, that this is related to perhaps a case related to Hawala transactions and a customs case. But, well, as Arvind said, this is not related at all to the liquor policy case, because Rajkumar Anand had nothing to do with the liquor policy case. He was not involved with the excise department. He was not even, he was not involved in this particular case at all. He was not even holding that particular portfolio at the time the new liquor policy was implemented and later withdrawn. So, of course, it's not related to the liquor policy case. But, of course, in the larger context, looking at how the Aam Aadmi Party, it's becoming increasingly difficult for them to wriggle out of corruption charges in a crucial election year. So, of course, that is important. And as far as Arvind Kejriwal's appearance before the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, well, sources in the Aam Aadmi Party are now telling us that it's likely that he may not appear before the Enforcement Directorate today, because, of course, looking looking at the fact that there are crucial elections lined up. Of course, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, all three states the Aam Aadmi Party is contesting, and Arvind Kejriwal also had public rallies earlier, in October, and of course he had some visits lined up as well to the poll-bound states. So, given all of that, it's likely that Arvind Kejriwal will seek deferment of appearance. So far, Arvind Kejriwal has not written to the Enforcement Directorate, and the Aam Aadmi Party is also yet to confirm on record that he is not going to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. But what sources are telling us is that he will be seeking deferment. He's likely to seek deferment as far as his appearance before the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. And now that another Aam Aadmi Party minister is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate, it reflects poorly as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, of course, and also given the larger politics of the India bloc versus BJP. Because remember, one thing that the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying is that when Rahul Gandhi that entire controversy broke out about the defamation case, the Aam Aadmi Party openly supported the Congress, and in fact came out in support of not just Rahul Gandhi but all the opposition ministers, including K. Kavita, under the agency scanner. But so far from the India bloc, we've not really seen a strong condemnation of summons by the Enforcement Directorate to Arvind Kejriwal. So that politics also playing out. And as I said earlier as well, now there are multiple Aam Aadmi Party leaders, senior leaders. In fact, Rajkumar Anand himself is an Aam Aadmi Party veteran. He has been involved with the Aam Aadmi Party since the time of India Against Corruption back in 2013, contested multiple times on the Aam Aadmi Party ticket. So, of course, veteran leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party now under the agency scanner, including, of course, Arvind Kejriwal's closest aide, Manish Sisodia, also who's currently in jail. Of course, some activity here outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. In fact, security has been ramped up because, of course, media presence and BJP protests also planned at 10:30 here. So some activity here. But coming back to the point I was making about senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party being in the agency scanner, Manish Sisodia in jail, Sanjay Singh, of course, one of the few MPs of the Aam Aadmi Party, also in jail. In fact, you have Jasmine Shah, who has been searched by central agencies. Arvind Kejriwal himself has been summoned earlier by the CBI, now by the Enforcement Directorate. Important, however, to point out that Arvind Kejriwal is being summoned only as a witness and not as an accused. In fact, the CBI also summoned him as a witness, and that was in relation to also the South cartel and the predicate offence. Many those angles were being probed by the CBI. ED, of course, is probing the money laundering, and it also comes, importantly, one thing that we must underline here is that the Enforcement Directorate is looking to make the entire party, the Aam Aadmi Party, an accused in the liquor policy case. So if that indeed happens, then the convener, of course, will be entirely cornered in this entire controversy, and Arvind Kejriwal perhaps the pressure will build up on the agencies also to perhaps arrest him. But all of that is a later later question. Right now, what we are picking up from Aam Aadmi Party sources is that it is likely that Arvind Kejriwal may not appear before the Enforcement Directorate today. And as far as Rajkumar Anand's raids are concerned, no comment from the Aam Aadmi Party so far, because they say that there is no clarity as to what case is actually being probed by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, Vedant, the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained that the central government and the central agencies are out to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party, and that is basically their aim.
That's right, and in fact, several cases are being probed by both the central agencies. In fact, remember, Satyendra Jain was arrested in an entirely different case, and then you had Manish Sisodia's arrest, and then of course you had multiple other Aam Aadmi Party leaders being questioned. Amanatullah Khan, for example, was searched in another case. Then you have Sanjay Singh being arrested, and now Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well. Now all of it also happening, remember, in the run-up to crucial state elections, and of course in the build-up to 2024. Now what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying since last year, since the time of the MCD elections last year, since when all of this has been going on, since when the agency radar, Aam Aadmi Party has been on the agency radar, the Aam Aadmi Party maintains that this is political vendetta, and this is because the BJP has not been able to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party, in Delhi, and also because, the Aam Aadmi Party won the MCD elections 15 years. It was after 15 years that the BJP was defeated in the MCD elections here in the national capital. So the Aam Aadmi Party says that it is the party's increasing political success because of which the BJP is going after it. Because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party also, in just perhaps 10 years of its existence has two states in Gujarat as well. It contested elections and cut votes of the Congress party. Punjab, of course, now it's contesting in 3 states: Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh. In fact, there are states like Haryana where the Aam Aadmi Party is also won and performed exceedingly well in the panchayat polls or the municipal polls. So you have to also look at the political context in which the Aam Aadmi Party is making this allegation of political vendetta. Now the BJP, of course, maintains that these are separate scams and separate cases, and the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI and these central agencies are doing their job. So we must not politicize it, is what the BJP says. Now today, of course, the BJP has also planned protests at 10:30 here in the national capital, raking up the issue. The BJP has been demanding Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's resignation as well. So all of that politics playing out. But that aside, as far as the liquor policy case is concerned, of course, the heat on Arvind Kejriwal is of course there, given the fact that the ED is contemplating making the entire party an accused. But today remains to be seen whether Arvind Kejriwal actually appears before the ED at 11 a.m. or not. Sources saying unlikely.
Right, so our sources are informing Vedant that it's unlikely that Arvind Kejriwal will turn up for the summons at the Enforcement Directorate's office at 11 a.m. We are, of course, awaiting a confirmation from the Aam Aadmi Party. But Vedant, as you briefly touched upon this throughout your reports, the timing is notable. One cannot ignore that the state elections are around the corner, like you highlighted. The general election is around the corner, like you highlighted. Now, Arvind Kejriwal, as it is under the CBI and ED scanner, and now Rajkumar Anand.
That's right, and also remember Arvind Kejriwal is a part of the larger India bloc as well. In fact, he attended all the 3 meetings of the India Alliance as well. So it reflects poorly not just on the Aam Aadmi Party but also the entire opposition alliance. And the BJP and many experts have also pointed out as to why the opposition alliance is not coming out in strong support or condemnation of what they call political vendetta and unfair inquiry by central agencies. So that is also something that's a political narrative, and perhaps it gives the BJP chance to rake that up. Because remember, as far as the liquor policy case is concerned, now after the Supreme Court also made strong observations. In fact, the Supreme Court, when it was hearing Manish Sisodia's bail pleas, apart from saying that a money trail has been established, it also seemed that the Supreme Court has very much accepted what the CBI has said in its charge sheet. So that essentially means that the courts are also, in a sense, giving some level of validation to what the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate have said in their charge sheets. Now, multiple charges have been made, including the fact that there was a South cartel, the fact that kickbacks were received by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that money went into poll campaigns in Goa and Punjab. So if the Supreme Court actually believes the calculation of the CBI when it comes to the money trail, it gives agencies strong case to actually probe more leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, earlier in court, when Sanjay Singh was actually produced, the Enforcement Directorate had said that the entire party needs to be made an accused because the entire party was privy to what they call the money trail. In fact, which is why once the party is made an accused, then all leaders are under the scanner, and particularly the convener, the national convener, which is Arvind Kejriwal. So as you said, Parmeshwar, the timing, of course, is it's bad for the Aam Aadmi Party. It's an embarrassment because you have the national convener being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate at a time when he is holding public rallies and political meetings in poll-bound states, looking to make inroads, consolidating its state units, in states like Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, even Madhya Pradesh, and these are all new states for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Right.
The Aam Aadmi Party is not contested in these states before, not even contested municipal polls. So the timing indeed is important to look at.
Vedant, as always, thank you so much for joining us, not just with the latest updates, for contextualizing the entire matter for us. We're joined also by my colleague Vasudha Venugopal at the moment. Vasudha, the Aam Aadmi Party maintains that this is political vendetta. In fact, the timing, as Vedant has just reported in detail, is suspicious, considering Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned by the ED for 11 a.m. today. However, we do not have a confirmation whether he will turn up at 11 a.m. or not. And now, separately, we know that the ED is searching the premises linked to Rajkumar Anand. In fact, 10 premises are being searched.
Yes, Parmeshwar, I think the political ramifications of this episode are going to be huge because this is the fifth AAP leader who is under the scrutiny of investigating agencies. And, you know, not just investigation, the arrests are also happening. And also, if you see from Satyendra Jain to Sanjay Singh to Manish Sisodia, and now Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned, and now Rajkumar Anand is also under the scrutiny. So the political ramifications for this on Aam Aadmi Party is going to be huge because remember, the party just has come to power it's just been 2 years for the party in Punjab, and of course in Gujarat they did really well, coming second in 35 seats and reducing the Congress to worst ever performance in many decades to just 17 seats. So clearly the party was growing, and it was also becoming important in the India alliance. Because if you see, it was Arvind Kejriwal who managed to get other allies to agree to not support the Delhi ordinance. So that is why Aam Aadmi Party was going. But this hits at the core of Aam Aadmi Party because the party grew out of this anti-corruption movement, and fight against corruption is something that is seen as very integral to Arvind Kejriwal's approach. And now all four of his strong leaders, confidants, are under scrutiny of for corruption, and that's a huge embarrassment, like Vedant was saying. Not just embarrassment, but also it has ramifications for the party, because today when I see Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi with the CM being summoned and only junior ministers like Atishi or Sandeep Pathak or Mr. Bharadwaj actually standing and holding the fort, it basically also spells trouble for the party, because clearly the experienced leaders, the senior leaders, the ones who led the movement, are all behind bars or under scrutiny. So clearly a very difficult time for the Aam Aadmi Party, and in the coming days when India Alliance also sits together to decide on seat sharing and all, this is going to show an Aam Aadmi Party probably is going to lose the kind of importance that it was building ever since its Punjab victory.
Well, Vasudha, also this comes on the heels of the Aam Aadmi Party, member of the Aam Aadmi Party. There were raids taking place in Punjab in various locations just 2 days ago.
Yes, absolutely. In Punjab, also the same thing is happening. And today, Arvind Kejriwal has also been summoned. And of course, Aam Aadmi Party has been tight-lipped about its approach. We don't know if party workers are going to accompany him, if they're going to make a big show out of this, if he is actually going to go there. We don't know that. The party has been very quiet about it in the last 2 days. They just kept saying that he's going to get arrested, that he's going to get arrested. So we don't know what the party is going to go today. But in Punjab, of course, Bhagwant Mann has turned into a different, he's at least, he has a different avatar now, because he's sticking his neck out and saying that let's not go for an alliance with the Congress, and Aam Aadmi Party should go alone, and he is showing a lot of confidence, and he is insisting on going alone. But clearly, Parmeshwar, with all these raids happening, and with Aam Aadmi Party itself being a party, because ED has also said that Aam Aadmi Party was one of the beneficiary of the proceeds of crime. So that is a very serious charge for a party to have. And that also makes it difficult for the party's own campaign in Punjab and Delhi, two places where it is very strong, and also in other states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, where it is actually trying to expand its footprint.
Right, Vasudha, many questions are being raised as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned after Sanjay Singh's arrest. Like even he was not an accused, but he was a witness in the case, but he was arrested. Big questions being asked, and the Aam Aadmi Party claiming that Arvind Kejriwal will be arrested. That's if he makes it to the summoning by the Enforcement Directorate at 11 o'clock this morning.
Absolutely, Parmeshwar. So today we don't know if he's going to get, if he's going to make an appearance, because incidentally the party has been very quiet about its plans for today. Of course, the party is an entity that makes a show of things. It is a party that believes in symbolism. It's a party that believes in making a show, a spectacle of its protest. But today we don't know what the party is going to do. I'm told that, of course, it is something very serious, and the party is all united with Kejriwal. And let's see what happens. And today, of course, is an interesting thing for Mr. Kejriwal also. Of course, today will not be any action because he's just been summoned. But clearly, with 5 Aam Aadmi Party senior leaders under scrutiny or behind bars, it is, of course, a lot of trouble and for the Aam Aadmi Party, and also says a lot about its strategy in the coming days that it needs to plan.
Trouble on the heels of Manish Sisodia's bail plea being rejected on Monday, and here we have fresh searches taking place as far as Rajkumar Anand is concerned, another minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, on the same day that Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, news and updates continue. On the other side, we're slipping into a very short break for now.
Okay, so we're coming towards the end और ये है मेरा favorite section, guys. You know about it. It's Ask TG, जहाँ पे आपके सवाल होते हैं, मैं जवाब देता हूँ. तो let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या सवाल आए हैं, because I am ready with all my answers.
Hi TG, which mobile brands should we buy to support PM Modi's Make in India initiative?
Okay, I'll tell you something very honestly. Any phone in the market, when you see the label that it is made in India or assembled in India or something like that, go ahead, get it. That's my honest answer. आज अगर कोई फ़ोन बनता है इंडिया में तो हम देखते हैं कि कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आते हैं, कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया के बाहर से भी आते हैं और हम विद टाइम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आने शुरू हो जाएं. बट दिस नंबर is very difficult, you know, to go to 100% because ये बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल एक प्रोडक्ट है जहाँ पे बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स काम में आते हैं. Sometimes the protocol might not be supported. Sometimes this USB port is not sufficient to give you a display output. तो आप उस केस में Chromecast को यूज़ कर सकते हैं to cast your screen. I would say that would be an easier option. And if you can give more details about the exact model of tab that you're using या फिर आप किस तरीके से रन करना चाह रहे हैं, I might give you some more information. But as of now, I would say not all devices have the ports designed the same way. Sometimes the functionality is limited. तो आप ज़रूरी नहीं है कि उस displays का output ले पाएँ बाहर. You can use a wireless solution that way.
Hi, Technical Guruji. Is there any way at all to track my kids' smartphone usage?
Yes, very easy and it's very important as well. आपको ये काम करना चाहिए. Any phone, iPhone हो या Android phone हो, सभी में आपको screen time का option मिल जाता है. अलग-अलग नाम से आपको मिलेगा. But yes, your phone has that option. You can not just track it, you can even put a limit to it. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि your kid should not be watching YouTube for more than 30 minutes a day, आप वहाँ पे एक limit लगा सकते हैं. Same goes for all the apps, the phone in general, and in fact, you know, at the weekend, let's say, या हर दिन शाम को, you can have a look कि उस दिन में फ़ोन में कितना यूजेज हुआ है और कौन सी ऐप को कितनी देर के लिए यूज़ किया गया है. It's very easy and you should do it.
Hi Technical Guruji, I have been thinking of adding Apple CarPlay to my car, but I haven't been able to decide if I should get an add-on CarPlay unit or completely replace my entertainment unit. Please suggest.
It depends on the kind of car you have. कितनी पुरानी वो कार है, जो existing unit है, उसके क्या functions हैं, किस तरीके से पूरा setup है. I would say दोनों ही solutions अच्छे हो सकते हैं depending on your situation. जो अलग से एड ऑन आते हैं, इवन दोज आर वेरी फंक्शनल, लीस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ वायरिंग एंड ऑल इन्वॉल्व, बहुत ही ईजी प्लग एंड प्ले टाइप से आप एंजॉय कर सकते हैं कारप्ले इन योर कार. सेकेंड ऑप्शन ये है कि इफ़ यू रियली वांट टू हैव एन अपडेटेड एंटरटेनमेंट यूनिट, तो आप उस केस में फिर पूरा ही चेंज करवा सकते हैं. बट इट कम्प्लीटली डिपेंड्स ऑन विच कार यू हैव, हाउ ओल्ड इज इट, हाउ मच यू वांट टू स्पेंड इन दैट, एंड आप कितना ओपन है अबाउट दिस काइंड ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशन इन योर कार. तो घर पे जाके तुम गूगल कर लो, मेरे बारे में विकिपीडिया पे पढ़ लो. यू नो, दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी डू ऑन अ डेली बेसिस. मतलब हम सभी गूगल यूज करते हैं, हम सभी विकिपीडिया पे यूज करते हैं. बट डिड यू नो कि गूगल एक्चुअल में गूगल नहीं होना चाहिए था, वो होता गूगल. वहां से एक स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक की वजह से गूगल बन गया. अब हुआ ये, यू नो, जब स्टार्ट हुआ पूरा गूगल का आइडिया, आई टोल्ड यू पहले के एपिसोड में दैट द फर्स्ट नेम वाज बैकरब. अब बैकरब से नाम जब चेंज करना था तो द फाउंडर्स ऑफ गूगल, लैरी पेज एंड सर्गे ब्रिन, दे वर लुकिंग फॉर अ न्यू टर्म, और उनको एक टर्म मिलती है गूगल. गूगल का मतलब क्या होता है इन मैथमेटिक्स? इट्स नंबर वन फॉलोड बाय 100 zeros. तो आइडिया ये था कि अब इतनी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन को हम एक साथ दिखाने वाले हैं. इट क्लियरली सिग्निफाइज द वास्ट अमाउंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑनलाइन. तो वहां से दिमाग में वर्ड आ गया गूगल. लेकिन जब डोमेन खरीदने गए तो उस टाइम पे गलती से GOOGOL की जगह GLE टाइप हो गया और वहां से बना गूगल, जो आज हम सभी डेली बेसिस पे यूज करते हैं. बट डिड यू नो it was a spelling mistake that ended us with Google.
How does Bharat Pay make money?
That's my basic question.
So Bharat Pay makes money by facilitating, say, lending product, which is called cross-sell. We have partnered.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Delhi liquor scam, Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi's Chief Minister and the Chief of the Aam Aadmi Party is under the lens. Delhi's Chief Minister has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before their office at 11 o'clock this morning in Delhi. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over Delhi Chief Minister's ED summons. Will he appear or not is the big question. But the Aam Aadmi Party says that the BJP is out to destroy the party. The Aam Aadmi Party also claims that Mr. Kejriwal may be arrested.
Meanwhile, another Aam Aadmi Party minister is under the ED scanner. Rajkumar Anand's premises are currently being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Rajkumar Anand is Delhi's Welfare Minister.
Mahua Moitra to appear before the Lok Sabha panel today. BJP's fresh 47 login misuse charge has also, this is a fresh charge on the TMC MP.
Well, the Gaza government says at least 195 people were killed in the Jabalia strikes. As you can see, these are satellite images. And the UN says Israel's strikes on Jabalia refugee camp could be considered war crimes. Meanwhile, hundreds of foreigners and injured leave Gaza.
In the iPhone row, cyber watchdog to probe the Central Online Safety Agency. This is the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team will probe the opposition's claim of iPhone hacking attempts. The government agency has gone on to say that they will probe and a report is expected in a few weeks.
And India to square off against Sri Lanka today. As far as the ODI World Cup is concerned, India look to seal the semi-final berth.
And the Jawan turns a year younger. It's superstar SRK's birthday today. Lights, camera and action. It's been 58 years of stardom. Here's Shah Rukh Khan waving out to his fans as he celebrates his 50th birthday.
You are watching NDTV's Breakfast Bulletin. Our big focus this morning, Delhi's Social Welfare Minister is now under the ED scanner. This on a day that Arvind Kejriwal, the AAP chief, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate at 11 o'clock, but we do not have clarity on whether the AAP chief will turn up at the ED office at 11. Now Delhi's Social Welfare Minister is under the ED scanner and 9 premises linked to him are currently being searched.
That also includes his residence in the civil lines area. So that his residence has been raided this morning, and so are 9 other premises connected to the minister. Do remember that, like Parvesha was mentioning, that Arvind Kejriwal is also expected to appear before the Enforcement Directorate's office. That is expected in the national capital at about 11 o'clock, just 2 hours from now. A lot of uncertainty whether he'll actually turn up. But let's get you details about this particular case, which is unrelated to the Delhi liquor maker scam. This is in connection to money laundering. We have Vedanta joining us. Vedanta, get us details as to the basis of these searches which are being conducted in 9 different locations as well as his house. So that makes it 10 locations in total.
That's right. So as you mentioned earlier, it comes on a day when Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has also been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as far as Rajkumar Anand is concerned, veteran Aam Aadmi Party leader, also the Minister of Social Welfare. Now, this, as our ED reporters have been telling us, is related to a customs case and also related to some Hawala transactions. So, 10 premises not linked to the minister, but 10 premises linked to this particular case are being searched, which also includes, Minister Rajkumar Anand's residence as well in civil lines, very close to the Chief Minister's residence, where I currently come to you from. Now, as far as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's appearance before the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, I remember he has, a political meeting in Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh today. So I just spoke to his, some sources in the Aam Aadmi Party, and they say that that public meeting is important. And Arvind Kejriwal is likely to go to Madhya Pradesh, Singrauli, where the Aam Aadmi Party state unit president is also contesting from. So the Aam Aadmi Party chief will have to write to the Enforcement Directorate to seek deferment, after which the Enforcement Directorate will decide whether to give another date of summons or not. But still there is no clarity as far as Arvind Kejriwal's appearance is concerned, because remember last time when the CBI had summoned Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the party had made it to be a huge political issue. In fact, there were protests planned across the national capital, and today there has been no such plan given out by the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, here as well, if I take you through what's actually happening outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, well, there was some barricading outside. The barricading has been increased, and there's some security presence also that has been increased outside the Chief Minister's residence, but no on-record confirmation on whether he'll appear before the Enforcement Directorate or not. Now, why? Now, why, is the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, what is going to be its legal recourse, etc., that remains to be seen. But Arvind Gunasekar is now joining us also live from outside the Enforcement Directorate. So, Arvind, take us through both these aspects. One, of course, Rajkumar Anand being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in a separate case, a separate customs case, and also Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's appearance before the Enforcement Directorate. While the party says there's still no clarity, what are sources within the agency telling you?
Vedant, what we are learning from our sources is that Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, is unlikely to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today in connection with the Delhi liquor policy money laundering investigation. So our sources say the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has written to the Enforcement Directorate accusing or in fact alleging the Enforcement Directorate of acting at the behest of BJP. He has said that this particular notice that has been issued by the Enforcement Directorate just ahead of 5 state assembly elections is politically motivated, and he has said that the Enforcement Directorate should withdraw this particular notice that has been issued to him. According to him, that this particular notice has been issued to him only to prevent him from campaigning in the 5 state assembly elections, and that's why he has said that this is politically motivated, and that's why he has asked the Enforcement Directorate to withdraw the notice that has been issued to him. So in all likelihood, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. So he has sent this letter to the Enforcement Directorate, and then we have to see how Enforcement Directorate responds to this particular letter of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. So in all likelihood, the Enforcement Directorate will be issuing first summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. We are not sure whether the summons will be dated today itself, but in all likelihood, the Enforcement Directorate will not be entertaining this particular letter of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, wherein the Enforcement Directorate will be asking him to appear before the Enforcement Directorate in connection with this particular case. This is in respect to the notice that has been sent to Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal. But also on the other hand side, just meters away from Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out a search operation at one of his colleagues, that's Rajkumar Anand, who is the Social Welfare Minister of Delhi government. He is currently being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the money laundering investigation. This particular case was registered by the Enforcement Directorate, taking cognizance of a customs case, and based on that, the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at around 10 premises. That also includes the residential premises of Rajkumar Anand. Along with that, almost 5 to 6 associates of Rajkumar Anand are also currently being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Enforcement Directorate sources say this particular case originates from a customs related matter, and also some hawala transactions have also been brought under the radar of the Enforcement Directorate, and that's why the agency is currently carrying out searches at the premises of Rajkumar Anand. That's Rajkumar Anand. But on the other hand side, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is unlikely to appear before the Enforcement Directorate, wherein he has sent a letter to the Enforcement Directorate.
Right, Arvind, and what we are being told by the Aam Aadmi Party as well, and as Arvind was also just pointing out, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has now written to the Enforcement Directorate, and in fact in this letter he has said that this particular notice is politically motivated. So in rather strong words, Arvind Kejriwal says that the notice has been sent by the Enforcement Directorate at the behest of the BJP, at the behest of the central government, something that has been the charge of the Aam Aadmi Party since the beginning of the investigation. And in fact what Arvind Kejriwal has also said that this notice has been sent, or these summons have been sent to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal only to prevent him from campaigning in all the poll-bound states. In fact, just today, as I was telling you earlier as well, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal had a political meeting in Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh, where the Aam Aadmi Party State Unit President Rani Agarwal is also contesting from, so that crucial political meeting. But as Arvind is saying, the Enforcement Directorate is likely to issue a fresh summons or perhaps press on Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal actually appearing before the Enforcement Directorate as well. And Arvind, if you're still with us, now Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, they seem to be cornered in this entire liquor policy investigation, because the ED is now also contemplating to make the entire party an accused in this particular case. What was supposed to be the line of questioning as far as Arvind Kejriwal's appearance before the Enforcement Directorate today is concerned?
Vedant, the Enforcement Directorate has already told the Supreme Court during the bail hearing of former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, in which the Enforcement Directorate told the Supreme Court that they are contemplating in naming Aam Aadmi Party also as an accused in this case, because according to the Enforcement Directorate, that Aam Aadmi Party through several middlemen received almost 100 crore as kickbacks from companies that allegedly benefited out of this Delhi liquor policy. Out of these 100 crore, Aam Aadmi Party allegedly spent almost 40 odd crores in Goa Assembly elections, and that's where, according to the Enforcement Directorate, that Aam Aadmi Party is the beneficiary of these proceeds of crime, and that's where they have decided, they are contemplating sought a legal opinion to name Aam Aadmi Party also as an accused in this case. With that as the stand of Enforcement Directorate, Kejriwal being the convener of Aam Aadmi Party also, and that seems to be imperative on the premises on which the Enforcement Directorate has issued summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Apart from that, the Enforcement Directorate has also got some of the statements from other accused in this case, including Samir Mahendru, who has told the Enforcement Directorate allegedly that he spoke to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal through Vijay Nair, and that seems to be one of the ground on which the Enforcement Directorate also wants to question Kejriwal. Along with that, very importantly, the then Secretary to former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who was holding the excise portfolio, he has also given a statement to both CBI and ED, wherein he had said that he received the draft copy of the Delhi liquor policy from Manish Sisodia at the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal. So that's where the agency wants to know how was this particular policy framed, and what were the reasons of enhancing the profit margin from 5 to 12%, etc. These are the questions that the Enforcement Directorate, answers that the Enforcement Directorate wants to get from Kejriwal. But now Kejriwal has written to Enforcement Directorate saying that this particular notice is politically motivated just to prevent him from campaigning in the 5 state assembly elections, and that's why he has asked the Enforcement Directorate to withdraw the notice. So now in all likelihood, the Enforcement Directorate will be rejecting the response of Kejriwal, and then the Enforcement Directorate will be issuing fresh summons to him. But it's a political battle for now, with Kejriwal taking it to public forum. As of this moment, Kejriwal has not challenged the summons in any of the courts, but with the second summons coming from Enforcement Directorate with just a matter of time, then we have to see whether Kejriwal will be moving court challenging the summons that have been issued by the Enforcement Directorate.
Absolutely, Arvind, and as you also pointed out that, it's also a political battle now, of course, given the fact that the BJP is raking this issue up. You have BJP protests also planned today here in the national capital, and, the BJP continues to demand the resignation of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well, also questioning as to why the opposition alliance is not coming out in strong support of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Here, if I show you, security has been ramped up. There's a heavy barricading also outside the Rajghat area, because, of course, there was news of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. But as Arvind is pointing out, now an extremely scathing letter, rather scathing letter being written by Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal saying this is political vendetta and that he was given this summons to prevent him from campaigning in poll-bound states, asking the ED to, in a sense, retract its summons. And as Arvind is reporting, the Enforcement Directorate is likely to issue a fresh summons and reject this letter. But legally, of course, what the Aam Aadmi Party is telling us, and many from within the Aam Aadmi saw what the Supreme Court also said as a huge setback, because a lot of them, I can tell you personally, were pinning a lot of hopes to the Supreme Court, on the Supreme Court as far as their legal recourse is concerned, and perhaps it is end of road, at least as far as Arvind Kejriwal's closest aide and former Deputy Manish Sisodia is concerned. And Arvind, what the Supreme Court also said that day was extremely important, in a sense, that 338 crore figure that the Supreme Court said based on what the CBI had said, also important. So in a sense, those remarks also make the central agency's case stronger against the Aam Aadmi Party.
Yeah, Vedant, the Supreme Court judgment in Manish Sisodia's bail plea was shot in the arm for the Enforcement Directorate at least, and that's where a day after Supreme Court judgment in Manish Sisodia's case, the Enforcement Directorate shot off a notice to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And if you could read the judgment that has been pronounced by the Supreme Court has calculated the alleged profit for the liquor companies with the enhanced profit margin from 5 to 12%. The old liquor policy had a profit margin of 5%, but the new liquor policy had a profit margin of 12% for the liquor companies, wholesale distributors. And that's 7%. The enhanced profit margin from 5 to 12% is 7%. And that's where the Supreme Court has calculated, based on the arguments of both CBI and ED, that the liquor companies in a span of 10 months with the 7% enhanced profit margin made a profit of almost 338 crore. That's huge amount, and that seems to be the calculation that the Supreme Court has done for attributing this 338 crore as proceeds of crime in the Delhi liquor policy. Out of this 338 crore proceeds of crime, the Enforcement Directorate has alleged that the liquor companies gave 100 crore as kickbacks to Aam Aadmi Party, and that's the CBI's case. But this 338 crore, which is profit for the liquor companies, has been construed as proceeds of crime, and that's why the Supreme Court has said, with Enforcement Directorate establishing this 338 crore as proceeds of crime, and that's where the court has said that there is no ground to grant bail to Manish Sisodia in this case. And with Supreme Court also in a way accepting the arguments of the Enforcement Directorate, and that seems to be a shot in the arm for the Enforcement Directorate, and that gave them the strength that armed with that particular order, the Enforcement Directorate has now summoned Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to be questioned in this case.
That's right, Arvind. And in fact, when the CBI had also, summoned him earlier, one point that was highlighted constantly was that he is not an accused in this particular case. He was summoned as a witness. And, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party being made an accused is concerned, of course, the convener is somebody who's completely cornered then, and which is why the ED had also perhaps summoned him. But talking about whether the ED is also likely to make Arvind Kejriwal an accused in this particular case, because, of course, what the Aam Aadmi Party says whenever we speak to them is that they are fearing an arrest which is perhaps incumbent on Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. So provide clarity on this. How important is it for the central agency to make Arvind Kejriwal an accused before he could possibly be arrested?
Vedant, let's say for sure that CBI is unlikely to name him as an accused in the charge sheet, at least for now. That's the information that we are learning from our sources, because in no files relating to Delhi liquor policy, Kejriwal has signed it. So he is not the signatory authority for any of the files. In fact, the CBI also questioned him because the CBI wanted some clarifications from him relating to this particular policy, because he headed the cabinet and this particular policy was given ex post facto approval by the Delhi cabinet, because according to our sources in CBI, that this particular policy was placed before the Delhi cabinet at least twice before it was granted ex post facto approval. In both those occasions, the cabinet headed by Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal has deferred the Delhi liquor policy from giving approval, but it was given post facto approval, and that's where the Central Bureau of Investigation wanted more clarifications on this particular aspect from CBI, and that on that ground he was questioned. And at least for now, CBI has not taken a call to name Kejriwal as an accused, because even now Kejriwal is just a witness when it comes to CBI's case. But that's not the case in Enforcement Directorate, because Enforcement Directorate is just looking into the money trail aspect of a predicate offence. CBI is looking into the corruption angle, and Enforcement Directorate is looking into how this particular money or the alleged kickbacks was put in use by the Aam Aadmi Party. With Enforcement Directorate almost finalizing to name Aam Aadmi Party as an accused in the case, that means that Aam Aadmi Party has to be represented by someone, and Kejriwal being the convener of the case, and Aam Aadmi Party, even if Aam Aadmi Party is named as an accused in the charge sheet, then Kejriwal has to be the representative of Aam Aadmi Party, and he has to stand before the trial in this particular case. Even though if Enforcement Directorate decides not to name Kejriwal as an accused individually for allegedly benefiting out of this proceeds of crime, if Aam Aadmi Party is named as an accused, that means that it has to be represented by its head, that is Kejriwal. So in all likelihood, if Aam Aadmi Party is named as an accused, that means that Kejriwal will be standing trial before the court of law as a representative of Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely, Arvind. And in fact, as we've been seeing how this has been playing out in the past couple of months, multiple Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal's very close aide, Bibhav, also facing agency heat. So, of course, the agency is really gunning for the Aam Aadmi Party, including top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, it reflects poorly politically as well, if you look at how this has played out, because, of course, as I said, his closest aide, Bibhav, have faced agency heat. Of course, one of his closest aides, Manish Sisodia, former Deputy Chief Minister, also somebody who was heading the Excise Department. He is in jail. You have Sanjay Singh, perhaps, who was also not an accused. He was a witness as well. He has been arrested by the central agencies as well. You have leaders like Jasmine Shah facing facing agency heat. You have Vijay Nair. So, of course, it reflecting poorly on the Aam Aadmi Party at a very crucial time. We also have to look at the timing of it all, coming right ahead of crucial state elections. Arvind Kejriwal is looking to make inroads in poll-bound states, including Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, and as I said earlier, also these are all new states for the Aam Aadmi Party. And very interestingly, the Aam Aadmi Party contesting on all seats, more than 60 seats, in fact, in states like Madhya Pradesh. So that is, of course, extremely interesting. But Arvind, also looking at how the opposition alliance is actually viewing these developments, because remember, something that the BJP has said time and again is that the opposition alliance is not coming out as strongly in terms of condemning these summons, in terms of backing Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to these summons and calling it political vendetta. Because something that the Aam Aadmi Party earlier used to say was that when Rahul Gandhi was facing the heat as far as that defamation case was concerned, the Aam Aadmi Party came out in support of the Congress and came out in support of Rahul Gandhi. How is the opposition alliance? How do you think are they reacting? Because the BJP is really raking up this issue.
When it comes to India Alliance on this aspect of issuing summons to ED, summons to Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal, we have already seen Trinamool Congress Chief Mamata Banerjee coming out strongly against the against the Enforcement Directorate, in support of Aam Aadmi Party, wherein she has said that this is again a case of politically motivated action by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, almost all the alliance partners of a united opposition alliance India, that they have taken a unanimous call on this, that they have always maintained that the central agencies, both CBI and ED, are being politically used by the central ruling government, which is BJP in centre, against the opposition members. In fact, they have also given a strong statement saying that the centre should stop misusing both the central agencies, CBI and ED, and also IT for that fact, against the opposition members. And that this is one in that series, according to the opposition parties, that now they have issued summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Even Congress has also taken the same stand, that if there is a bona fide case, then the agencies can investigate, but the agencies should not be misused at the hands of ruling party in centre for its political dividends.
Absolutely, Arvind. And coming back to the liquor policy case as well, as we've covered it in the past 1 year, there are multiple angles to it, a lot to unpack. But perhaps some of the most scathing charges as far as the liquor policy case is concerned, of course, which first came up in an LG report, are also to do with the South cartel and how there were, hundreds of crores of kickbacks that the Aam Aadmi Party allegedly received, and that was used as, money by the Aam Aadmi Party or funds by the Aam Aadmi Party for poll campaigns in states like Goa and Punjab. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is all, these are all politically motivated charges. But those kickbacks and how allegedly they were used for poll campaigns, that perhaps seems to be the central charge. And also the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party increased the margin for certain distributors and certain vendors to benefit. These two seem to be the most important charges. One, of course, that alleged kickbacks were received by the Aam Aadmi Party, which was used for political benefit, and of course the fact that the margin was increased to favor certain vendors, certain liquor vendors. These two seem to be the most important central charges as far as this entire case is concerned. The Aam Aadmi Party also, increased, reported an increased revenue as far as the state exchequer is concerned. But unpack some of the most important charges for us as far as the liquor policy case is concerned, Arvind.
Vedant, the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is probing the corruption angle in this particular case, has laid the foundation on this case, built the case on two very important grounds. One, how this liquor policy was framed, from old policy to new policy. What were the tweaks that have been done in the new policy that allegedly benefited some of the liquor companies? That's one. Second, the case is that how Aam Aadmi Party or the public executives, political executives in this case, allegedly benefited out of this particular new liquor policy. These two are the ground on which the Central Bureau of Investigation has built the case. According to the CBI, the old policy has a profit margin of 5%, whereas the new policy, the profit margin was enhanced to 12%. That's an increase of 7%. And that's why CBI is asking the political executives in this particular case, the logic behind enhancing the profit margin from 5 to 12%. How did Aam Aadmi Party or how did the cabinet headed by Delhi CM Kejriwal, or for that fact, the former Delhi's excise minister, how did he fix the profit margin as 12%? What's the reason behind enhancing the profit margin from 5 to 12%? That seems to be one of the questions that the Central Bureau of Investigation has built the case around which. Also very importantly, if the profit margin was increased from 5 to 12%, that's an enhanced profit of 7%. Which are the liquor companies benefited out of this enhanced profit of 7%? So if at all liquor companies benefited out of this 7% enhanced profit, did those companies give any kickbacks to or any bribe to political executives in this particular case? This is the Central Bureau of Investigation's case. Coming to Enforcement Directorate case, Enforcement Directorate taking cognizance of CBI's FIR that the profit margin was enhanced by 7%, and some of the liquor companies benefited out of the 7% profit margin. In turn, they gave some kickbacks to Aam Aadmi Party leaders. So, if CBI's cases that Aam Aadmi Party leaders received, let's say, some 30 to 40 crore as advance kickbacks from liquor companies that allegedly benefited out of this policy, how did Aam Aadmi Party leaders use this 30 to 40 crore? And that's the money trail that the Enforcement Directorate is looking into, whereas CBI is looking into the corruption angle. That why was the policy changed? The profit margin was enhanced to 12%, and how many liquor companies benefited out of it, and did those companies give any kickback to Aam Aadmi Party leaders? That's CBI's investigation, and Enforcement Directorate is saying that if at all if Aam Aadmi Party's leaders received those kickbacks, how did they use that money? And that seems to be the two separate investigations that the CBI and Enforcement Directorate is carrying forward, and that's where they have brought in several leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, right from Vijay Nair to Manish Sisodia to Satyendra Jain to Sanjay Singh. Now finally, the case has reached the doorsteps of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Arvind, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Of course, as Arvind is reporting there, two separate angles being probed by the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI. Of course, the CBI looking at the corruption angle, and ED, in a sense, looking at the money trail as to where these alleged kickbacks were actually used. Because remember, the charges initially were that this money was used for poll campaigns, for election campaigns of the Aam Aadmi Party in states like Punjab and Goa back then, and it was after the newly formed liquor policy was actually withdrawn. And in fact, let's dip in and listen into what Saurabh Bhardwaj is saying, because now Arvind Kejriwal has written a scathing letter. Remains to be seen whether he actually skips summons or not. Listen in.
और पार्टी को कुचलने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर कोशिश कर रही है।
राजकुमार आनंद आम आदमी पार्टी के मिनिस्टर हैं, दिल्ली के मिनिस्टर हैं, उनके घर ईडी की रेड सुबह चल रही है और 9 अन्य जगहों पर भी चल रही है।
देखिए, राजकुमार आनंद जी का दोष ये है कि वो आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक हैं, पहली बार चुने गए विधायक हैं और आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री हैं। अंग्रेज़ों के ज़माने में भी अगर किसी के घर पे आपको सर्च करनी होती थी तो कोर्ट से सर्च वारंट की ज़रूरत पड़ती थी, क्योंकि अंग्रेज भी ये मानते थे कि किसी पुलिस या किसी एजेंसी को अगर आपने हक दे दिया कि वो किसी के भी घर में घुस के जांच कर ले, तो फिर तो दहशत का माहौल होगा हर जगह, इसलिए कोर्ट्स सर्च वारंट देते थे। मगर आज ईडी को किसी कोर्ट के वारंट की जरूरत नहीं है। ईडी के अफसर खुद तय करते हैं कि उनको आज किसके घर पे छापा मारना। और खास बात यह है, छापा सिर्फ अपोजिशन पार्टी के यहाँ ही मारा जाता है। अब तक ज़्यादातर राज्यों के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, इनके मुख्यमंत्री हैं, कितने मंत्री और मुख्यमंत्रियों के यहाँ आज तक छापा पड़ा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के? भारतीय जनता पार्टी बताए। ईडी स्वायत्त है, कानून अपना काम कर रहा है। ये गाना गाने से कानून की बात नहीं होती है। आप बताइए, ज़्यादातर राज्यों में आपकी सरकारें हैं, कैग की रिपोर्ट आपके खिलाफ आती है, आपके ऊपर इंटरनेशनल अखबारों के अंदर हज़ारों करोड़ के लेन देन के जो है आरोप लगते हैं, ईडी क्यों नहीं जाती है जांच करने? सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक पार्टी को कुचलने की कवायद है और जो है एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग है। और इतना दुरुपयोग मुझे नहीं लगता कि अंग्रेज़ों ने भी कभी किया होगा जितना दुरुपयोग केंद्र सरकार कर रही है।
इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट में 10 ठिकाने
Minister Arvind Kejriwal to skip the ED summons. He was summoned at 11 o'clock this morning. He has, in fact, gone on to respond to the ED notice, saying it's illegal, politically motivated, and the notice was sent at BJP's behest. The notice is to stop me from campaigning, is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. This comes at a time when another minister of the Aam Aadmi Party has also had raids this morning. Searches have been conducted at his premises in the civil lines area as well as other areas as well. This is Rajkumar Anand. The searches are linked to a customs case, and Anand is suspected of being involved in a hawala transaction. Let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in. Let's listen in to Shehzad Poonawala.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party should realize today is not a time for dharna and drama. Today is a time for daitva nibana, which means you go and answer the agencies and don't play victimhood card, give the report card of your corruption. Stop playing this vendetta card all the time. Are the courts against you? Are the courts doing vendetta against you? The Supreme Court is doing vendetta when it says Sharab Ghotala has taken place. 338 crore rupees money trail is established. Is the Supreme Court, High Court, Lower Court against you when it denies bail to Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, Vijay Nair for months on end? Are they all against you? And even Congress party has issued statements that you are personally responsible for this corruption, that you have taken bribes in this matter. Ajay Makan to Anil Chaudhary have made these statements. Are they also vindictive against you? Today the question is that those who started their journey against corruption and India against corruption with Anna Hazare as their mentor have come to justification for corruption under the leadership of Lalu Prasad Yadav. First they used to say that we will take the resignation and then there will be investigation. Today they say whatever is the investigation, whatever is the court order, we will not give our resignation. Mr. Kejriwal, if you have any sense of propriety left, you should be giving a resignation for defending the Kattar Beima, for trying to subvert the entire process of investigation. And please tell us, isn't it true that 2.5% commission was increased to 12% with your active connivance, and there is proof to this effect? That with your active connivance, the wholesale was given to the private sector? That it was you who spoke to Samir Mahindra of Hindu Spirits and told him that Vijay Nair is your boy? Now the answer should be given as to how much corruption was done by the Aam Aadmi Party, how much money was received by the Aam Aadmi Party and its leadership, and that if there was no corruption, then why did you switch from the new policy to the old policy? Isn't it true that the Aam Aadmi Party has indulged in corruption, and now when the time is coming to give the answers for this, you are once again playing a victimhood card and doing justification of corruption?
All right, so the BJP there raking up the issue. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal has now written a scathing letter, a scathing response to the Enforcement Directorate, saying that this is all politically motivated, and also asking the Enforcement Directorate to retract its summons. Remains to be seen when the Enforcement Directorate actually issues a fresh summons. But of course, for now, there seems to be the possibility is more that Arvind Kejriwal is not likely to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. He also has a political meeting scheduled in Madhya Pradesh's Singrauli. There is there's some activity here outside the Chief Minister's residence. Leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party visiting Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. But what seems to be increasingly clear that today Arvind Kejriwal is unlikely to appear before the Enforcement Directorate, and the BJP raking it up. The BJP saying that now it's Arvind Kejriwal and his party who are answerable, and there are many unanswered questions, including of course the money trail that the Supreme Court mentioned. We'll take a short break now. There's more news on the other side.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news to in-depth analysis. Covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology.
Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है. मे बी यू आर ऑन अ वेब पेज, या मे बी यू आर रीडिंग अ बुक लेट्स से, या अगर कुछ भी बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्स्ट है, कई बार बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस आ जाते हैं. समटाइम्स इट्स दिस लेजी फीलिंग, या समटाइम्स इट्स मोर कन्वीनियंट कि अगर कोई आपको वो सब चीज़ें पढ़ के सुना दे. लेट मी गिव यू अ टेक टिप. आपके फ़ोन में एक इनबिल्ट ऑप्शन होता है टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच का. Either you are using Android or iOS, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, दोनों केसेस में आपको ये ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा. You just need to dig deep into the accessibility settings, और वहाँ से you can even customize the output speech options कि आपको किस स्पीड में वो स्पीच चाहिए, या फिर किस टाइप की आपको वॉइस चाहिए, और आप बड़े आराम से जो भी आपके स्क्रीन पे है वो सुन सकते हैं.
Text to speech is a feature that reads digital text aloud. Words on a computer or other digital device can be converted into audio using this.
कभी-कभी ये आलस के मारे आप करेंगे, कभी-कभी करेंगे आप कन्वीनियंस के मामले में, बट इट्स अ नाइस टिप टू फॉलो कि आप आपके स्क्रीन पे जो भी है वो सुन भी सकते हैं, बिकॉज व्हाट यू आर यूजिंग इज नॉट अ डम फोन, इट्स अ स्मार्टफोन, सो मेक यूज ऑफ इट.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, बट व्हाट यू नीड इज एवरीथिंग एल्स. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूं एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. गो बियॉन्ड द नाउ.
Iran warning Israel not to go after Hamas in the Gaza Strip. I think they're revealing what their real agenda is.
Israel as a democratic country should not target civilians for revenge.
80% of the Israeli people today would love to see Netanyahu go home as soon as possible.
When it comes to Hamas, ISIS terror organization, there is no solution with them. Diplomatic would not, we would not risk having the same attack occur again on Israel.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
To understand the whole thing, let me explain to you that how does it work. There are various players, NPCIs, one place, and they get their switching fee.
Parliamentary login with businessman Hiranandani. While remaining silent on the bribery allegations, the businessman has admitted to posting questions on Mahua Moitra's parliamentary login, and if proved, this could comprise a breach of parliamentary privilege and enough to get her expelled from the House. Ms. Moitra, who has been accused of conspiracy along with serious breach of privilege and contempt of the House, said the Ethics Committee may not be the appropriate forum to examine allegations of alleged criminality because it lacks the power to examine such allegations. She also repeated her demand to cross-examine businessman Darshan Hiranandani. So, Mahua Moitra to appear before before the Ethics Committee panel today. This is in connection with the alleged bribery case. She has refuted the allegations, but however, she has admitted to giving her login to businessman Hiranandani in order to pose questions on his behalf as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. And while remaining silent as far as bribery allegations are concerned, the businessman has also admitted to posting questions on Mahua Moitra's parliamentary login. And if that is proved, this would comprise breach of parliamentary privilege and enough to get Mahua Moitra expelled from the House. Do remember that we have Mahua Moitra, who will be, in fact, appearing before that committee today, that panel. She has been accused of conspiracy along with serious breach of privilege and contempt of House, and has gone on to say that the Ethics Committee may not be the appropriate forum to examine allegations of alleged criminality. That is what she came ahead and said yesterday. She went on to post this on X as well. She has also said that this is because it lacks the power to examine such allegations. She has in fact repeatedly been demanding that she should be allowed to cross-examine businessman Darshan Hiranandani. And Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. He was to appear before the Enforcement Directorate at 11 o'clock this morning. But Arvind Kejriwal has responded to that notice by the ED, saying that it's illegal and is politically motivated. Arvind Kejriwal goes on to say that this notice has been sent at the behest of the BJP and that the notice is to stop me from campaigning. Do remember, Arvind Kejriwal is on a campaign trail, and this is, he is asking the government to take back the notice immediately is what Arvind Kejriwal, that is how he has responded. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear for questioning in a money laundering case related to the now scrapped excise policy. The same case has already led to the arrest of his former deputy Manish Sisodia in February this year. To remember, Manish Sisodia's bail plea got rejected on Monday. Just hours after that, it was Arvind Kejriwal, the convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, who was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. And the summons have been sent to Arvind Kejriwal. He is supposed to appear before their office in the national capital at 11 o'clock this morning. But this is how the Enforcement Directorate is expecting Arvind Kejriwal to appear today this morning. In the case in which Manish Sisodia is already in jail since February. Also, Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh has been arrested for the same case on the 4th of October. Do remember, he wasn't named as an accused but a witness, and still Sanjay Singh has been arrested. Even in this particular case, the CBI has already questioned Arvind Kejriwal in the month of April. Do remember, he was not an accused but a witness, and the CBI questioned him for 9 hours in the month of April when he was questioned. This is the first time, however, that the Enforcement Directorate will be questioning the Chief Minister of Delhi. The judges have gone on to say a money trail of 338 crore rupees has been tentatively established. Mr. Kejriwal had been questioned by the CBI, but this will be the first time that he will be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, and that is if he turns up. There's uncertainty regarding Arvind Kejriwal reaching the Enforcement Directorate office today at 11 o'clock. The Aam Aadmi Party leader, as well as Delhi's Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj, has gone on to say that the central government has only one objective in mind, and that is to destroy their party, the Aam Aadmi Party, at any cost whatsoever. For this, they are leaving no stone unturned, and they are in fact going ahead. The Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that they're creating a fake case. The idea is to send Arvind Kejriwal to jail and destroy the Aam Aadmi Party. That is how the Aam Aadmi Party is reacting. This is Arvind Kejriwal, who is meant to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. He has been summoned to reach there at their office in Delhi at 11 o'clock this morning. But Arvind Kejriwal has responded, saying that the notice is illegal, is politically motivated. It's been sent at the behest of the BJP. He has, in fact, gone on to say that they need to take back the notice immediately. Well, we have, to get more on this, we have Deshratan Nigam, political analyst and lawyer, joining us. Also, we have Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst, joining us on the broadcast to get us more on this. Let me go across to Tehseen Poonawala first. Tehseen, we don't know, we're not sure if Arvind Kejriwal is going to make it, to the Enforcement Directorate's office today. It seems very unlikely. He has gone on to react and saying that this is politically, motivated, and how, this is something that needs to be taken back. Of course, this comes on the heels of Sanjay Singh, who was arrested in connection with the same case. He is not an accused, he is a witness. However, Sanjay Singh was also arrested on the same grounds. The Aam Aadmi Party there claiming that Arvind Kejriwal will get arrested if he reaches the Enforcement Directorate's office today for questioning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Good morning to all your viewers and Deshratan Nigamji. And I have a suggestion for the present union government. My suggestion is, and they should take it very seriously, change the name of ED to BD. BD means Bajrang Dal, because the ED is acting as an arm of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The evidence against Sanjay Singh, because you named him, and against the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi is as much as the Honorable Prime Minister's press conferences, zero. Make somebody a witness, then you call them, make them an accused, and you put them in jail. And I'm astounded, I feel terrible that liberty is being taken away this way. Even in the case of Manish Sisodia, because I heard in your introduction, and you rightly said, the Honorable Supreme Court said tentatively 338 crore money trail is established. I just want to tell your viewers one thing before I hand over the floor to Deshratan Nigamji. In ED, it is almost next to impossible to get bail, because of the twin provisions of how draconian Enforcement Directorate is, and the twin provisions of you have to be convinced, the court has to be convinced that you're innocent, and you are presumed to be guilty until you prove yourself innocent. But how do you prove yourself innocent? Because in a bail matter, the court does not get into the merits of the case. So it is a terrible draconian law, almost making it impossible to get bail. So this rhetoric that BJP spokesperson, supporters or lawyers of support BJP says, oh, even the Supreme Court did not give bail, the courts cannot, because the presumption is you're guilty. So even after charge sheet is filed, all the agency has to come and says, we've tentatively found some link, and then you're presumed guilty until you prove yourself innocent. It is draconian, it is terrible, and it is being misused terribly against all opposition leaders.
Well, let's just get Deshratan Nigam as well. The Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that there's only one objective as far as the central government is concerned, and that is to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party and to arrest Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, in fact, let us look at factually and cut the rhetoric out And once the same bundle of facts are leading to Sanjay Singh's arrest, Manish Sisodia's arrest, and Arvind Kejriwal's name has been mentioned quite a few times in the previous charge sheets, it was obvious for, in fact, the ED to question and summon Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. And I'm not prophesying that he'll be arrested or not, but the pattern does appear to be the same because there are provisions, as Tehseen clearly pointed out. You are guilty till proven innocent. And this law had come during the time of the Congress. It is not the BJP who has made this law, upheld by the Supreme Court. And therefore, we are not challenging the constitutionality here that the Supreme Court has, further is considering. They will decide which way to go. But the fact remains, Arvind Kejriwal admitted in so many words, and Congress's Delhi leadership attacked him time and again on this very issue that he is guilty. He scrapped this policy saying 900 crore rupees loss has been taken by the government in this particular case, and therefore he scrapped it. They need to explain, and that investigation has to continue. However high you might be, the law will finally catch up with you. Corruption is like a termite which eats away the nation. It affects the entire society. Now to think about washing machine, BJP, anybody who joins BJP, gets a clean chit or something, that does not absolve you from the particular crime or that you have committed. That may be another thing, that may be something that the parties may take to the court, and the courts will finally decide. They can file a private complaint. Tehseen Poonawalla is good at it. You can also go and file it. You filed so many cases and have got few landmark judgments also. The fact remains none of the parties are going against all those and filing private complaints. The perception they may be trying to build and the inherent contradictions in the Indic alliance, as you talk about, is the Congress attacks the Samajwadi Party. Most of the cases you see against Samajwadi Party or BSP or the Congress are on the complaints of each other, whether against TMC also. So they are the ones who started it, and they are being taken to the logical conclusion. Anti-corruption movement leader came out from the use and misuse of Anna Hazare. Now is steeped in so much of corruption. Believe me, Delhi Jal Board scam is waiting. The marshal's appointment in the DTC buses is waiting. I mean, so there is so much in line, and then corruption has to be stamped out. Remember prior to 2014 era, where people only talked about corruption. Most of these cases are from that era, which are being taken to logical conclusion now. It does take a lot of time in the court so far as these ED cases are concerned. Out of 24 cases taken to logical conclusion, 24 convictions have taken place. So you can imagine the high rate of conviction which is there.
Right.
So
Tehseen Poonawalla, please come in here.
I have so much respect for Deshratan Nigamji, but ED's conviction rate is 0.5%. Yes, he's right. The 24 cases that have reached conclusion, all of those cases were filed in UPA tenure. Again, during the current government, the cases filed, as much as the Honorable Prime Minister's press conference, is zero. But there are two very pertinent points that I want to make regarding to ED. Yes, the ED did come in during the time of Atalji, notified by then the Congress government, but the draconian PMLA provisions were brought in by the present union government. In fact, they were brought in as a finance bill. They didn't even go to Rajya Sabha. That's what's made it so draconian. Let's forget the technical arguments, because I know that bail doesn't happen. You know bail doesn't happen in court. Deshratan Nigamji knows bail doesn't happen in court. Ask your viewers one thing who are watching this morning. Why is every rich man above 50 to 70 crore rupees buying a house in Dubai, Singapore, or Australia and America? Why are they moving out? Every single businessman, because because it has become a terrible machine by the government to harass not just opposition, even businessmen. And the problem with this is eventually your economy will start collapsing. I am saying this as a warning. Stop this misuse of PMLA the way it's happening. And courts need to stand up and strike it down. I agree with Deshratan Nigamji. Courts haven't struck it down. Lower courts are not giving bail. Just imagine, for somebody like Manish Sisodia or others, your constitutional court is sitting on bail. How many people can read the constitutional court when bail, not jail, is your right? And your constitutional courts are sitting on bail. Just imagine what we are going through as a society, as a democratic society.
Tejratan Nigam, let's talk about the timing of this. This comes on the day when another Aam Aadmi Party minister has his premises have been, in fact, searched this morning, including other premises. This is in connection to another case. But the Aam Aadmi Party, on a whole, the same thing we saw in Punjab just 2 days ago. So, the central agency is going after the Aam Aadmi Party, whether it is in this case or other cases as well.
Well, let me tell you, the ED is going after corruption. Let's not say they are going after Aam Aadmi Party. If corruption is found, it has to be taken to logical conclusion. We are talking about corruption which affects the nation adversely. So that has to be the focus. And anybody who indulges in corruption has to be behind bars under the PMLA. Please remember. However, the Supreme Court, after looking at the material while, refusing bail to Manish Sisodia, prima facie, because it's a bail, they cannot give a conclusive finding. It has to go through a trial process. Even if the Supreme Court knows from the material these are conclusive findings, they will not say so, because this was about bail. So the law on the bail is very clear. Any observations made in the bail will not affect the trial. So tentatively they have found the money trail. Obviously, it has to be established by the prosecution beyond reasonable doubt, and then the question comes into whether the person is innocent or not. This is a law which was, brought in on the UN resolution because of money laundering which was taking place on account of drug. The Indian Parliament, extended the scope and nature of this particular law and brought in various other, predicate offenses and made a schedule in this particular act. And therefore, they enlarge, because keeping the Indian circumstances and Parliament being sovereign, they can enlarge. They are not bound by UN resolution, but certainly they can enlarge it also, which they did. It's a menace in India. And therefore, the corruption is the target, not the political parties. And if political parties are indulging in corruption, their leaders are indulging in corruption, they have to be prosecuted and taken to logical conclusion. Courts will finally, decide and pass judgments whether a person is guilty or innocent. But to say that ED should stop functioning, should not do anything, I think that would be travesty of justice.
Right, but it's the Aam Aadmi Party claiming that, the central agencies will leave no stone unturned, including creating a fake case. Tehseen Poonawala.
Yeah, just look at, I'll answer yours and then I'll answer Deshratan Nigambai's points. Just look at the pattern of Bajrang Dal, or ED as I call it. Kolkata elections, they go after Abhishek Banerjee. Tamil Nadu elections, they go after Stalin and his son. Another state elections, they go after the other opposition, Hemant Soren. Right now, Rajasthan, they've gone after Ashok Gehlot ji and Vaibhav Gehlot. You remember that they said that they had a tennis court of Karti Chidambaram in Spain. Where is that tennis court? You remember they said they had a swimming pool in Mumbai. Where is that swimming pool? You remember they said DK Shiv Kumar 90 crores was fined. Where is that 90 crores? These guys come out and say anything. I agree with what Deshratan Nigamji said, that our parliament expanded the scope under PMLA. But how did they expand the scope? Only in Lok Sabha by a finance bill. Why didn't you take it to a Rajya Sabha so you would have got expanded? Was the aim of this act for terrorism and money laundering, and if it's for corruption, why couldn't Rajya Sabha debate it? One last point I want to ask.
Yeah, Tehseen, sorry, we're completely out of time. So sorry, Tehseen Poonawala and Deshratan Nigam, thank you so much for joining us. We will keep discussing this matter, and the big question, if Arvind Kejriwal will make it to the ED office this morning at 11 or not. We'll get you all the details on the other side of a very short break.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
फ्रेंड्स, इन दिस सेगमेंट मैं आपके साथ में कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर करने वाला हूं अबाउट योर गैजेट्स. योर डिवाइस माइट बी एक्सपोज टू सम क्रिटिकल वल्नरेबिलिटीज, जिसके बाद में आपका डेटा, आपका इंपॉर्टेंट जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपने स्टोर करके रखा है उस फोन में, वो सब गलत हाथों में जा सकता है. अभी ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ व्हेन द कंप्यूटर इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स टीम फॉर इंडिया एक एडवाइजरी इशू करती है, एंड वो बताती है कि मल्टीपल वर्जन्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड, टॉकिंग अबाउट एंड्रॉयड 11, एंड्रॉयड 12, एंड्रॉयड 12L एंड साथ में एंड्रॉयड 13 भी ये कुछ क्रिटिकल इश्यूज को पोज कर रहे हैं. देयर आर सम मेजर सिक्योरिटी फ्लॉज और इसका सॉल्यूशन सिर्फ एक है कि गूगल एक अपडेट इशू करेगा और जितने भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो बाद में उस अपडेट को अपने अपने डिवाइसेस में पुश करेंगे एंड आपके पास जब वो अपडेट आए तो आपको उसे इंस्टॉल करना है. और आप कभी नहीं चाहोगे कि आपके फ़ोन का जो डेटा है या आपकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है जो आपने फ़ोन में अपनी पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन स्टोर करी है वो कहीं गलत हाथों में चला जाए, कोई आपके फ़ोन को रिमोटली कंट्रोल कर ले, कोई एक मलिशियस ऐप आपके फ़ोन में आ जाए. तो इन सभी चीज़ों को अवॉइड करने के लिए द फर्स्ट स्टेप that you can do and you have to do is to update your devices. So make sure आज के बाद keep it like a regular habit. Once in a while, sometimes तो आपको notification खुद से मिल जाएगा, but if it doesn't come, once in a while, every 15-20 days, normally just check for updates for all your devices. For example, if you have a camera, अब आपने एक बार एक कैमरा खरीदा है जो 2 साल आपको हो चुके हैं उसको खरीदे हुए और आप 2 साल से इस कैमरा को यूज़ कर रहे हैं and you're just using it like normal. यू नेवर नो, क्या पता उसके लिए एक नया फर्मवेयर अवेलेबल हो जहाँ पे उस कैमरा की परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी सी अच्छी हो गई हो, आपको उसके अंदर कुछ नए फीचर्स मिल गए हो. इफ यू जस्ट कनेक्ट दैट कैमरा विद कंप्यूटर एंड वहाँ पे अगर आप चेक करते हैं फॉर अ न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर, हो सकता है आपको एक नया सॉफ्टवेयर मिल जाए और आपके कुछ नए फीचर्स उसमें ऐड हो जाएं. So just as a normal habit, do it with all your gadgets, once in a while, every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks, to make sure that you get the latest features. At the same time, you are completely saved from all these critical issues because आप ही को काम करना पड़ेगा, वो इंस्टॉलेशन का बटन आप ही को दबाना पड़ेगा. Nobody is going to do it for you. It's your gadgets, and I mean, you need to protect them yourself. Okay, so we're coming towards the end और ये है मेरा favorite section, guys. You know about it. It's Ask TG, जहाँ पे आपके सवाल होते हैं, मैं जवाब देता हूँ. तो let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या क्या सवाल आए हैं, because I am ready with all my answers.
Hi TG, which mobile brands should we buy to support PM Modi's Make in India initiative?
Okay, I'll tell you something very honestly. Any phone in the market, when you see the label that it is made in India or assembled in India or something like that, go ahead, get it. That's my honest answer. आज अगर कोई फ़ोन बनता है इंडिया में तो हम देखते हैं कि कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आते हैं, कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया के बाहर से भी आते हैं और हम विद टाइम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आने शुरू हो जाएं. बट दिस नंबर is very difficult, to go to 100% because ये बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल एक प्रोडक्ट है जहाँ पे बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स काम में आते हैं.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Watching a special broadcast here on NDTV. Just minutes back, we came to know that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, an Aam Aadmi Party supremo, has written to the Enforcement Directorate before which he is expected to appear, where he has been summoned, to be clear, around 11 a.m. Mr. Kejriwal has said that his summons are illegal and politically motivated. But trouble is growing for Aam Aadmi Party when Delhi's social welfare minister is now under the ED scanner. ED has in fact conducted raids at his official residence. Let me go straight to our reporters who are tracking the story very, very closely because the reports that are coming in also is that Mr. Kejriwal may just skip these summons. We have BJP representative joining me and also an analyst at the moment. Subhabrata is a veteran journalist. We also have Bansuri Swaraj of the BJP. Bansuri, beginning with you, when you look at this early morning message or our political messaging that is coming in from Mr. Kejriwal, where he is saying clearly that these summons are politically motivated, instead he is going to Madhya Pradesh for his campaigning, how should this be read? Because he says that the summons by an agency such as Enforcement Directorate is illegal. You have to unmute yourself, Bansuri.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
So if you remember, during the course of the argument of the bail hearing of Mr. Manish Sisodia, the Supreme Court had actually asked the ED that when the entire money of the scam was misused for the purposes of the Aam Aadmi Party, then why is the Aam Aadmi Party itself not made an accused? Now, as per Section 5 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, Mr. Kejriwal, by virtue of being the co-convener of the, convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, being the head of the Aam Aadmi Party, as well as being the CM of Delhi, under whose guidance the entire scam his deputy CM proceeded with, it is only stands to logic and it stands to prudence that the ED is now going to be investigating him. For him to scuttle away from the investigation like this, and last minute, I'll tell you what, it's really crazy that he just sent a letter not saying that he is not able to join an investigation today for XYZ reason and he will join another day. He's completely running away. He's scuttling from the investigating process and he is alleging that there is political vendetta behind these summons, which is extremely disappointing because he is the one who said that he is willing to cooperate and he is willing to answer our questions. I'll be very honest. Politicizing the investigating agencies is not a legally tenable argument. He needs to join the investigating agencies. He needs to tell them and answer a few questions as to when and how the money was misused for the purposes of the Aam Aadmi Party.
In April, Mr. Kejriwal was questioned by the CBI regarding the same scam, which is the alleged liquor scam. And he had denounced it then by calling that this entire case is fabricated. And the only aim is political in nature because the BJP and its agencies, as he says, is out there to dent the credibility of the Aam Aadmi Party.
So the BJP doesn't need to dent the credibility of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is very capable of denting their own credibility. And a lot of developments have happened since his earlier summons. Today, court after court has found that there is prima facie evidence to prosecute the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Trial court, High Court and Supreme Court. In fact, Supreme Court went on to say that 338 crore worth of money trail is clearly established, and that's why the former deputy CM of Delhi, Manish Sisodia ji, is still in jail and bail has been rejected again and again. Further, Sanjay Singh ji has been arrested. Dinesh Arora, who has become an approver, said that 2 crore rupees were actually sent to Sanjay Singh ji's house by his employee. In fact, the ED has also produced the call detailed records of the employee of Dinesh Arora, which actually prove that he was indeed at that particular time at the house of Sanjay Singh. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot more concrete evidence, and now there has been application of judicial mind. Court after court has sort of given its seal of approval on the allegations and the evidence that the ED or the CBI, these investigating agencies, have placed before the courts of India. Therefore, it again stands to logic that Mr. Kejriwal will be questioned and has to join the investigating process. He's just running scared and he's trying to scuttle away from the investigating process.
We will also, Bansuri, we'll also get a Aam Aadmi Party view in just a few minutes. But before that, going straight to ground zero, where Vedant is joining me live from outside Arvind Kejriwal's home. Vedant, so can we say with definitively say now that Mr. Kejriwal will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate?
That's right, Mara. It's now 100% confirmed that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate at 11 a.m. In fact, outside the Chief Minister's residence here at Civil Lines, a lot of activity. Arvind Kejriwal is expected to leave for the airport in just a short while from now. And what sources are telling us from the CMO is that Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is expected to come here at Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the national capital, and they will leave for Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh. Of course, he had this political meeting lined up in Singrauli Singrauli, where State Unit President of the Aam Aadmi Party is also fighting from in Madhya Pradesh, and this public meeting is planned there. And as we've been reporting since morning, Arvind Kejriwal was likely to skip summons today, and because it's his first ED summons, he can skip this particular summons of the Enforcement Directorate, and the Enforcement Directorate is now likely to issue a fresh summons. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal also wrote a rather scathing letter to the Enforcement Directorate saying that this particular summons is a politically motivated one and it should be retracted immediately. But of course, Maria, looking at the larger context, even though Arvind Kejriwal has said that this was a politically motivated summons, what we're looking at is now the Aam Aadmi Party has in a sense been cornered in the entire liquor policy case. And as in the past 8 to 9 months, as we've reported on the liquor policy case, now there are two clear angles being probed by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. Of course, the CBI is looking at corruption in terms of margins being hiked by the Aam Aadmi Party to favor particular distributors, and those kickbacks being received by the Aam Aadmi Party allegedly, and the Enforcement Directorate looking at the money trail, in a sense looking at where these kickbacks went, because the initial charge, if you remember, was, as the LG report had also cited, that these kickbacks went into the poll campaigns of the Aam Aadmi Party in states like Goa and Punjab. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate had called Arvind Kejriwal after it had in a sense contemplated to make the entire party an accused in the liquor policy case. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate had said this clearly in the court during Sanjay Singh's hearing, that the entire party will be made an accused, and this also comes close on the heels of Manish Sisodia getting a setback from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court saying that a money trail has been established. But the latest on the ground, Mara, of course, is that Arvind Kejriwal will be leaving for Singrauli in a short while from now. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann expected to be here anytime.
Okay, before I go back to the guests, a quick word also on this, Vedant. Do we expect some, political movement also in terms of something that the Aam Aadmi Party could do, because the Chief Minister and the Punjab Chief Minister will be campaigning jointly in Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh. But what about the rest of the party? And who is present at Mr. Kejriwal's residence at the moment? Is it only his family, or are there some of his party colleagues as well?
Well, you have your usual CMO colleagues here. Of course, no leader of the Aam Aadmi Party currently present here. But importantly, Mara, if we talk about how this is playing out politically, because of course the timing is also interesting, just ahead of crucial state elections, and of course in the build-up to 2024 also. Interestingly, the BJP has planned, citywide protests here in the national capital. The Delhi BJP has planned protests outside the ITO office of the Aam Aadmi Party, the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. So that is interesting. So far, the Aam Aadmi Party has not really revealed any such plan, because remember, last time when Chief Minister was summoned by the CBI, the Aam Aadmi Party had planned Delhi-wide protests. But so far, the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be on the back foot today, particularly because multiple setbacks have been received by the Aam Aadmi Party. As far as the Singrauli plan is concerned, well, Arvind Kejriwal is likely to talk about this in his public meeting, because usually Arvind Kejriwal does rake this issue up, because of course his letter also has been rather scathing. He is not expected to talk to the media here, but he is expected to touch upon this in Singrauli. Of course, Saurabh Bhardwaj, in fact, just a couple of days back had said that if the entire party is made an accused and all leaders are put in jail, the government will operate from jail. So, of course, politically also this playing out, the BJP questioning why the India bloc or the India alliance not coming out in strong condemnation of the summons to Arvind Kejriwal. So, of course, politically also this is playing out.
Okay, Vedant, I'll keep coming back to you, because that's where the story certainly is developing. So it's now clear that Arvind Kejriwal will skip the summons and he will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, the ED is saying, what exactly is the ED saying? And I'll ask the producers to put those graphics on your television screens, because the ED is saying, and it has recorded the statement of C. Arvind, who is an officer of DANIX, which is Delhi, Andaman, Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu and Dadra. And he served as a secretary to Mr. Sisodia. And he has said that the draft of the GOM the liquor policy was drafted at the residence of Mr. Kejriwal, and that is the reason why he is facing this heat. And just, all these developments coming just a day or two after what happened in the Supreme Court, where the Apex Court has refused to give bail to Manish Sisodia, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, in which Mr. Sisodia, in its denial of the bail, it said very clearly that the reason why it is being denied is because prima facie the money trail is being established. Politically speaking, what next for Aam Aadmi Party? Subhabrata, that is the question to you.
It's a very interesting situation indeed, because if you look at Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, he's a standalone politician. Mr. Narendra Modi inherited the vibrancy of BJP while coming to power. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, on the other hand, is a self-made politician who emerged. He was one of the activists of the India Against Corruption movement. He emerged as the number one over there, and then broke away from the mainstream of the movement to launch his AAP. And if you look at it, AAP is the party which really has uprooted the Congress, because it has been cutting into Congress vote share in almost every state where elections are being held. And in election after election in Delhi, it has managed to hold its fort, despite the fact that Delhi has been a traditional stronghold of BJP and of Congress. Now, Mr. Kejriwal is in a fix today. He is reacting politically, obviously, by saying that this is political vendetta and all that. The fact remains that it is the Supreme Court which first queried if AAP is being brought into the case or not.
Certainly expect, Mr. Subhabrata, that the India parties will come out openly in support, because, if you look at it, the Congress so far is tight-lipped. But yes, Mamata Banerjee did say that all this case appears to be politically motivated and question the timing, but you don't expect any kind of unanimity in the India alliance on this.
None has appeared so far, and I don't expect Congress to shoot itself in its own feet, because Congress in Delhi and Punjab is arraigned against AAP, and the Delhi Congress Party has been very much in the forefront of the movement against AAP in exposing its corruption.
Okay.
As far as other parties are concerned, Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee herself is in a fix because of various allegations and the recent arrest of her very close minister in the food scam in Bengal. And so yesterday she has for the first time opened her mouth and mentioned Arvind Kejriwal. We have not heard anything from Mr. Sharad Pawar or from Mr. Nitish Kumar or from Mr. Akhilesh Yadav or any of the other major satraps of or from Mr. Stalin, who is a close friend of Mr. Kejriwal. We have not heard from him at all. So nobody else, even I would have expected KCR to speak up from Hyderabad. He has not said anything. So everybody is observing a wait and watch policy, I think, on Mr. Kejriwal. Yes,
wait and watch policy on this, and also wait and watch policy on Mahua Moitra, because she'll be also appearing before the Ethics Committee of Parliament. Basuri, this is one charge that keeps visiting the BJP and the central government repeatedly, of the misuse of central agencies, that just about every leader in the opposition party has one or the other case, be it the income tax raids or the ED raids or the CBI raids, one or the other agencies after them.
I think this is an absolutely baseless charge. The ED is just doing its job. But I will tell you what happens when misuse of investigating agencies happens. That is when the Aam Aadmi Party government was formed in Punjab. Punjab police was sent all the way to Delhi to pick up our leader Tejinder Singh Bagga from his house. Similarly, when Mr. Kumar Vishwas said something which was not very dear to the ears of the Aam Aadmi Party, Punjab police was again sent knocking to his house in Delhi. In fact, a journalist colleague of yours who had broken out or done an expose on the Sheesh Mahal scam, she was enveloped and involved in a false criminal case, again in Punjab, by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, that is the way that the Aam Aadmi Party is misusing investigating agencies to throttle democracy, throttle the media, as well as throttle the members of the opposition.
Okay. Basuri, but you know, whatever said and done, before every elections, we are seeing those raids, be it Vaibhav Gehlot, who is on the radar of one agency only recently because there are elections being held in Rajasthan. So my question is that, yes, Mr. Manish Sisodia may not be getting any relief from the courts, and that is what your party keeps citing, but this would be the first time, as the indication is coming from the investigating agencies, that an entire party could be made an accused in liquor policy case.
Maria, I'm glad that you asked that question. Just look at the track record of the Aam Aadmi Party. There are multiple scams. In fact, I had to write down and make a list of it. Mr. Satendra Jain, when the ED raided his house, there was gold and money recovered, and he was arrested in the money laundering case. Mr. Amanatullah Khan, the ED had to raid because he is involved in the illegal recruitment of the Waqf board scam. Mr. Manish Sisodia and Mr. Sanjay Singh have been involved in the liquor scam. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal himself is also involved in the liquor scam, as well as in the 52 crore rupee scam regarding the Sheesh Mahal. Now, tell me one thing. A particular political party that is entrenched in corruption from head to toe, will the investigating agencies not be investigating these scams? It's bound to happen. Multiple scams lead to multiple investigations. This is a logical consequence. I can tell you, there is no political rhetoric here. Whatever is happening is the consequence of the actions of the Aam Aadmi Party, which was actually voted on the anti-corruption plank. But unfortunately, it is a sad state of affairs that they are entrenched in corruption, not only from head to toe, they're also part of the India alliance involved in corruption.
Because there are several aspects to this story. We are also being now joined by Sanjay Singh, senior journalist. Sanjay Singh, there is a testimony of Mr. Kejriwal's PA, then there is a Vijay Nair angle, then there is a Goa election angle. So over the last few months, this case certainly is going to the top of the Aam Aadmi Party, and particularly after the arrest and subsequent denial of bail of Manish Sisodia, we are seeing this questioning, summoning of Mr. Kejriwal, where he has decided to skip and said instead that this agency should withdraw its summon. So my question is, politically speaking, do you think it means it's a difficult position for the Aam Aadmi Party, because Aam Aadmi Party so far has projected itself as Kattar Imandar Party?
Maria, the part that Arvind Kejriwal is skipping today's summon by the CBI, I think that part and the first part that you said about seriousness of the case, I think the two combines to tell the whole story. The statement issued by Arvind Kejriwal this morning that this is illegal, politically motivated, and needs to be immediately withdrawn. It looks like Arvind Kejriwal has declared himself to be a jury judge in this particular case. Not just the Chief Minister, and being summoned somebody for questioning on a matter where his number two is in jail. There are so many approvers who are part of Aam Aadmi Party government dispensation out here in Delhi. And of course, the observations made by the Supreme Court, met by the trial court, while not giving bail to Manish Sisodia and also Sanjay Singh, that sense of gravity on this particular issue is very, very palpable in Aam Aadmi Party rank and file. The fact remains that for last 2-3 days, this was a matter of discussion among Aam Aadmi Party leaders and workers as to what happens on November 2, which is today, if Arvind Kejriwal appears there and whatever happens. Now the scenario has changed a bit. Arvind Kejriwal has has decided not to appear before the Enforcement Directorate and instead go for election campaigning. I don't know whether or not and how far this can legally stand, because you were in Delhi till morning. You issued a political statement and then went to Madhya Pradesh, to Singrauli. That too taking Chief Minister of Punjab. Now, what happens? There is another interesting thing which is involved here. Arvind Kejriwal, wherever Arvind Kejriwal goes, he takes Bhagwant Mann with him, the Punjab Chief Minister. And recently there are reports that Bhagwant Mann is seeking some aircraft, a charter aircraft. Previously also there was an aircraft, but now again. And when somebody raised these questions on social media, there are FIRs registered against them. So that again is a very curious thing. Of course, that would be seen as and when he lands there and whatever happens there. In the end, he also tries to keep himself in focus. Of course, there is a raid going on at this point in time.
I want to understand, legally speaking, is that something, and an alleged, someone who's seen as must appear or cooperate before an agency or with an agency, can he or she do? We have seen that in the past. So can this be seen as something unusual? Yashwardhan Azad is a former IPS officer and he's joining me on the phone line. Mr. Azad, how should this skipping of summons be seen? Of course, he has that option, but he has exercised it. But, what are the legal options that are available before Mr. Kejriwal?
Well, the question is that, if you're skipping summons and holding a road show, then obviously it does not give out the right message. Unless the road show was planned, some time back and it clashed with a particular date. Otherwise, I would expect anyone, whether it's a chief minister or anyone, if he faces any kind of summons from the ED or anything, CBI, he should appear. As far as the legal recourse is there, I don't think what legal recourse you have except for postponing on account of whether it's your health or extenuous circumstances. So one way or the other, he has to appear for question before the ED, talking strictly in a legal sense.
Mr. Azad, talking about the nature of this case and the nature of charges that are there in the public domain against the Delhi Chief Minister, do you think the agencies, because he has already appeared before the CBI, now it is the money laundering case which is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. So certainly as far as the scope of investigation is concerned in the Delhi liquor policy, that has expanded. Talking legally and purely on the basis of what we know about the charges, what is it that Mr. Kejriwal must explain?
Well, you see, after you arrest a few people, and I'm talking without sans any value judgment, what I'm saying is that if you're taking up a case like liquor policy, which is multidimensional, because there are people involved all along. I mean, there are the contractors, there are the wholesalers, there are the people who have given the contract. So technically, when we do investigation, after you record the statements of a few people, you get some new information, and then you like to take the statements of others. Need not be that they could be excused, but to clarify certain points or to establish some evidence further. So I don't know whether in what context Mr. Kejriwal has been called, but given that it's an ongoing investigation, and even if the CBI has questioned him earlier, and the ED wants to question him on something, then it's important that he appears. Probably he has to make clear a few things which the ED wants clarified in the investigation.
Okay.
As far
yes.
One thing only. As far as the investigation per se is concerned, I myself believe that Manish Sisodia should be on bail. Now that's a different thing altogether. But going by the pure line of investigation, I think good or bad, he has to appear before them.
Okay.
And,
all right, Yashwardhan Azad, thank you so much. But let me go back to Bansuri. Bansuri, politically speaking, the BJP has been on the back foot in Delhi, particularly because of its repeated inability to win assembly. Now, it is being seen that this was certainly an effort by the party to taint the image of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is what the charge has been of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Mr. Kejriwal today skipping summons and has raised the question on the agency itself, saying that it issues summons at the behest of the BJP, that this entire summon is illegal prima facie. You are a lawyer yourself, Bansuri. How do you look at these charges that are coming against agencies? And it's not only from Mr. Kejriwal. Multiple leaders in opposition say the same.
Let's talk about legally, since you raised up about me being a lawyer. You know, Section 50, subsection 3 of the PMLA says, all persons so summoned shall be bound to attend in person or through authorized agents, which means there is a statutory mandatory aspect on Mr. Kejriwal to join the investigation. Further, Mr. Kejriwal has come out in the media and time and again said that he is not going to run away from an investigation. He's willing to answer these questions. Today, he's done an absolute U-turn, something that the Aam Aadmi Party is known for. Doing a U-turn is always their penchant. And today, he's scuttling away from the investigation. The reason that he has given for not joining the summon is not cogent at all. It's a very dumb thing. If you're not able to join an investigation for XYZ reason, you can write to the investigating agencies and request for another date. But you can't simply say that, oh, this is a politically motivated summon and therefore I'm not going to turn up at all. This is sheer arrogance. Now, regarding the charges, as I said, a lot more concrete evidence has already come to the fore. Today, courts of the country have already applied their judicial mind and have given their seal of approval to the material which has been placed by the investigating agencies. 6 times Mr. Sisodia's bail has been rejected. 3 times in CBI cases, 3 times in the ED cases, by trial court, by high court and by Supreme Court. This is not any kind of political rhetoric. This is just a normal investigating process which is being sanctioned by the courts of the country. As a law-abiding citizen and as the Chief Minister of Delhi, you need to appear before the investigating agencies. He was at the helm of the government. It is unfathomable that Mr. Manish Sisodia or any other leader of the Aam Aadmi Party went ahead with the liquor scam without the sanction, consent or the knowledge of the Honorable Chief Minister.
Okay. We will be joined by Aam Aadmi Party representative as well. But I will connect to Mr. Subabrata. Mr. Subabrata, while we look at these developments that are coming in from Aam Aadmi Party front, there is, in another half an hour, Mahua Moitra will be appearing before the Parliament's Ethics Committee. And we know what are the developments that have happened on that, with Mahua Moitra releasing her letter, which she says that content of what she will be saying before the ethics panel has been put out as well. But, you know, skipping summons and then addressing public meetings or political rallies, how will people be viewing it?
Well, if there's a charge against you, the best thing to do is to go and refute it. By running away from the charge, by refusing to appear before the agency or a court, you give an impression that you have something to hide. And let me also point out, we have a young lawyer of great eminence in our panel. She will like to perhaps comment on this. The CRPC, if I forget PMLA and all that, CRPC is very clear on one point. Any officer of the rank of Deputy Superintendent Police and above can require your presence for investigation. And if you refuse to appear before him, he can ensure your presence by issuing a summons. So to avoid a summon of an inquiry agency, investigating agency, is very difficult. And Mr. Kejriwal, of course, is acting politically. And also, today's action by him is in total contrast to the Kejriwal we knew in 2013, who said, I won't take an official car, I won't take an official bungalow. Now today he is using the Punjab government aircraft like his own taxi. personal taxi. The Chief Minister of Punjab is supposed to fly into Delhi to escort him to Singrauli. No, the Chief Ministers are supposed to do administrative work. Chief Minister of Punjab is not office bearer of the AAP. So why is he tagging along all the time? This clearly shows total misuse of official facilities, and AAP today is totally contradictory to the AAP that emerged in 2013.
Okay, let me take that question straight to Abhinandita Mathur, who's joining me from the Aam Aadmi Party. Abhinandita, thank you so much for your time. Let me begin with the question, why is Mr. Kejriwal skipping the ED questioning? I mean, in the sense that he has always said that he will cooperate with investigating agencies. Why declare the summon illegal and then skip it totally?
Good morning.
Yes.
It's absolutely within his right to call out the summon, because we do believe that it is illegal. We do feel that he has within his rights, this take that he's taking, that, he should not be going for it, and that is what he's going to do. We need not attend to that summon because he's challenging it as illegal. Now, having said that, of course, he is and all our leaders have been cooperating with the investigations of any of the agencies who have summoned them or called them. This particular summon is illegal, and we can also now see what kind of chakravyuh the ED and the BJP, hand in glove with each other, are trying to, trap the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal. And it's a very routine thing to say that we challenge the summon. And, as the other lawyers on that panel, I don't think this is something very unusual. So no reason to believe that we're not cooperating, but all the reason to believe that this is an illegal summon, and we refute it.
Okay, fine enough. Of course, this is within his legal domain and a right as a citizen of India to skip summons. No. But then my question is that what happened today? This morning, the Enforcement Directorate had raided, Delhi Social Welfare Minister Raj Kumar Anand's house. You have senior leaders of your party behind bars. I'm coming to you in just a moment, but Abhinandita, make your point on that front. Is it getting difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party increasingly to explain its position of being squeaky clean?
It's not about whether or not the Aam Aadmi Party is finding it difficult. That, unfortunately, we are, paying a heavy cost for the kind of politics that we bring in to the country. But more than that, I think it is the people of Delhi who have to constantly keep suffering. The vendetta against the Aam Aadmi Party is also a vendetta against the electorate of Delhi, who have, time and again rejected the BJP and what they have to offer. So I think unfortunate. And as anybody can see, every morning you wake up, ED is after an opposition party. Puri dunya ka crime, pure desh ki corruption khatam ho gayi hai. As people like Ajit Pawar joined the BJP, and the only culprit is anybody in the opposition who's raising their voice or challenging the BJP. Do you think that people don't understand this? Do you think that, all the veterans on this show and otherwise don't understand? It's for everybody to see. In fact, even when the, Angrez were ruling over us, they were still more careful about certain legal procedures than the current BJP is. It's very sad to have, that I'm having to say this, but it's true. Every morning you wake up and, brace yourself for the ED going for any one or the other opposition leader. And I agree that it is interesting that Aam Aadmi Party is such a small party. Our presence is in 2 states only. BJP has all the might and power, and the way they are going after.
Bansuri, respond to this. It is India's youngest party. What makes the BJP so worried about Aam Aadmi Party?
Oh, we're not worried about them at all. But let me just correct you, Maria. It is not his legal right to skip a summon. That is incorrect, okay? Section 50 of the PMLA, subsection 1, empowers the ED to actually summon him. Now, let me just read section 50, subsection 3. It says, all persons so summoned shall be bound to attend in person or through authorized agents, as such as officers may direct, and shall be bound to state the truth upon any subject respecting which they are examined or make statements. So not only he is bound to attend the investigation, he must. There is a statutory provision which says he must attend the investigation, and he is bound to tell the truth.
Is it really compulsory to attend investigation on the very first summon?
No, not on the very first summon, but if you are seeking time, then those reasons need to be cogent. Your reason cannot be that the investigating agency is politicized. I want to ask them, the Aam Aadmi Party always says the investigating agencies are politicized. Is the Supreme Court of India or the trial court or the High Court also playing politics? Okay. No, they never question the neutrality of courts, correct? Today, the Supreme Court of India has also rejected the bail of Mr. Manish Sisodia.
I'll ask Abhinandita to respond on that. Abhinandita, while rejecting Mr. Manish Sisodia's bail plea, the Supreme Court had said that the money trail prima facie seems to be established. So, if anything, that's very, very damning.
You know, we honor the courts, we respect the courts, but at the same time, we do disagree with the verdict that came the other day. There are a couple of things to understand in this, and as we analyzed and looked to the verdict, it was very unfortunate that the verdict is full of a number of contradictions. While the Supreme Court did reject his bail plea, on the other hand, the Supreme Court has made some very important observations and notings in their judgment itself. One being that they have not been able to establish a money trail. Two, that every government within its purview can actually make policies which you may think or allege that are motivated by the market, and per se the court says that we have no interference in what policy is formulated by an elected government. Number three, the reason for rejecting bail that was pushed by the ED was that Mr. Sisodia might flee. He's influential, but the court itself has acknowledged the fact that Mr. Sisodia is very rooted in the community, and there is no reason to believe that he would do that. So there are many contradictions in that bail because the matter is sub judice. Not my place to actually dismiss anything that the court has done, but at the same time we don't agree and we're looking for further remedies. We are very surprised by the verdict, and so are many other legal experts, who are neutral and who are not even supporting the Aam Aadmi Party, but any legal, any person who keeps interest or knowledge of, how the legal system works is quite surprised with what has happened.
All right. I would request all the panelists to continue to stay with us. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus. So, Aam Aadmi Party Supremo and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared the summons of Enforcement Directorate as illegal and has decided to skip the summons and will be instead travelling to poll-bound Madhya Pradesh for campaigning. That and much more when I return. Stay with us.
घर पे जाके तुम गूगल कर लो, मेरे बारे में विकिपीडिया पे पढ़ लो. दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी डू ऑन अ डेली बेसिस. मतलब हम सभी गूगल यूज करते हैं, हम सभी विकिपीडिया पे यूज करते हैं, बट डिड यू नो कि गूगल एक्चुअल में गूगल नहीं होना चाहिए था, वो होता गूगल. वहां से एक स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक की वजह से गूगल बन गया. अब हुआ ये जब स्टार्ट हुआ पूरा गूगल का आइडिया, आई टोल्ड यू पहले के एपिसोड में दैट द फर्स्ट नेम वाज बैकरब. अब बैकरब से नाम जब चेंज करना था तो द फाउंडर्स ऑफ गूगल, लैरी पेज एंड सर्गे ब्रिन, दे वर लुकिंग फॉर अ न्यू टर्म, और उनको एक टर्म मिलती है गूगल. गूगल का मतलब क्या होता है इन मैथमेटिक्स? इट्स नंबर वन फॉलोड बाय 100 zeros. तो आइडिया ये था कि अब इतनी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन को हम एक साथ दिखाने वाले हैं, इट नो क्लियरली सिग्निफाइज द वास्ट अमाउंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑनलाइन. तो वहां से दिमाग में वर्ड आ गया गूगल. लेकिन जब डोमेन खरीदने गए तो उस टाइम पे गलती से GOOGOL की जगह GLE टाइप हो गया और वहां से बना गूगल, जो आज हम सभी डेली बेसिस पे यूज करते हैं. बट डिड यू नो it was a spelling mistake that ended us with Google.
How does Bharat Pay make money?
That's my basic question.
So Bharat Pay makes money by facilitating, say, lending product, which is called cross-sell. We have partnership with the lenders, NBFCs, banks, and merchants. We have their settlement account is with the bank again, but the money passes through the Bharat Pay. So with that money flow, we are able to facilitate lending by analyzing that data, and in that process, after their costs, the fund provider, they recover their costs, their return on net worth, their credit loss, all that is to their account, and whatever is the remaining margin, that comes to Bharat. So when the business, this business, cross-sell business, reaches at certain level, only then it becomes profitable. And Bharat Pay, at least now we are reaching those levels where we are reaching to some sort of a break-even level. And eventually when more business comes in, we may be able to recover our costs and make money.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion.
Other top focus this morning, Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra will be appearing before the Parliament's Ethics Committee in the alleged bribery case. She has refuted the allegation so far, but has admitted to sharing parliamentary login with businessman Darshan Hiranandani. While remaining silent on the bribery allegations, the businessman has admitted to posting questions on Mahua Moitra's parliamentary login. If proved, this would comprise breach of parliamentary privilege and enough to get her expelled from the House. Ms. Moitra, who has been accused of conspiracy along with serious breach of privilege and contempt of the House, and the Ethics Committee may not be the appropriate forum to examine criminality, is what she has been saying in her defense. She also repeated in the letter that she sent to the Ethics Committee chairman that she should be given the chance to cross-examine businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Let's first listen in to what Jai Anand Dehadrai said today.
Look, I can't comment about anybody else. It's a free country. Anybody can say what they like. There are consequences to things that people say. And at the appropriate time, I will certainly come out and explain, as to what has happened and what happened. And I will come out with the truth, as I have always come out with the truth. I think ultimately the truth has to come out, and beyond that, I think it would be very inappropriate for anybody to comment on the committee and in terms of how the committee is conducting the proceedings.
Rashid Kidwai is also joining me right now. Rashid, as someone who has covered the Parliament of India, it has not really happened in the past. There is no precedent per se for anyone who is being examined by the Ethics Committee of Parliament to be given that right to cross-question. But there's nothing stopping from the Lok Sabha Speaker from making an exception this time around.
Yes, Maria,
look, the functioning of ethics committee is very different. It is supposedly non-partisan, a political kind of thing, and it is based because, after all, it deals with the privileges of the members of parliament, and all members of parliament enjoy equal right and status regardless of whether they're in opposition or in the ruling party. So in that context, I think people expect free and fair kind of hearing, trial, all the parliamentary norms and procedures. But the only problem in this particular case is it's overtly politicized. We have seen many, Maria, you have also seen, you covered, parliament for decades. During the UPA years, there was this cash for query scam in which, MPs cutting across political parties actually were caught for this particular, crime, and their membership was, they were disqualified. And there was no hue and cry. This time around, as I see it, it's kind of, a media trial for or against is also going on, which is little disturbing.
No, but why do you say media trial? If anything, Mahua Moitra has withdrawn her case against media houses, Rashid.
No, that's a different thing. That is her own conduct. What I'm saying is there are a lot of things are there because she's a politician. She comes from a slightly different background. She has a very robust social life. All these things have also been brought in glare, which is nothing to do with this particular case. That is what I'm saying. There is a media trial of sorts. As I said, for and against Mahua Moitra.
Okay, let me bring in Bansuri on this. Bansuri, again, the same charge that there is misuse of agencies. This time, it's about the Ethics Committee of Parliament.
Maria, this is so unfortunate. In Hindi they say, "Ek to chori aur fir seena chori." Tell me one thing. Miss Mahua Moitra has admitted that, and this is her statement. She says, no MP types his or her own questions. I have given him, Darshan Hiranandani, the password and login for someone in his office to type out it, which meaning the questions down and upload. Tell me one thing, which means she's admitted. She admitted that she practically sold her login details to a particular businessman to ask questions in Parliament on her behalf. She is the elected representative, not the businessman. And she did it for an exchange for these lavish, expensive gifts and the alleged renovation of her house. Today, the Ethics Committee is bound to look into this misconduct, and this is an open and shut case of Prevention of Corruption Act. Please tell me, is the Ethics Committee not going to look at this absolute misconduct and impropriety on behalf of an MP? The IT Ministry has confirmed that Ms. Moitra's login details were accessed 49 times from Dubai. This is an absolute attack on the democratic process of the country. An elected representative who is bound to her electorate, who is bound to the people of India, that has misused by selling her login IDs, and then the BJP is being accused of politicizing the issue.
Okay. Mr. Subhabrata, here is the letter which has been sent by Mahua Moitra to the ethics panel, which she says that because the ethics panel chief, Mr. Solanki, also speaks directly to the media, so she is also right in releasing her letter to the ethics panel before appearing before the panel. She says that Dehad Rai has not provided any evidence to back allegations, and that Darshan Hiranandani must also depose before the panel. And she wants to cross-examine both Mr. Dehad Rai and Darshan Hiranandani.
As a media person, I'm very happy that both the chairman and the MP concerned are sharing details with the media. It's good for us. Otherwise, our discussion would have been rather bland. She must, from the very beginning, she has been obfuscating, as I've been stating so far. She has not been addressing the issue. She has been raising other issues like, well, am I the only one who is sharing my ID, etc., etc. Now, I do not know, Masud just said that she sold. I don't know sold or not. But the fact is that, as Ms. Mishikal Dubey has pointed out, that when you get an NIC ID, the NIC makes you sign an agreement that you shall not share the login details with anybody else. So she certainly has violated the agreement with NIC, which is the national portal, is the property of the government of India, and therefore she is certainly guilty I do not know of bribery or not. That can be only proved by investigation. But she certainly is guilty of impropriety, and she has compromised the very sanctity of the Parliament of India. Because I don't understand why a member of Parliament needs a stenotypist sitting in Dubai to type out her questions. There are plenty of stenos here in India itself. West Bengal, that she represents, the literacy level in English is pretty good. So why she can't find a steno in Krishnagar? She is trying to obfuscate, she is trying to avoid the issue. And you see, in Latin there is a terminology which is used in legalese.
Mr. Subabrata, talking about it politically, because we are looking at two big political stories at the moment, both related to one agency or one institution or the other. Here it is TMC MP. Just a few minutes back, we were talking about Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who has written a letter to the Enforcement Directorate, and in which he has also said that, please help us understand in what capacity am I being questioned? Is it as a witness or a suspect in the liquor policy scam? So, you know, if you look at it, in both the cases we are seeing, in both the cases we are seeing that the larger question is being asked about what is this government doing, or what is this government doing with various agencies. Sanjay Singh, take that question. Of course, we have been talking about Mahua Moitra being isolated. Interestingly, Mamata Banerjee yesterday stood for Mr. Kejriwal, but did not say a word on Mahua Moitra again.
Maria, you raised a very pertinent point. The two issues, the two cases and two political leaders that we are discussing now. There is a similarity in both the cases. Both this leader who preach something to the world and to their peer group and to their political rivals, and what they practice is diametrically opposite. Arvind Kejriwal, the elected chief minister, constitutionally sworn in chief minister, says that today what he has done by defying ED summon and going for a rally, that too at last minute, and declaring everything as illegal, reminds me of what he had said earlier. Yes, I am an anarchist. So today what he has done perpetuates and kind of verifies what he had said earlier. Yes, I am an anarchist. Second, Mahua Moitra wants her whims, her will, her kind of rules that she wants to set for parliament. She wants to set for parliamentary committee to be supreme than whatever laid out procedures may be, than whatever ethics committee guidelines or ethics committee members may think. She has set her own rules because I am class apart, I'm not you. So rest of things may apply for others, but for people like me, and for people like us, different set of rules should apply. In both the cases, the India Alliance of which they are part has not come forward in their defense, as we have seen in past in so many cases, whereby on flimsiest of occasion, all India Alliance partners would create a cacophony of sorts to defend them and to accuse the union government.
Okay. Bansuri, thank you so much for joining us. I would request all the other panelists to continue to be with us. This remains our top focus. We'll be returning after a short break on the top of 11.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है. मे बी यू आर ऑन अ वेब पेज, या मे बी यू आर रीडिंग अ बुक लेट्स से, या अगर कुछ भी बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्स्ट है, कई बार बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस आ जाते हैं. समटाइम्स इट्स दिस लेजी फीलिंग, या समटाइम्स इट्स मोर कन्वीनियंट कि अगर कोई आपको वो सब चीज़ें पढ़ के सुना दे. लेट मी गिव यू अ टेक टिप. आपके फ़ोन में एक इनबिल्ट ऑप्शन होता है टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच का. Either you are using Android or iOS, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, दोनों केसेस में आपको ये ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा. You just need to dig deep into the accessibility settings और वहाँ से you can even customize the output speech options कि आपको किस स्पीड में वो स्पीच चाहिए, या फिर किस टाइप की आपको वॉइस चाहिए, और आप बड़े आराम से जो भी आपके स्क्रीन पे है वो सुन सकते हैं.
Text to speech is a feature that reads digital text aloud. Words on a computer or other digital device can be converted into audio using this.
कभी कभी ये आलस के मारे आप करेंगे, कभी कभी ये करेंगे आप कन्वीनियंस के मामले में, बट इट्स अ नाइस टिप टू फॉलो कि आप आपके स्क्रीन पे जो भी है वो सुन भी सकते हैं, बिकॉज व्हाट यू आर यूजिंग इज नॉट अ डम फोन, इट्स अ स्मार्टफोन, सो मेक यूज ऑफ इट.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, बट व्हाट यू नीड इज एवरीथिंग एल्स. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूं एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
Iran warning Israel not to go after Hamas in the Gaza Strip. I think they're revealing what their real agenda is.
Israel as a democratic country should not target civilians for revenge.
80% of the Israeli people today would love to see Netanyahu go home as soon as possible.
When it comes to Hamas, ISIS terror organization, there is no solution with them. Diplomatic would not, we would not risk having the same attack occur again on Israel.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
To understand the whole thing, let me explain to you that how does it work. There are various players. NPCI is one place, and they get their switching fee. So to that extent,
this is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
We are getting straight to the Parliament's Ethics Committee visuals which are coming in, where TMC MP Mahua Moitra will be appearing before the Parliament's Ethics Committee. Remember, she has written to the chairman of the Ethics Committee, Mr. Vinod Sonkar, only yesterday, in which she had asked for the right to cross-question Mr. Dehadrai, who is the primary complainant in this case. You can see Mahua Moitra appearing before the Parliament's Ethics Committee. This is the meeting which is happening at NXC building in Parliament. We are going straight to Arvind, who's joining me on the phone line. So Arvind, Mahua Moitra releasing her letter to the Ethics Committee before appearing before the Ethics Committee. Today is the day. What about, so Parliament's Ethics Committee will be questioning Mahua Moitra. They have the details that have come in from multiple ministries, be it the IT Ministry, Home Ministry and External Affairs Ministry, particularly giving details of the number of times her login ID and password was used by someone, in this case, Darshan Hiranandani, who has confessed to using it. Ms. Mahua Moitra has accepted that she shared that ID with Darshan Hiranandani 49 times in all. So what is the likely line of questioning today, Arvind?
Maria, Mahua Moitra, the TMC MP, has appeared before the Ethics Committee. She wrote to Ethics Committee asking for deferment of the summons or notice that have been issued by the Ethics Committee, but Ethics Committee asked her to appear today and she has promptly appeared before the Ethics Committee. Like you mentioned, Ethics Committee also wrote to both MHA along with MEA, along with Ministry of Information and Technology. From Information and Technology to NIC, National Informatics Center, they wanted to know whether Mahua Moitra's login credentials for the Lok Sabha website was shared with someone else. If so, from which location that particular login credentials were used and her portal, Lok Sabha portal, was accessed. Those were the details that the Ethics Committee sought from Ministry of Information and Technology. Along with that, they also wrote to Ministry of Home Affairs to see the travel details of that particular time period whenever the login credentials or her portal was used from outside India. So they wanted to coordinate, they wanted to see where was she? Was she in India or was she in abroad at that particular point of time? Those were the details that they sought from Ministry of Home Affairs and also from Ministry of External Affairs. They also wanted to see, because a statement or a kind of an affidavit that has been submitted by one of the person involved in this particular case is Hiranandani. His affidavit was notarized by an embassy official. So that was also confirmed by the MEA to the Ethics Committee. So these three were the details that were sought by Ethics Committee through all these three representatives of MEA, MHA, and also Ministry of Information Technology. Those details have already been submitted to the committee. So today the committee, based on those details, will be asking Mahua Moitra on the allegations that have been leveled by Jay Anand advocate through Nishikant Dubey, who's a Lok Sabha MP from BJP.
Arvind, as someone who tracks Parliament proceedings very, very closely and the working of various committees, there's no such precedent as to let the person who is being, questioned by the committee to have the right to cross-question others. Because if you look at what Mahua Moitra has said, she's saying clearly that because it will be in the principles of natural justice, I wish to exercise my right to cross-question Shri Hiranandani.
Maria, in a Supreme Court judgment in Raja Rampal case, it has been very clearly settled that if at all the principle of natural justice are not followed, then courts can exercise judicial review in that particular matter. And that seems to be the legal ground that Mahua Moitra is also taking in this particular case, even though these proceedings are well within the rights of Parliament privileges, because Parliament is a separate organ, legislature being a separate organ. Courts usually do not enter the domain of Parliament proceedings. But in this particular case, in the Raja Rampal case, Supreme Court has already settled that if at all, even if there is a Parliament proceeding, if the principle of natural justice is not followed, then court can exercise judicial review, and that seems to be the ground that Mahua Moitra is also taking. So, in a way that she is actually setting the ground to challenge the decision of Ethics Committee, because the very ground that she would be, if at all if she is moving court, the very ground that she would be invoking is that the principle of natural justice was not followed as settled in the Rajaram Pal case, and that seems to be the ground on which he has written this letter to Ethics Committee, saying that she should be allowed to cross-question the people who have filed the complaint and also the witness in this particular case, which is Hiran Nandani. And that's why she is saying that Hiran Nandani should also be called in person to the committee proceedings, and she should be allowed to question him along with the complainant in this case. So we have to see whether the Parliament Ethics Committee, which has its own rules, will accept the request of Mahua Moitra or not.
All right, Arvind, thank you so much for joining us. Let me bring in my guests and go straight to Sanjay Singh. Sanjay Singh, Mahua Moitra here has invoked the principle of natural justice. That is the reason why she's saying that the Ethics Committee must make it clear whether she will be allowed to cross-question Mr. Hiranandani. And if she is not being allowed to cross-question, then that should be also put on record.
Mahua Moitra is trying to set her own rules before Ethics Committee. Yes, she has right to make an argument. She has a right to make her position clear and also demand certain things. But the way she is kind of bulldozing everything right from the beginning, the way she is trying to say that this is a very frivolous case which has been made against her, more so in a situation that becomes more so apparent and more so alarming. In a situation whereby she herself has admitted that she had given login ID and password to a corporate house, not to her interns, not to her office staff, but to a corporate house based in Dubai, because she did not want to type herself and she would dictate and whatever, and therefore those questions were posted. Now the question is, somebody as articulate, somebody as educated, somebody so proficient with technology, is making an excuse that she gave her login ID and password to Hiranandani and Hiranandani group, to individuals out there, to the owner per se and to his staff, to post her questions and to log in for various other purposes, just because she was too lazy to type her questions by her own hand. And somebody, that is, I think nobody is going to buy that kind of argument. Then she is one after another, she is trying to set her own rules. She is also very vocal on making her defense and arguments on Twitter. See, this is a case of legality, morality, ethics, and so on and so forth. Now it has been also become very apparent post-inquiry investigations done by the Electronics and Communication Ministry, IT Ministry, so to say. And that 47, 49 times her login was accessed from Dubai. And therefore, when you say that it is for the Ethics Committee to examine whether or not allow her to cross-examine a witness, something which has so far not happened. But setting her own rules before going to appearing before Ethics Committee and making that a buzz, trying to create a narrative. We have seen her interviews and in some newspapers and some television channels. But at the same time, she also leaked her WhatsApp chat with another news channel and trying to make a mockery out of that particular channel's request for an interview with her. Suggest something else, and which people will see seeing her own party is not siding her
the manner in which
case, because that party is not prima facie convinced of her innocence.
Yes, because Rashid, the manner in which the story is unraveling, many would say that this is unraveling of the Member of Parliament herself. Several details have come out in the public domain. It came out in the form of affidavits, and Ms. Moitra himself admitted to it. The fact that she withdrew the case against media, it is also an indication that prima facie what is being reported by media is not really malicious or defamatory. It's more of a statement of fact, what is happening and what has happened.
Yeah, so Maria, this is a very pertinent issue you have raised. There are two sides of it. there is one political side of it and there is one legal side of Ms. Moitra is herself a lawyer, so she's trying to make it into a kind of, protected legal battle. I don't think the ethics committee is going to give much weightage to whatever she's saying. They have a set norm and procedure. But in this case, Maria, the ruling party and the BJP in particular, is not just a curious bystander. As I was referring to the other cash for query cases where the BJP maintained its own political standing, and it didn't become a party. Here, it seems there has become a political battle, and that is where I find it a little problematic because people are taking sides and positions regardless of facts. Ms. Moitra is obviously within her rights to take various positions, withdraw her, complaint and all those things because she wants to make it a watertight case. My fear is this is not going to settle. The life of 17th Lok Sabha is just 7-8 months away. Even if she is disqualified, she'll try to make it as a potent political issue, as in the case of ED cases against many politicians and political parties. So what will happen is if she wins again in 2024, she'll come back to the house and say that, look, I stand vindicated. This whole idea of getting people's mandate versus court and all is little problematic because there are two different sides. If somebody is winning, that doesn't mean that person is above law. And this is something that as a society, as a citizen, as voters, we need to understand and deliberate upon.
So, again, questioning whether this is the appropriate forum, which she did in this letter that she has sent to Mr. Sonkar. She says that if ethics committee is indeed the right forum to raise those questions and question about criminality. So the forum has been questioned among other questions that she has raised. So what is likely to happen today? Let me go straight to Vasudha, who's joining me from outside Parliament. Vasudha, so Mahua Moitra appearing before the ethics committee after saying no, she won't be. So finally, what is likely to happen today? Because the ethics committee and its members who had written to the IT ministry, to the MHA, they have all the details about her login and other details of Mahua Moitra's travel abroad.
Yes, Maria, so basically the meeting has started and Mahua Moitra just arrived about 20 minutes ago, and also senior members of this 15-member committee, including V.D. Sharma, Sunita Duggal, have also arrived. What I understand from my sources is like the Home Ministry and the MEA have already given their details, saying that she has traveled to almost 7 foreign countries in the last 5 years, and there is going to be a lot of cross-examination is what I understand. Of course, the IT ministry has also given this information that 47 logins of Mahua Moitra from her parliament security login was done from Dubai. So that also is going to be problematic for her. The cross-examination is going to be widespread. It's going to basically, the committee is going to grill Mahua Moitra on stuff which includes what is the kind of relationship that she had with Mr. Darshan Hiranandani, because she's been accused of taking bribes from him for asking questions. And of the 61 questions that she raised, 50 questions are, in the sectors that Darshan Hiranandani operates in. And these questions are basically meant to perpetuate the interests of the Hiranandani group and also to take on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Gautam Adani. And remember, Hiranandani group and the Adani group are rivals in many sectors. This is something that she's been denying, but that is not accurate. Of course, she is going to also present her side of the story. Now, she has said that ethics committee does not have the ambit to look into criminality of MPs, but let's understand that this committee is the committee that looks into the moral and, the conduct of MPs. So criminality is the most, important aspect of conduct and behavior of public representatives. Yes. So it would be inaccurate to say that criminality does not fall within the ambit of this committee. So clearly, there seems to be this attempt to create grounds to approach the Supreme Court next, because clearly the grounds for disqualification here seems quite eminent because of this sharing of login credentials and also taking bribes and login credentials. That sharing almost seems to have been established because NIC has also established it. And also she herself has admitted to sharing her password credentials with Darshan Hiranandani. Of course, she has said that she has also done it with other people, but clearly NIC has a declaration form in which MPs are obligated to fill out details as to who they are giving their password to. So all these questions are going to be raised today, and she would be expected to answer them in the best way possible.
So far, mostly the sense is that none none of these parliament committees can work on partisan lines. That it cannot be split only because you are a member of a particular party. But we saw what happened in the very first hearing, Vasudha, with a member of parliament from one of the MPs from the India Alliance, not really an India Alliance, I would say, who is seen as a supporter of Mahua Moitra, had questioned Jai Anand Dehadrai in particular. We are talking about Danish Ali here. Now, in this letter, again, Mahua Moitra has talked about why are the privilege committees going slow on Danish Ali case against BJP MP Mr. Biduri. And then we are told today that tomorrow is when the privileges committee of the Rajya Sabha will be meeting, but they have a different set of cases before them, which includes Raghav Chadda and Mr. Derek O'Brien's case. So my question then is that, of course, functioning of various committees cannot be cited as an example of you going slow on one or the other, but will that mean that there will be partisan support for Mahua Moitra? Likely.
Well, Maria, that's a very good question. On October 26th, we saw that the maximum grilling of Mr. Dehadrai came from the opposition MPs, and rightly so, Mr. Danish Ali or Mr. Vaidyanathan Natarajan. All of them wanted to make sure that Mr. Dehadrai was not using his personal angst against her. So there was a lot of cross-examination, and I was told that he did present evidence which, were very convincing, because he did talk about the entire last 5 years, the kind of bribes that Ms. Moitra is allegedly have taken, and he's also talked about the kind of conversations she's had with Mr. Hiranandani to specifically target Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and also the kind of gifts that she got in return for that. Of course, she has been questioning this quid pro quo thing because she has been alleging that there's no cash involved. But what I hear is that it's not just limited to the ethics committee here, because you will also admit that while the CBI is also having this complaint, 3 ministries, MEA, Home Ministry and IT Ministry, are also looking into this issue. They have been specifically requested by ethics committee to give them some specific details, including location, travel details and security credentials, and all of them have submitted very important details, is what we understand, including her travel to 7 different countries, including her login credentials, in the sharing of login credentials that took place in the last 5 years, where her IP addresses operated from, and if she had actually declared all of this to the Lok Sabha Secretariat as the NIC demands. So clearly the ethics committee has also sort of involved other expert ministries to ensure that this probe sort of gets the kind of expertise that it demands, because of the seriousness of these charges that have been imposed on her. And clearly this is what Mr. Sonkar, who's the chairperson of the ethics committee, has also said, that the charges are very serious in nature, because it does amount to breach of parliamentary privilege. These are public representatives, and criminality is an important aspect of their conduct, and you cannot deny that. You cannot keep that out of the ambit of this one committee that basically looks at the moral conduct of MPs.
All right, Vasudha, thank you so much. Let me go back to Rashid Kidwai. Rashid Kidwai, here is Mahua Moitra talking about the alleged double standards, where she says it reeks of political motives and do little to enhance the credibility of the privileges and ethics branch. My question is, she's appearing before the committee. If you dismiss the very nature of this committee, what does it really do to this entire probe?
Issue that the person concerned wants to politicize this, and everybody is doing it, and even our opponents are doing it. Maria, we must remember one thing: that parliamentarians, come from very diverse background, and many of them are what we can say are, technologically challenged. There is also a lot of, issues of propriety or morality, and that's where I think I find it a lot of these things are problematic. For instance, her travel abroad. That is by no stretch of imagination it can be held against a person, and logging in from abroad, or for that matter, even if there is a NIC that deadlines were there, was there any kind of punitive action if you don't disclose it, if you don't does it call for disqualification or something like that? So there are a lot of in sum and substance, there are a lot of gray areas. See, the parliamentarians are supposed to conduct themselves in a proper way, but what is the propriety? All the matters cannot be converted into legal and illegal. So there are a lot of gray areas, and I think Mahua Moitra, being a intelligent parliamentarian, she wants to make full use of it and highlight those kind of fault lines or the gray areas and become some
highlighting
kind of,
those fault lines Neerja and Gargi are also with us. In highlighting those fault lines, Neerja Chaudhary, is she only tying herself into knots? Because if you look at it, there are a series of questions, contradictions that are coming in her statements that have been released for so many days.
Yeah, I think there are contradictions that are coming in. There are certain admissions also, which the other side, the BJP side, is using to the hilt. You know, it may not be cash for query, but it is gifts for query. And, you know, certain things in the public mind do stick. But, you know, overall, Mahua Moitra is known as a festive fighter against the government. That is the broad picture. And people also realize that she may be targeted because she's taken on the very powerful on the other side. The legal battle, of course, will be a different ball game altogether. And the fact that the two men who were her friends, a partner and a close friend, are the ones who have turned opponents. That also has been noted by many people. You know, I don't want to say it here, but there is a gender angle to this. A powerful woman taking on, the powerful men does invite a backlash. And that is an element also being seen in Mahua Moitra's case. But certainly what you're talking about, you know, the gifts she has taken, using her, giving her password, login to somebody else, that those are question marks, and the travel she's made, all those things, yes, they do leave a question mark in your mind about what she was about. But it's a very complex thing. You know, there is multi-messaging coming through the Mahua Moitra case.
But in this multi-messaging, where is her party?
Is the question? Is the question is to
no,
Maria?
To Neerja.
Okay.
Neerja, in this multi-messaging, where is the Trinamool Congress? Why is the Trinamool Congress so silent?
Absolutely. Trinamool Congress is totally silent. And I think that we all suspect that there was a falling out between Mahua Moitra and the leadership of the Trinamool Congress some months ago. And I don't know why the BJP is gunning for her like that, because it's possible that TMC may not have given a ticket to Mahua Moitra next time round. That was also speculated upon. And she may not have made it to the Lok Sabha next time. So they're going out of their way to, silence her. But anyway, as I say, Trinamool is quiet, it's not defending Mahua as any party would have defended its FP. That is a fact.
Okay.
It stares you in the face.
Okay, it's staring on our faces, certainly. Gargi, today, it is this day of, Mahua Moitra appearing before the Parliament's Ethics Committee. But before that, she has questioned the scope of the committee and has also said whether it's an appropriate forum or not. Whatever said and done, you know, if you look at the guide to the Committee on Ethics, it does talk about accountability. Right. And MPs have do's and don'ts. And this certainly would come in the domain of don't.
Maria, thank you for inviting me. The thing is, you know, she has been summoned by the Ethics Committee. I don't think that she is in a position at the moment to do counter question. She has to come clean. And the thing is, she herself has accepted that she has given her login ID and password. She has not denied. And there are 47 entries from Dubai Hiranandani's office. So that is in violation of the contract that a MP signs with the NIC, right? So there has been a terrible violation there. And imagine if from that office somebody else would have got the login ID and password, somebody could have hacked. Mahua herself is member of many standing committees. So she as an MP, she has got gift, cash, that is also there, but she has endangered the security of the country. And Maria, I want to add something. You had asked Nidjaji about her party. I think there are two major reasons why Trinamool is not defending her. See, today also Mamata Banerjee is defending Jyotipriya Mollik, who is arrested for that ration distribution scam. And she had defended Partha Chatterjee in the past also. But none of them are defending Mahua. I think there are two major reasons. And I want to say that first is obviously they are also thinking, knowing that yes, there has been a violation and this can endanger the safety and security of the country. That can be one reason. But Maria, there is surely another reason which I feel, because in Trinamool there is an unforeseen rule of 75-25. Whoever does a corrupt practice, whether it is sale of jobs, the ration distribution scam, the person doing it, whether an MLA, councillor, 25% remains with him, 75% goes to the top. In Mohua's case, she got gifts. She went to exotic locations for traveling. So there was nothing which was going to the top. So she was gaining, the party did not. Nobody at the top gained. So obviously they had no sympathy for her. And secondly, they are also knowing, okay, she has endangered the security of the country. Here we should not speak, let her come clean.
Okay.
And she cannot question the ethics committee. If the ethics committee does not have the jurisdiction, it can go to the CBI. Ethics committee will report to the speaker. I don't think she is in a position to question.
All
but
right,
I find these are the two major reasons for TMC not supporting her.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. After a short break, we will shift our focus on Delhi Chief Minister skipping the Enforcement Directorate summons. What does he have to say? After a short break, we'll be joined by Aam Aadmi Party representative as well.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
फ्रेंड्स, इन दिस सेगमेंट मैं आपके साथ में कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर करने वाला हूं अबाउट योर गैजेट्स. यू नो, योर डिवाइस माइट बी एक्सपोज टू सम क्रिटिकल वल्नरेबिलिटीज, जिसके बाद में आपका डेटा, आपका इंपॉर्टेंट जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपने स्टोर करके रखा है उस फोन में, वो सब गलत हाथों में जा सकता है. अभी ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ व्हेन द कंप्यूटर इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स टीम फॉर इंडिया एक एडवाइजरी इशू करती है एंड वो बताती है कि मल्टीपल वर्जन्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड, टॉकिंग अबाउट एंड्रॉयड 11, एंड्रॉयड 12, एंड्रॉयड 12L एंड साथ में एंड्रॉयड 13 भी, ये कुछ क्रिटिकल इश्यूज को पोज कर रहे हैं. देयर आर सम मेजर सिक्योरिटी फ्लॉज और इसका सॉल्यूशन सिर्फ एक है कि गूगल एक अपडेट इशू करेगा और जितने भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो बाद में उस अपडेट को अपने अपने डिवाइसेस में पुश करेंगे एंड आपके पास जब वो अपडेट आए तो आपको उसे इंस्टॉल करना है. और आप कभी नहीं चाहोगे कि आपके फ़ोन का जो डेटा है या आपकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है, जो आपने फ़ोन में अपनी पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन स्टोर करी है, वो कहीं गलत हाथों में चला जाए, कोई आपके फ़ोन को रिमोटली कंट्रोल कर ले, कोई एक मलिशियस ऐप आपके फ़ोन में आ जाए. तो इन सभी चीज़ों को अवॉइड करने के लिए द फर्स्ट स्टेप that you can do and you have to do is to update your devices. So make sure आज के बाद keep it like a regular habit. Once in a while, sometimes तो आपको notification खुद से मिल जाएगा, but if it doesn't come, once in a while, every 15-20 days, normally just check for updates for all your devices. For example, if you have a camera, अब आपने एक बार एक कैमरा खरीदा है जो 2 साल आपको हो चुके हैं उसको खरीदे हुए और आप 2 साल से इस कैमरा को यूज़ कर रहे हैं and you're just using it like normal, यू नेवर नो, क्या पता उसके लिए एक नया फर्मवेयर अवेलेबल हो जहाँ पे उस कैमरा की परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी सी अच्छी हो गई, या उसके तो कुछ नए फीचर्स मिल गए हो. इफ़ यू जस्ट कनेक्ट दैट कैमरा विद कंप्यूटर एंड वहाँ पे अगर आप चेक करते हैं फॉर अ न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर, हो सकता है आपको एक नया सॉफ्टवेयर मिल जाए और आपके कुछ नए फीचर्स उसमें ऐड हो जाएं. सो जस्ट एज अ नॉर्मल हैबिट, do it with all your gadgets, once in a while, every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks, to make sure that you get the latest features. At the same time, you are completely saved from all these critical issues because आप ही को काम करना पड़ेगा, वो इंस्टॉलेशन का बटन आप ही को दबाना पड़ेगा. Nobody is going to do it for you. It's your gadgets, and I mean, you need to protect them yourself. Okay, so we're coming towards the end और ये है मेरा favorite section, guys. You know about it. It's Ask TG, जहाँ पे आपके सवाल होते हैं, मैं जवाब देता हूँ. तो let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या सवाल आए हैं, because I am ready with all my answers.
Hi TG, which mobile brands should we buy to support PM Modi's Make in India initiative?
Okay, I'll tell.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who was scheduled to appear before the Central Probe Agency, that is the Enforcement Directorate, at 11 a.m., has written a letter to the Enforcement Directorate asking the agency to take back the summons to him, calling it illegal and politically motivated. The ED will now be issuing fresh summons to Mr. Kejriwal, who has now left to campaign in Madhya Pradesh for his party, the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me go straight to Jasmine Shah first, who's joining us. We also have Harish Khurana of the BJP. Jasmine, coming to you, why skip summons?
Well, it's very clear, Maria, that this entire summons has been issued at the behest of the BJP. We heard that on Monday, the Supreme Court verdict came out rejecting Manish Sisodia's bail order. Immediately after that, some of the senior most leaders of BJP said that now Arvind Kejriwal is going to be summoned and he will be arrested. So it almost seems like the ED leaked its information first to the BJP. BJP started spoiling the image of AAP leaders, and then the ED issued the summons. The other important fact is that we need to understand that elections are going on in 4 or 5 important states. Aam Aadmi is fighting many of these states. So what does the BJP want to do? It wants to keep the opposition parties busy with ED and CBI, while it says that it is its solemn right, its constitutional duty that only BJP should be able to fight state elections. So we are not running away from anything. Mr. Kejriwal has come in front of CBI for 9 hours. He has faced questioning for 9 hours. We will come in front of ED also. But the manner in which the ED has gone after Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and the way in which this is being done in a completely politically motivated manner makes it illegal and a completely suspect action.
Okay. Harish, would you respond? Because the charge is, it's not only coming from Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress also says that the agencies are after Mr. Gehlot's son, Vaibhav Gehlot, only because you want them to be busy with the investigating agencies and the processes, while it's only the BJP which should be seen on ground campaigning.
Maria, election comes and goes every year. We see in different states, every year there are a lot of elections comes and goes. But that doesn't mean you have got a license to do a corruption. Couple of days back, a very strong observation has been made by Honorable Supreme Court regarding 338 crore rupees that money trail has been found. Does ED don't have a right to investigate and ask the questions to Arvind Kejriwal? After all, Arvind Kejriwal is the one, what we think, and he's a mastermind and a kingpin of this whole scam. And we all know, you are a seasoned journalist, you know that without the approval of Arvind Kejriwal, not even in Aam Aadmi Party's government, in fact, in Aam Aadmi Party also, nothing happens without the knowledge of Arvind Kejriwal. So how it can happen that 338 crore rupees money trail has been found and Arvind Kejriwal don't know about that?
No, but the point being made here, Harish, by the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Jasmine Shah is about the sequence of events. That soon after Manish Sisodia's bail plea is rejected, several BJP leaders had started saying that next will be Mr. Kejriwal. How did you know about it?
See, we made their reference about Manoj Tiwari. I'm only saying we made a political fight. We are making a political fight. And we all know that the kingpin and the mastermind of this whole scam is Arvind Kejriwal. Today or tomorrow and whenever, when the inquiry will happen, these things will come up. And see Arvind, who is he? He's a Manish Sisodia's personal secretary. What he says in his statement, in the presence of Arvind Kejriwal and in the house of Arvind Kejriwal, the GO meeting draft policy meeting has been given, where 5% to 12% commission was been given, written on that.
Okay, Jasmine.
Do you know how to give the answer on that? Also,
Jasmine, is it becoming increasingly...
5 seconds more, please.
Okay.
One more point. I mean, ED has a full right to ask whether, when you say that Vijay Nair is my man, Arvind Kejriwal says Vijay Arora is clearly sitting on 164. Usko jawab nahi dena chahiye. Arvind Kejriwal ko jawab nahi dena chahiye. My point is only this.
Okay.
I mean, there are a lot of questions has to be answered.
Okay. Jasmine, if you look at what the Supreme Court has said, it certainly raises more questions regarding the political party and also about the charges in which Mr. Sisodia has not been given bail repeatedly. the Supreme Court has, said that prima facie money trail has been established. Today there were ED raids at another minister of yours. So the question is that, is there a sense within the Aam Aadmi Party that its image is now being dented?
Absolutely not, Maria. I'll first, there are two questions that you asked. First, let me answer the entire Supreme Court bail order that has come out. If you actually read the order, nothing in the order establishes that a single rupee of any money has found its way to Aam Aadmi Party or any leader of Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, all the arguments that ED has been making that 2 crore Sisodia ko mil gaye, 100 crore Goa election mein gaye, they say categorically that not a single evidence has been shared to prove that any money has exchanged hands. The only limited point the court has made is that all the wholesale distributors in Delhi made certain amount of profits. Now, we respectfully disagree with the Supreme Court's decision not to give bail, but at least the Supreme Court has agreed that even as on date, after 2 years of investigation, 500 witnesses summoned, out of which many witnesses have said that, look, we were threatened, we were slapped, and we were intimidated to give statements, against AAP leaders. Even today, there is nothing that implicates anyone in Aam Aadmi Party. As far as the election cycle is concerned, the entire game plan is now very clear. After the India Alliance has been formed, if you track the number of India Alliance leaders who are being summoned or raided, has kept on increasing month on month. And we are saying today that today it is Arvind Kejriwal, tomorrow Tejasvi Yadav is going to be arrested. Then Mamata Banerjee is going to be arrested. Mr. Gehlot's family is already being targeted. This is the only strategy BJP has.
Jasmine, politically speaking, why is the Congress party not standing with you? You had Mamata Banerjee issue a statement, but what about other parties who form this India group?
Maria, we are not accountable for what statement which party is issuing on a day-to-day matter. I think you should ask this to the Congress spokespeople. We are saying certainly that when Mr. Gehlot's house was raided on a matter which was many years back and which doesn't seem to be having any legs, suddenly the Rajasthan election comes and Gehlot's house is raided. And at the same time, you look at the number of leaders in BJP, Chhagan Bhujbal, Ajit Pawar, somebody who the Prime Minister said 70,000 crore ka scam. So what, the ED doesn't even listen to the Prime Minister now? It is so independent that the Prime Minister accuses a leader and that person joins BJP and make him the finance minister.
Okay.
I think the country knows what game is going on, and this is nothing but a ploy to win elections. There is no intent to fight corruption or do anything else here.
Okay, quick response from you, Harish, and then I bring in Neerja.
You remember, Maria, when Manish Sisodia was being arrested, what was the statement of Aam Aadmi Party? That because Himachal elections are coming in, so this arrest has been made. End of the day, what has happened? Trial court, High Court and Supreme Court has rejected the bill since 1 year. Satyendra Jain was arrested because he has been in charge of Himachal Pradesh, so BJP is getting afraid. The same rhetoric has been repeated again and again when the election comes in. My only point is, election will come, election will go, but you have a license to do corruption, point number one. Point number two, he is making a reference that Supreme Court ne kuch kaha hi nahi. 35, page number 35 is clearly stating one thing, that the new excise policy was meant to give windfall gains to few wholesale distributors who in turn had agreed to give kickbacks and bribes. This is reference to 338 crore.
That is wrong. Maria, I need to rebut this.
Page number
I'll rebut this.
Come to you. Jasmine, I'm coming.
10 seconds.
Jasmine,
10 seconds.
I'll come to you.
10 seconds.
Okay, no screaming, please. Harish, no screaming.
I'm not screaming. I'm only saying, please read page number 35 of that whole thing. It's clearly stated that here kickback and bribes diye gaye of 338 crore rupees and money trail has been found. अगर आपको इतना ही है तो भैया बेल क्यों नहीं दी? कोर्ट ने बेल क्यों नहीं दी आपको? कहीं ना कहीं
ये कोर्ट में बेल नहीं दिया, यही तो बार-बार सवाल उठ रहा है जैस्मिन आपसे और आम आदमी पार्टी से. I'll come back to you because we have to go to ground zero because my colleague Vedant is standing outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. So the Delhi Chief Minister has left his home and has left for Madhya Pradesh for campaigning.
Right, Maria, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal just a short while back left for Singrauli. He's going to Singrauli via Banaras is what we're picking up. And he will be campaigning in Madhya Pradesh today. He has a roadshow planned. He has several public meetings lined up as well. And after that, the 3rd and 4th of November, he will be in Chhattisgarh, where he'll be campaigning in Bilaspur as well, is what we're being told. But of course, the letter that Arvind Kejriwal wrote to the Enforcement Directorate also extremely crucial, because he made some important points there. He said that it's not clear as to why he is being summoned, in the sense that what capacity he is being summoned as, because he says it's not clear in the summons of the Enforcement Directorate whether he's being summoned in an individual capacity or in the capacity of the Chief Minister or the national convener. He also goes on to say that the Enforcement Directorate does not make it clear whether he is being summoned as a witness or a suspect, because so far, remember, even when he was summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation, the CBI summoned Arvind Kejriwal as a witness, and he's not an accused. He's not been made an accused in this particular case, even though the Enforcement Directorate is contemplating to make the entire party, the entire Aam Aadmi Party, an accused in the liquor policy case. It was in that line that the Enforcement Directorate was perhaps meant to question Arvind Kejriwal as a national convener of a party that could potentially be an accused in the liquor policy case. But so far, what we're picking up is that this is also a strategy, perhaps by the Aam Aadmi Party, to buy time and look at its legal options. Because what we're picking up from sources is that the Chief Minister could also challenge the summons in the Supreme Court. That is what we're being told, because remember, if Arvind Kejriwal skips 3 summons of the Enforcement Directorate, then the Enforcement Directorate can also move for a non-bailable warrant that the court can issue. So, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party also looking at its legal recourse, its legal options in the meantime. But, of course, Arvind Kejriwal's key point is 2 important points. One, of course, that as the Chief Minister of the National Capital, he has several engagements here in the National Capital, given that Diwali is coming up. Then he says, as a national convener, he also has several public meetings and campaigns lined up in all the poll states. In fact, interestingly, in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the Aam Aadmi Party is really looking to make inroads, new states for the Aam Aadmi Party. But the Aam Aadmi Party is contesting on almost all seats in Mizoram as well. Very interestingly, the Aam Aadmi Party has fielded candidates. So it remains to be seen how that pans out. Remains to be seen whether Arvind Kejriwal actually makes a mention of this in his public meeting, in his roadshow today in Singrauli.
All right. Let me bring in Neerja now. Neerja, how are you looking at the developments this morning with regards to Mr. Kejriwal?
I think Arvind Kejriwal's decision to skip the summons is a sign that he intends to fight politically, along with fighting legally. And, you know, they had great hopes from the Supreme Court, which were belied, because the Supreme Court's observations earlier during the course of the hearing was first that they had no evidence to fix Sisodia, and that the observations of an approver could not be used to keep somebody in jail indefinitely and not be given bail. But then the Supreme Court decided later, when it gave its verdict, that there seems to be a money trail. There seems to be a money trail, and that the increase of the commission from 5% to 12%, amounting to 338 crores, was virtually saying that it looked like illegal gratification to the distributors. So that being the case, I think that has come, the legal recourse has come as a setback. And I suspect Kejriwal is now going to fight, politically. Their moves are going to be political. Now, what is very interesting to me is that India allies of Arvind Kejriwal are so, I would have thought that India parties would have hit the road.
Yes.
Of course, Aam Aadmi Party cadre would have hit the road. So far, they haven't. But India parties, because if what they say is true, and each one of them is saying this. Today, it's Kejriwal. Yesterday, it was Sanjay Singh. Tomorrow, it's going to be Tejasvi Yadav. Day after.
We seem to have lost that line with Neerja. But Jasmine, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I wanted to point out why the fact that Harish Khurana is misleading your audience, because he was reading out from a certain part of the Supreme Court judgment. That page number 35 is nothing but the Supreme Court judgment saying these are the arguments put forth by CBI. It is not the judgment, it's not part of the judgment that the Supreme Court is giving. So, this is the exact reality that BJP has been indulging in the last 2 years, obfuscating, misleading, making sure that, everybody is tainted. But the reality is that after 2 years of investigation, not a single rupee linking any Aam Aadmi Party leader with the proceeds of any excise policy gains or profits has been established. And that is the reason why Supreme Court has said that if this is the thin evidence, then this case will not even last for 2 minutes
But
at
the
the
same
trial
Supreme
stage.
Court, Jasmine,
10 seconds.
has not
10 seconds.
given bail to your
There's
leaders.
a reason for that, Maria. There's a reason for that, Maria. And I think your viewers need to understand it, that in 2018, it is this Modi government that made the bail conditions in the PMLA so stringent that rather than innocent till proven guilty being the principle of criminal jurisprudence, today only in India it has become that you are guilty until you are proving yourself innocent. So the law has been made so draconian. And tell me, how do you explain that 95% of all the cases against politicians, the ED cases, are only on opposition? So BJP में जो भी आता है वो दूध का धुला हो जाता है. This entire washing machine politics is happening in front of the nation, and they think that people are fools. People can't see what is going on. This is nothing but a political strategy. You have no work to showcase side of 2024. Your only strategy as BJP today is to put the entire opposition in jail and then go and seek the mandate in front of the people.
Okay, Harish, this point of washing machine is not only coming from the Aam Aadmi Party, it's coming from the TMC, it's coming from all the parties who are in India Alliance. If you look at it, because 95% of the cases, as reports are suggesting, are against opposition leaders.
If you see the data, only 2.5% cases of the ED is on politicians. This is not my data. This has been given by ED also, point number one. And the ratio of conviction is how much? 97%. Only out of 27 cases which has been gone in a court and the result has been come out. I mean, only in 2 cases it is reverse. Point is, galtiyan tum log karo. You do a corruption and you expect ki ED will not ask you a question. ED will not take any action. I'm sorry. Law is taking their own course. ED is not like a Congress time Tota. ED is a independent agency with a full right to investigate, and end of the day, whether it's conviction or acquisition, it has to be done by the court. By court आपको bail नहीं दे रहा. इसमें BJP का कसूर क्या है? Tell me one thing. You are saying law खराब हो गया. End of the day, boss, your Manish Sisodia is in jail since last 1 year. Sanjay Singh is in jail. Your Satendra Jain is out in bail after 1 year for only in health ground, not by other things. My only point is, ED has asked some simple questions, has to be asked, which has to be given by the Kejriwal. Why are you running off? I mean, your priority is not the law. Your priority is, I have to go to this thing.
Harish, why should all the questions be only against the opposition leaders then?
No.
Tell me, there were cases against some of your party leaders as well, who were in other political parties before they joined the BJP.
Hemant Biswa Sharma, Suvendu Adhikari, Narayan Rane. What has happened?
Okay, let's go one by one, Harish, because it's not only one party which is raising questions on agencies. It's other parties as well. So not everybody should be seen as taking on the BJP.
Maria, I'll hypothetically say that BJP जानबूझ के नहीं करवा रही. I'm only asking one thing. Do you believe in courts? Why, if you have some proofs against any of the leader, say against anybody, why are you not going to the court? Show them proof.
This is acceptance, Maria. This has become an acceptance that ED is only for BJP. ED is not National Investigative Agency. ED is BJP's investigative agency. All the opposition should go to the courts. We should do our own investigation.
Yes, there is no debate here. Harish Khurana is answering questions, Jasmine Shah is answering questions one by one. So let's have it very civil.
My only point is, if you think ED is biased, please go in a court and tell the court. आप लोग ये लोग गए थे ना, ये अभी पीछे गए थे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे ना. What has happened? कि ED is biased. What has happened?
Fine. Yes. Okay. Jasmine, this is the point certainly, because you have faith in institutions of this country, and the fact that your leaders are being denied bail, you have given your own explanation, is actually sending a message that prima facie it looks like that the judiciary feels that there is enough case for your leaders to be behind bars. That has happened in case of Satyendra Jain. That has happened in case of Mr. Manish Sisodia.
Maria, I'm not going to repeat what I just said, that the law under the ED has been made so stringent that it's impossible that anybody will get bail. But we should also discuss the comment that SC put in front of the ED. And they said, after hours of listening to the ED's case against Sisodia, he said, if this is the evidence with which you are trying to implicate Mr. Sisodia, then your trial will not stand for 2 minutes. So the Supreme Court's decision as of now is only to say that, look, we are not going to intervene at this stage. आप ट्रायल स्टेज पर पहुंचिए, 6 महीने के अंदर ट्रायल खत्म कीजिए, but they've also put on record that you have no piece of evidence to either establish any kind of transfer has happened to Sisodia or to anybody now. And that is the reality. In the last 10 years, Maria, 170 cases have been put on Aam Aadmi Party leaders. How many cases conviction has been obtained? Not a single one. So for 10 years, you are putting an entire opposition punishment by putting them in cases. आप ED, CBI के चक्कर करते रहो. आपके पास कोई सबूत नहीं है. You can't explain even one conviction you cannot get in 10 years. What kind of corruption, anti-corruption plank you are fighting on? Okay. It is showing that you reduce these agencies to political tools. Today, BJP, the ED and CBI actually take their directions from BJP office. The rest of the opposition should go to the courts.
If Neerja is saying, Jasmine, if Neerja is saying here, as a political analyst and a veteran journalist and author, yes, I'm coming to you, Harish. Jasmine, if she is saying that the message after Mr. Kejriwal's skipping of summons is that the Aam Aadmi Party has decided to fight it not legally but politically, then what exactly is Aam Aadmi Party's plan A, B, C? If it visibly looks like that you are the only, you have been left to defend for yourself, because other parties in opposition, because the opposition unity is also being constantly put to test, and that's not on display here.
That's not true, Maria. I think you asked question about one single party, but there are many other parties that immediately said that we were very clear. Akhilesh Yadav has said this, Mamata Banerjee has said this, RJD has issued statements. There are many other opposition parties in India except for one party that you were referring to. The reality today is our greatest strength comes from the people of India, the people of Delhi, the people of Punjab, that knows that Aam Aadmi Party is is delivering honest governance. We are doing the kind of work that BJP can't even dare to do. BJP doesn't know how to build better schools or fix mohalla clinics or hospitals. Today also we asked them, give us one state. Give us one. Even Gujarat mein aapne theek kiya. For 25 years you've been ruling these states. No, they cannot fight on the plank of governance. The only plank now that they can fight on is to imprison opposition party leaders, tarnish their image. Why? Because CBI and ED have become not even case totas. These are chained totas now. Okay. They do exactly what the directions are issued from the headquarters. And that's the
chained parrot, Neerja. It looks like that UPA and NDA have same opinion. Opposition leaders or opposition parties, be it during the UPA or the NDA, have the same opinion about the investigating agencies.
Yeah, that's right. It may be the scale and the efficiency that's more now. But that apart, I think the Aam Aadmi Party has been losing its shine and sheen. It's done work. In Delhi, if you talk to ordinary people, poorer people, they will tell you they will vote for the Aam Aadmi Party again. But yet, there have been instances which have, as I say, taken the shine away, like the renovation of the CM's house and so on. And somewhere, I think the Aam Aadmi Party may see this as an opportunity. If, suppose, Arvind Kejriwal continues to skip the summons, saying that it is nothing but political vendetta, the ED will have to arrest him, won't it? What will be the response of the ED? Probably to arrest him. And that it's a question mark, it's an open question, whether that goes to generate sympathy for Mr. Kejriwal in Delhi. It could be also in Punjab. It will have its repercussions. And I think the Aam Aadmi Party is a hardcore political entity, unlike some other parties. If they think politically, their reflexes are political. And they would think it probably will give them a new win. And maybe an opportunity that they have been looking for to fight back politically. They are certainly expanding in other states, creating an infrastructure. And remember, at one time when
But Neerja, this entire thought that Aam Aadmi Party may get sympathy in Delhi and in Punjab, what makes you think that the BJP will not be able to counter it with their narrative that those who claim to be squeaky clean aren't really?
Absolutely, and somewhere it does stick also much more than it used to. There was a time when the party was born out of the boom of a movement. Today, that's not the case. People say, even their supporters will say, yes, it's like another party, maybe a shade better. So it's nowhere near the Aam Aadmi Party that, started off its journey. Okay. So yes, there is a little more cynicism, and you have an absolute machinery and the BJP's brass, which is thinking 24/7 on how to counter the opposition's challenge. So they're not going to sit back. I absolutely agree. They will have 10 strategies to counter Kejriwal and his team.
All right. Jasmine Shah.
5 seconds.
Okay, Harish.
Neerja,
Jasmine will also get his 30 seconds, and I'm glad at least the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party smile on this show.
I'll always smile on your show. Don't worry about that. You know that. I disagree with Neerja ji. Neerja ji, the day when they stand with Lalu Yadav, right now, Jasmine Shah was defending proudly about Tejasvi Yadav. His father, Lalu Yadav, is convicted and he's sharing a same dais with them. This shows they came with India against corruption. They came to Delhi in power, India against corruption. They are the biggest crusader at that time.
Okay, 30 seconds to you now, Jasmine.
Sonia Gandhi, they what they said.
One doesn't need to give any lengthy arguments, Maria, to show the corruption track record of BJP today. I think only the list of names of people who are so supremely tainted that agencies have, unhone chhape mare, charge sheet mare, but today they are squeaky clean. Nara and Rane, Suvendu Adhikari, Hemant Biswa Sharma, Chhagan Bhujbal, Ajit Pawar, even Praful Patel, they used to target earlier. They just said that Meghalaya CM is the most corrupt CM, today is an alliance partner. I think it shows the reality what circus is going on in the country. Okay. BJP knows it's going to lose in 2024. Right. This is nothing but a reaction.
Jasmine Shah, Harish Khurana and Neerja Chaudhary, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We are slipping into a short break, and the top of 12, we'll get details of what really is happening in that meeting at the Ethics Committee of Parliament, which is currently underway. Mahua Moitra is making an appearance there.
घर पे जाके तुम गूगल कर लो, मेरे बारे में विकिपीडिया पे पढ़ लो. दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी डू ऑन अ डेली बेसिस. मतलब हम सभी गूगल यूज करते हैं, हम सभी विकिपीडिया पे यूज करते हैं, बट डिड यू नो कि गूगल एक्चुअल में गूगल नहीं होना चाहिए था, वो होता गूगल. वहां से एक स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक की वजह से गूगल बन गया. अब हुआ ये जब स्टार्ट हुआ पूरा गूगल का आइडिया, आई टोल्ड यू पहले के एपिसोड में दैट द फर्स्ट नेम वाज बैकरब. अब बैकरब से नाम जब चेंज करना था तो द फाउंडर्स ऑफ गूगल, लैरी पेज एंड सर्गे ब्रिन, दे वर लुकिंग फॉर अ न्यू टर्म, और उनको एक टर्म मिलती है गूगल. गूगल का मतलब क्या होता है इन मैथमेटिक्स? इट्स नंबर 1 फॉलोड बाय 100 zeros. तो आइडिया ये था कि अब इतनी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन को हम एक साथ दिखाने वाले हैं, इट क्लियरली सिग्निफाइज द वास्ट अमाउंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑनलाइन. तो वहां से दिमाग में वर्ड आ गया गूगल. लेकिन जब डोमेन खरीदने गए तो उस टाइम पे गलती से GOOGOL की जगह GLE टाइप हो गया, और वहां से बना गूगल, जो आज हम सभी डेली बेसिस पे यूज करते हैं. बट डिड यू नो it was a spelling mistake that ended us with Google.
How does Bharat Pay make money?
That's my basic question.
So Bharat Pay makes money by facilitating, say, lending product, which is called cross-sell. We have partnership with the lenders, NBFCs, banks, and merchants. We have their settlement account is with the bank again, but the money passes through the Bharat Pay. So with that money flow, we are able to facilitate lending by analyzing that data, and in that process, after their costs, the fund provider, they recover their costs, their return on net worth, their credit loss, all that is to their account, and whatever is the remaining margin, that comes to Bharat. So when the business, this business, cross-sell business, reaches a certain level, only then it becomes profitable. And Bharat Pay, at least now we are reaching those levels.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra is giving a statement to the Parliament's Ethics Committee in alleged cash for query case. She has refuted the allegation but admitted to sharing parliamentary login with businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Mahua Moitra is being questioned on the basis of reports received by the Ethics Committee from 3 union ministries, that is the IT Ministry, the Home Ministry and the External Affairs Ministry. And that's what the sources are telling us. Ms. Moitra, who has been accused of conspiracy along with serious breach of parliamentary privileges and contempt of the House, is being questioned right now. Remember, yesterday she had said that Parliament's Ethics Committee is not really an appropriate forum to examine allegations of alleged criminality. Let me go straight to Vasudha, who's tracking the story very, very closely. Vasudha, coming to you, when we look at these developments and Mahua Moitra's appearance is going on, her statement being recorded, the question is, will she be allowed to cross-question as she has demanded? We'll try and connect with Vasudha in just a bit, but bringing in other guests who are joining us on the show. Sanjay Singh, if you could take that question, please.
Sorry. Mahua Moitra presents at this point in time in Ethics Committee after she asked for deferment. And the kind of conditions she tried to lay out, that was to build a public perception that she was on a right path, she was on righteous grounds, and something unfair was being done by the government, by the parliament, by the Ethics Committee, and ruling dispensation as a whole. Whereas we have seen, and in this particular case, another interesting facet, I think, the investigation done by IT Ministry has revealed that 47 times her login ID and password were accessed from Dubai. Now, Mahua Moitra has also accepted that particular part, that her login ID, and she had outsourced her login ID and password to Darshan Hiranandani and had asked her to depute her staff from his team to do whatever was needful for posting parliamentary questions and so on and so forth. Now, the question is, there are two parts of it. A, this was done in consideration of cash and gift. And B, this was done in some kind of understanding, or some would say conspiracy, to defame Modi government and to target a business rival, that is Adani Group, by Hiranandani Group. Now, there's aspect of legality and aspect of ethics and probity and parliamentary practices involved here. There are two parts. So I think the Ethics Committee here is going to examine that particular issue also. Interestingly, other curious thing about the whole thing, that 47 times her login ID and password for whatever purposes, primarily for posting parliamentary questions, were accessed from Dubai by Hiranandani Group and from person whosoever was sitting there. And 50 out of 61 questions, which Mahua Moitra asked as an MP in Lok Sabha, pertain to Hiranandani Group's business interest and also against his business rival Adani Group.
Okay, Vasudha is back with us. Vasudha, do you think we'll know about it today itself? Because Mahua Moitra, in her letter to Vinod Sonkar, the chairman of the committee, has said very clearly that she would want to exercise the principles of natural justice, and that will be essentially about her right to cross-question Mr. Hiranandani.
Of course, Maria, I think the committee is moving very fast on this, and that is why on the October 26th letter that they wrote to different ministries, including MEA, Home Ministry and also IT Ministry, they had specifically asked for details to be submitted as soon as possible about Mahua Moitra's login credentials and also the way it was shared to other people, and also her location details and also IP addresses. Now, all of that has already come to the Ethics Committee. So what we understand is that the Ethics Committee has fast-tracked the whole investigation, the probe process, because of the seriousness of the charges that have been that she's being accused of. You know, she's been accused of taking bribes for asking questions in the parliament. 50 of the 61 questions that she has raised are for people to see, and you know, most of them deal with subjects like commercial real estate and esports and for that matter energy and ports. So many of these areas are stuff that Darshan Hiranandani deals with. So clearly there was an attempt to perpetuate the interests of one corporate group over the others. So clearly there will be consequences and implications of sharing login credentials, something so precious as the security credentials of the parliament, with an outsider, with a person who's not authorized to use them. And NIC makes it very clear that MPs have to declare names of people that they share their login credentials with. So she is facing accusations of different nature. So that is why I think the decision will be made by the ministry as soon as possible. Today the members were there. Of course, the cross-examination of Mahua Moitra is happening right now. She is presenting her side of the story, but remember that contrary to what she has accused, Mr. Dehadrai has actually presented evidence, and not just Mr. Dehadrai, the Home Ministry, MEA and IT ministries have also given very specific details corroborating the charges that Mr. Dehadrai has raised, including 47 of her login which have happened from Dubai. MEA and Home Ministry have given details of her locations, which include her travel to almost 7 foreign countries, and she will be questioned as to who was funding this kind of travel, because remember, Mr. Hiranandani has also been accused of taking care of her travel logistics, something that he has agreed and admitted. So all of these are serious charges. So I think that the decision will be out soon, and the report could be submitted as soon as in a week, and after which it gets tabled in the parliament in the first session of the winter session.
All right. Vasudha, thank you so much. Vinod Agnihotri, senior journalist, is joining me now, and we also have Ashwini Dubey, lawyer of Supreme Court. Ashwini, before I bring in Vinod Agnihotri, I want to understand from you, because, you know, in Raja Rampal case, certainly it's very clear that when it is about the principle of natural justice, an individual has the right to cross-question. But then this is the domain of legislature. Do you think those judgments really apply here? And can Mahua Moitra then say that what has played out in the Supreme Court will be applicable here? Or will it be purely, and as we know, about the discretion only of the Lok Sabha Speaker to let her cross-question because she has asked for that?
Maria, very rightly, very candidly, you have said that the Supreme Court's domain is different from the domain of the Parliament. Parliament, the chairman of the Ethics Committee has a right to regulate and decide the mode and manner as to how and in what manner the hearing will take place. So far as the second question, right to cross-examination, is concerned, there are two aspects. One aspect, that whether her login ID has been compromised, then admittedly 47 times her login ID has been compromised because our agencies have given a categorical report. And so far as the second, if we see her affidavit and evaluate and see the legality, she herself has admitted having given the credentials to Darshan Hiranandani. So it is an admission, and this admission is not a normal admission. This shows that the allegations labeled by the advocate Jay Dehadrai and Darshan Hiranandani have substance. Now the second question, right to cross-examination, is concerned. This is not the court proceedings which are taking place. This is the Ethics Committee is examining where there is any illegality, whether there is a breach of the privilege, where a parliamentarian has compromised her login ID in lieu of the cash or any other monetary benefits. Is there any the login ID or the parliamentary access has been given to a third person who is not authorized to use it, where the Prime Minister, Finance Minister, many other ministers are using, and many data are in the domain. Whether the third person who is not the part of the office of the Member of Parliament is allowed to do, and third, whether any commercial object was concerned, because this is breach of privilege and privilege. Both are the things having, like breach of privilege, you have freedom of speech. Members are immune to any proceedings, but those proceedings should not be in lieu of the cash monetary benefit.
And if there is immunity only limits to votes and speeches. This action doesn't come in the domain of immunity.
This is what categorically three parts: Darshan Hiranandani's affidavit, Jai Dehad Rai's affidavit, her own affidavit, and the reports of the ministry have categorically admitted and proved this fact that the login ID was compromised with a third person, and admittedly, allegedly, where there is a commercial nexus. So the constitutional privilege has been sold, allegedly sold, in lieu of certain gifts and benefits. So there is there's a completely breach of privilege. So the Radharam Pal case, if we see, will not apply. That exclusively is the domain of the Lok Sabha Speaker and also the chairman.
So that is the domain of the legislature. So the judiciary and the judgments or the orders of the courts may not apply there. Vinod Agnihotri, Sanjay Singh, Rashid Kidwai are all with us, and these are journalists who have tracked the proceedings of Parliament for decades. Vinod ji, मैं सबसे पहले अब आपके पास आऊंगी. You know, the question certainly is about what Mahua Moitra is saying, whether the Ethics Committee of Parliament really has that domain to look into the criminality, whether it's an appropriate forum. How will you respond to that?
नहीं, certainly एथिक्स कमेटी का क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, लेकिन संसदीय आचार का अगर उल्लंघन हुआ है तो वो डोमेन एथिक्स कमेटी का ही है, और क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए सीबीआई को मामला जा चुका है, तो दैट विल बी लुक्ड बाय द सीबीआई. तो मुझे लगता है कि महुआ मोइत्रा का ये तर्क तो अपनी जगह नहीं ठहरता, क्योंकि जो अगर किसी संसदीय आचार का उल्लंघन हुआ है तो एथिक्स कमेटी ही देखेगी, और इस मामले में दो हैं. पहला तो ये है लॉगिन पासवर्ड अगर कंप्रोमाइज़ हुआ है, अगर दिया गया है, वो जो कि साबित हो गया आईटी मिनिस्ट्री की रिपोर्ट से भी, और महुआ ने खुद स्वीकार कर लिया, और दर्शन हिरानंदानी के एफिडेविट में भी है, तो तीनों तरफ से वो एक्सेप्टेड है कि वो पासवर्ड दिया गया. दूसरा है कैश और उसका लाभ, मॉनेटरी गेन का. अब वो इस्टेब्लिश होना है. अगर वो इस्टेब्लिश हो जाता है तो ये मामला बिल्कुल कैश फॉर क्वेरी का हो जाएगा. अगर वो इस्टेब्लिश नहीं होता है तो सिर्फ लॉगिन पासवर्ड का मुद्दा रहेगा. अब इसमें लॉगिन पासवर्ड को लेकर के क्या एथिक्स कमेटी इसका व्यू लेती है, ये उसको तय करना है, लेकिन पब्लिक डोमेन में ये मसला महुआ मोइत्रा के लिए निश्चित रूप से एक समस्या पैदा कर रहा है, और उनके लिए मुश्किल पैदा कर रहा है, क्योंकि वो एक तरफ एक मुखर प्रखर सांसद हैं, बहुत उन्होंने सरकार को घेरा है पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, जिसका उनको हक भी है, और दूसरी बात ये है कि एमपीज अक्सर तो अपने सवाल पूछते हैं, और ये भी कोई क्राइम नहीं है कि एक विषय पे वो 20 सवाल पूछ दें, 50 सवाल पूछ दें, लेकिन उसके पीछे का इंटेंशन जो है वो महत्वपूर्ण है. अगर इंटेंशन मेलाफाइड है, अगर वो कॉर्पोरेट वार में कहीं शामिल है, अगर उसके पीछे कोई आर्थिक हित है, कोई उनका जो है लाभ है, वो गलत है. सवाल पूछना कहीं से गलत नहीं है, चाहे आप कितनी भी बार कैसे भी सवाल पूछें, वो उसका प्रिविलेज है.
जी, और विनोद जी, आपने ये सही बोला कि ये दो डोमेन में देखा जाएगा. फर्स्ट, whether there is cash taken or gifts taken for asking questions, and the other one is about login ID and password. In this case, in case of login ID and password, she has accepted that she did give it to Darshan Hiranandani. Darshan Hiranandani has also said that he used her login ID and password to post questions. But Rashid, that exactly is the point also, that there is no ruling in the Parliament which says that you cannot share the login ID and password.
Yes, Maria, so that's a grey area. And more importantly, Maria, we must understand in the present world, the world we live in, see, the process of natural justice is very important. It applies to everyone. It makes no distinction between a parliamentarian or a army personnel or so. You may recall there used to be this, the court-martial proceedings of army, and where, it was not supposed to be tried in a challenge in civil courts. Now, increasingly, courts have observed that no, it cannot be done. The process of natural justice, if somebody feels, betrayed, if somebody feels that unilaterally decisions have been taken by a, panel or a body, then it can be challenged in court of law. So I think,
So basically,
Mahua
Mahua Moitra perhaps is building up for a bigger battle in court of law.
Absolutely, Maria, because this is also political. I agree with Vinod what he's saying, but a lot of issues of patriarchy are involved. You see, she is being judged because she's a woman. She is judged because she has a robust social life. You see, she's being judged because, tell me how many parliamentarians take. We know how Rajya Sabha elections are conducted and what kind of allotments are given. I have no evidence, but I know that as a reporter, I know it. So what I'm saying is, it's not about whataboutery. The fact of the matter is, many of the parliamentarians are technologically challenged, and they do provide access to their
technologically challenged, Rashid. Sanjay Singh is not in agreement with that. Sanjay Singh, why are you not agreeing with what Rashid is saying? And I like disagreements, particularly among analysts. That's very healthy.
I have great admiration for Rashid Kejriwal, but I seriously disagree that he is bringing gender issue in this particular thing, patriarchy issue in this thing, particularly when chief of that particular party, Mamata Banerjee, she is also West Bengal Chief Minister, and Mahua Moitra, also you add adjectives that she is very feisty, she is fearless, she is articulate, and whole lot of other positive adjectives. She's champion of vanguard of left liberals and most prominent voice against Modi government, against corporates and against whatnot. And then you suddenly pitch in that because she is a victim, she is a woman, she is being judged in a different manner and fashion. I think, sorry to say that this argument, some would say, is a bit ridiculous and giving it entirely new twist. What Mahua Moitra has done, see, this whole thing began, if you have to make an interesting and argument which people are going to see, this whole episode began with a pet dog, for a pet dog. But what the larger picture out here, yes, Ethics Committee does not have a power to investigate criminality, but there are other agencies also. Ethics Committee can certainly recommend to Speaker to have this investigated by CBI, by ED, and by whatever other law enforcement agencies that.
Because since Rashid has raised the gender angle, I'll bring in bring in Gargi. Gargi should respond to that gender, twist that has been given as well. Rashid, I'm coming to you. I can see Anuja of the BJP as well.
Yes, Rashid, another prominent panelist, Neerja Chaudhary, was also making this gender issue. She had also brought in this gender issue. So therefore, I thought maybe I should respond.
Fine. Okay. So the gender angle first Gargi, and then I go to Rashid.
Yes, I don't think here there is any gender issue or there is any issue of patriarchy. I'm very sorry to say that. No, what she was vocal, apparently, but that was the pretense. In the garb of questioning Modi or Adani, what she was doing, she was basically supporting the interest of another corporate. If you just see the questions, see, she is from the constituency of Krishnanagar. Nothing from Krishnanagar. I think there were 3 questions. Just 1-2 questions if you see what she raised. Okay, 47 logins from Dubai office of Hiranandani. That is there. See the questions. It is so evident. She had questioned the MOU signed between Adani and GAIL and IOC in that Paradip port. And then Hiranandani won the bid for natural gas pipeline at Paradip. Then there is that she questioned the handling capacity of Kolkata port. And then there was an MOU between Kolkata port and Hiranandani. She questioned about the 5G readiness of the country. Hiranandani had applied for the global personal mobile communication satellite license 5G. So see, everything is linked. So this was a pretense. Okay. She was vocal, no doubt, but that was a garb in the garb of questioning.
Okay, Rashid, there are disagreements, and a woman panelist is also disagreeing with you. Please go ahead.
No, there is nothing.
Maria, don't we know patriarchy is perpetuated by women? What is this Saas Bahu thing, all about? That we see it in our houses. So please don't think just because you see Mamata Banerjee is a head of TMC that does not absolve her. She may be socially conservative in her outlook and she may be doing it. I am saying, Maria, you look at the key characters, my friend referred to that, Henry, all those people who are making accusation against her, unsubstantiated or otherwise, have been her, partners, associates. That's what I'm saying. She's being judged. She's being judged on grounds of her gender.
Okay.
This is, I'm saying it with all seriousness.
We have
Anuja Kapoor. 10 seconds, Rashid ji. I heard this from other panelists also. They are saying it is her partner, her friend, they knew it, now they are coming. But the thing is, if a criminal offense is a criminal offense, no law says that if a criminal offense happens 5 years back and now it comes to light, it is not a crime. So if somebody committed a murder 5 years back or 3 years back, now it comes to light, it's not a murder, it's not like that. Okay, one can also investigate Jai Dehagrai or Darshan Hiranandani, that why didn't Joy say that time when it was happening?
Okay, Anuja, one of the points,
it's still a criminal offense.
One of the points, these committees have to function completely in a bipartisan manner. But the point that has been made by Mahua Moitra in a letter to Mr. Vinod Sonkar is that the functioning of various parliament committees reeks of double standards. And she is referring to the case of what happened between, Danish Ali and Mr. Ramesh Biduri.
This is very sorry to put it again that now it has been questioned now, Ramesh Biduri and Mohima Mitra. Look at the gravity of the questions you are asking me or anybody else. They are talking upon, first of all, on the gender. They're trying to put it through. And I have a friend, Ashwini Dubey is also sitting. He would also know that we cannot, law does not look or presides over a gender. So we're talking about a neutral gender in parliament. And we're also talking about the ethics committee, irrespective of any gender, caste, creed or religion. Now, when we're talking about Ramesh Biduri did not share. He didn't share the login and putting the national security into jeopardy. Look at the questions we're asking with two parliamentarians. We are trying to ask this question to be Mohima Mitra that why did you share? It is not about that the abusive language she has used, bastard or something. She has used many things. I have numerous things about her. But are we not talking about what the thing which led to the legal ethics to investigate her? This is the issue.
I'm not really getting into the language because that language is not acceptable on television either. So let's abstain from quoting leaders whose languages are absolutely not acceptable. But come in on this, Ashwini. Point here is of what next in the next few days for Mahua Moitra after she has withdrawn her case against media. She has made repeated statements, contradicted herself. So certainly that contradiction is something which is very visible. First Vinodji and then the final word to Ashwini.
नहीं देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि अब एथिक्स कमेटी को डिसाइड करना है, क्योंकि आज महुआ मोइत्रा की हियरिंग के बाद उनके पक्ष रखने के बाद एथिक्स कमेटी लगभग अपना प्रक्रिया, अपना प्रोसेस पूरा कर चुकी है और उसके बाद उसको फैसला लेना है कि इसमें क्या किया जाए। एक बात मैं ज़रूर कहूँगा, जो अभी बीजेपी की प्रवक्ता कह रही थी रमेश बिधूड़ी ने लॉगिन पासवर्ड्स नहीं शेयर किया, ठीक है, लेकिन रमेश बिधूड़ी ने जो किया वो भी मतलब जो अगर सदन के बाहर करते तो हेट स्पीच के अंदर उनके खिलाफ भी केस दर्ज हो सकता था। तो वो भी कोई गंभीर मामला नहीं है कि संसद के अंदर आपने जिस तरह अपने एक सहयोगी सांसद के बारे में बोला तो उसको डिफेंड नहीं किया जा सकता है कि महुआ मोइत्रा ने लॉगिन पासवर्ड शेयर किया। इसलिए दोनों अलग अलग तरह के मामले हैं और मुझे लगता है कि जितना गंभीर महुआ मोइत्रा का मामला है उतना ही गंभीर रमेश बिधूड़ी का मामला भी है, क्योंकि वो भी संसद के एक सांसद के आचरण का मामला है। संसद के अंदर वो भी आचार संहिता के अंदर संसद के सदाचार और कदाचार की परिधि में आता है, इसलिए उसको भी ये कहकर नहीं अनदेखा किया जा सकता है कि वो लॉगिन पासवर्ड शेयर नहीं किया। तो इसलिए महुआ मोइत्रा का वो पॉइंट अपनी जगह जो है, वो अगर बात पब्लिक में कहेंगी तो लोगों को जरूर इस बात पे लगेगा कि भाई एक मामले में आप इतनी तत्परता दिखा रहे हैं और दूसरे मामले में एकदम जो है उसको ढीला छोड़ दिया गया। तो कहीं ना कहीं इस पर जो है संसदीय समितियों को भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि उनकी जो पारदर्शिता, उनकी निष्पक्षता है, उस पर लोगों को सवाल उठाने का मौका न मिले।
This nispakshta or no double standards, because the credibility of these committees have been put to question, Ashwini. While we look at the charges and the fact that Mahua Moitra has constantly created this web by the questions that she has raised and the answers that she has given?
Maria, see, one cannot say that since he has committed an illegality or illegal act or an offense, therefore I will also commit an offense. You first examine him, then I will come to the cross-examination or I will give evidence. Both are having the different parameters, and it depends on the person or the authority who has powers to regulate it. So far as the defamation case, in the first question before Vinod Agnihotriji spoke, you asked one question. Defamation case was premature from very first day. Maria, on your channel, I and you had agreed that unless the committee reaches to the conclusion that the allegations are vague, defamation case is not maintainable. So very rightly she has withdrawn it. Otherwise, court would have definitely said that, look, it is not maintainable at this is now. Investigator is having the constitutional authority, because these are not the civil court proceedings or criminal court proceeding regulated by the Code of Civil Procedure or regulated by the Code of Criminal Procedure. These are the proceedings where the constitutional powers are vested with the Lok Sabha Speaker and the committee who is examining the issues which are before the committee. And the issue is whether Member of Parliament Mahua Mohitra is guilty of Parliament's contempt, whether is there any breach of privilege, hence the shield under say Article 105 the Constitution of India is not available to her. Third, whether offence under Section 120A IPC for criminal conspiracy is committed by Mahua Mohitra, and whether cash benefits or other benefits have been taken in lieu of asking questions. Now 4 answers from probable answer. 1, access to login ID to somebody who has no concern with parliamentary proceedings have been given, and the IT Ministry and the MHA have categorically said that 47 times the login ID opened from there. Second, there is a larger nexus. This is not the only thing which we are seeing. Larger nexus is being examined, that under what account, for what benefits, what were the other issues which have still not come in the picture, which are being examined, that will come later. Third, MPs under the garb of constitutional immunity cannot sell their constitutional privilege.
So if it is about constitutional immunity, let me just say it again, it applies only on voting inside Parliament and speeches that MPs give on the floor of the House. I really appreciate your time. Vinod Agnihotri, Anuja Kapoor, Gargi, Ashwini Dubey, Rashid Kidwai and Sanjay Singh. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. Even as we speak, Mahua Mohitra, TMC MP, who faces the heat in the cash for query case, is appearing before the Ethics Committee of Parliament. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
ऐसा होता है कि आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है, मे बी यू आर ऑन अ वेब पेज, या मे बी यू आर रीडिंग अ बुक लेट्स से, या अगर कुछ भी बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्स्ट है, कई बार बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस आ जाते हैं. समटाइम्स इट्स दिस लेजी फीलिंग, या समटाइम्स इट्स मोर कन्वीनियंट कि अगर कोई आपको वो सब चीज़ें पढ़ के सुना दे. लेट मी गिव यू अ टेक टिप. आपके फ़ोन में एक इनबिल्ट ऑप्शन होता है टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच का. Either you are using Android or iOS, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, दोनों केसेस में आपको ये ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा. You just need to dig deep into the accessibility settings और वहाँ से you can even customize the output speech options कि आपको किस स्पीड में वो स्पीच चाहिए, या फिर किस टाइप की आपको वॉइस चाहिए, और आप बड़े आराम से जो भी आपके स्क्रीन पे है वो सुन सकते हैं.
Text to speech is a feature that reads digital text aloud. Words on a computer or other digital device can be converted into audio using this.
कभी कभी ये आलस के मारे आप करेंगे, कभी कभी करेंगे आप कन्वीनियंस के मामले में, बट इट्स अ नाइस टिप टू फॉलो.
Welcome back. The iPhone alert row escalates as a government agency CERT-in is set to probe the Apple hacking alerts. The government sources say the investigation report is likely to be submitted in a few weeks. Now, according to sources, members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology are likely to raise the Apple warning issue in the next meeting of the panel. The lawmakers who've claimed to receive the notification from Apple of a potential bid to hack their iPhones include Shiv Sena's MP Priyanka Chaturvedi, Trinamool Congress's Mahua Moitra, Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadha, AIMIM's Asauddin Owaisi and several Congress leaders as well. Delhi's air quality index stood in the very poor category for the 6th consecutive day on the 2nd of November at around 6 a.m. Now, according to Central Pollution Control Board data, the system that quantifies air quality SAFAR also says that Delhi's air quality levels stand at 343, with the prominent pollutants being seen at PM 2.5 and PM 10. Now, scientists report that both the temperature and the wind speed are dropping quickly, so the next 15 to 20 days for Delhi would be critical. Now, Delhi has begun implementing the GRAP 2 as per directives provided by the CAQM after the review meeting that was held by the Environment Minister Gopal Rai yesterday as well. The GRAP 2 measures are going to be strictly followed. Now, Rohit Sharma, the captain of the Indian cricket team, also spoke about this. Listen in.
I mean, in an ideal world, you don't want a situation like this, but I'm pretty sure the concerned people are taking the necessary steps to avoid these kind of situation. It's not ideal, everyone knows that. But obviously, looking at our future generation, your kids, my kid, obviously it's quite important that they get to live without any fear. So yeah, I mean, every time I get to speak outside of cricket, if we are not discussing cricket, I always talk about this, that, we have to look after our future generation.
Now, a political blame game has erupted in West Bengal over the compensation awarded to the Tata Group. Now, Tata Motors Limited said an arbitration panel has ruled in its favour to recover 766 crore rupees with the interest from the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation in Singnur Nano project case. And the company said and claimed that compensation on account of the loss of capital investments made during the previous left-front regime of the Tata Nano factory. Earlier, the Supreme Court also had ruled that the land acquisition for the project by the left-front government led by Buddhadev Bhattacharya was illegal.
A three-member arbitral tribunal has ruled in favor of Tata Motors in the Singur Nano project case, allowing the company to recover rupees 766 crore along with interest from the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation. The interest will be calculated at 11% per annum from September 1, 2016 till the actual recovery happens. The BJP has attacked the ruling TMC, which was then in opposition and led the anti-land acquisition protests in Singur. Citing violent protests, Ratan Tata moved the project to Sanand in Gujarat, even though the factory in Singur was in an advanced stage of construction.
Mamata Banerjee's act as an opposition leader during that regime, that is the left regime, compelled Tata to leave West Bengal, and at that time Ratan Tata, the CEO of the Tata Groups, said that we are choosing good aim in place of bad aim. Now the good aim is the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister of this country, and Mamata Banerjee became, that bad aim became the Chief Minister of this state. And what is the present scenario, financial scenario of the state is quite open to everybody.
Sources say the TMC is planning to move the Calcutta High Court against the order. The ruling party blames the left for the Singur mess, pointing to the Supreme Court that termed the land acquisition illegal. The left denies responsibility and blames the Trinamool.
When Tata and the nano factory left West Bengal, an entire generation of young people lost opportunities for jobs, work, and the build-up of an entire economic zone centering Hooghly district. Second is that now that the Supreme Court has awarded a compensation of almost 765 crores plus 11% interest to be calculated from 2016, which will equivalent to almost the same amount, the principal amount, that has to go from the coffers of the West Bengal government, and that's the taxpayers' money.
Left are responsible for the entire chapter because there is an order from Supreme Court that the land acquisition is itself illegal, and that has been done by Buddhadev Bhattacharya government, CPM government. How can Trinamool government be responsible for that issue?
Mamata Banerjee last year said that she was not responsible for driving out the Tatas from Shingur and instead blamed the left front government for its faulty land acquisition, as the Trinamool Congress government tries to build an investment and industry friendly image amidst criticism that it hasn't been able to draw enough investment to West Bengal. This time around too, the Trinamool has been circumspect in its response to the latest order, choosing to blame the left front for the flight of industry from West Bengal. With camera person GD Shankar, in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
The king of Bollywood cinema, Shah Rukh Khan, celebrates his 58th birthday today. His Manat sees fans gathering to celebrate his 58 years of stardom. My colleague Abira stands by outside Manat to take us through the ground situation. Abira, take us through the excitement around fans at this point outside of Manat. Of course, Shah Rukh is celebrating 58 years of stardom today.
Okay, first let me tell you, happy Shah Rukh Khan Day to all of you. We are outside Manat, like you said, but there is a very high security here, so you won't be able to see a single fan here. They're all towards the sea. I mean, where they are standing, it's bandstand. We are standing in bandstand. They're all standing the other side, so they are not allowed yet. Shah Rukh is expected only by evening. For right now, there's peace here, actually, you can say, but the madness is going to begin. Donkey teaser has been dropped and people are going crazy over it. The fans, there have been fans who have come from all over the country, just not from Bombay. Thousands of fans reached Bombay yesterday to celebrate Shah Rukh Khan, and they will be meeting Shah Rukh I think in the evening, sometime in the evening. That's what has been said. But right now the excitement is really high because of the donkey teaser, and we are just waiting for Shah Rukh Khan to come out and wave to the fans. If you can see around me, there is high security. The fans are not allowed here yet because it's not time yet for Shah Rukh Khan to come out, right? So we are still waiting for the madness to begin.
Thank you, Abira, for bringing us those updates from the ground. Now here's a look at his journey, in fact, from Raj to Rahul and beyond.
Shah Rukh Khan turns 58. This year has proved to be a blockbuster for King Khan, with two of his latest films taking the world by storm. His third offering promises to carry on the SRK mania.
Shah Rukh sir has always been celebrated as the most romantic hero. He came back with an action genre, which was the pulse of the nation at that point in time. सारी चीजें एक साथ आई जो genre उस वक्त audience देखना चाह रही थी, जो star screen से missing था, वो सब उनको एक साथ मिला. I think ये साल is the best year for him to celebrate.
2023 has resonated with Shah Rukh's massive box office success, and he will continue to make waves till the end of this year. November 2nd isn't just about his fans celebrating his birthday. SRK is all set to launch the teaser of his much-awaited film, Donkey, which releases on December 22nd. Shah Rukh Khan's release Pathaan infused new life into Bollywood, hauling in a mind-boggling rupees 1,050 crores at the box office worldwide. Then came Jawan in September, which unbelievably topped the predecessor with a whooping 1,146 crore worldwide. The film is still running in some theatres.
इंडस्ट्री को भी उनका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट इसलिए करना चाहिए कि इंडस्ट्री की जो हालत थी पठान के आने से पहले वो ज़रा गंभीर थी, फिल्में चल नहीं रही थी, लोग एकदम मायूस थे एंड अब आ रही है डंकी, तो ये साल शाहरुख खान का मेरे ख्याल से डबल सुपर बर्थडे होना चाहिए.
The year 2023 is already seminal for King Khan, with 2 films crossing the 1,000 crore mark. But these films have also broken other records in Indian filmmaking history. Jawan is the 5th biggest Indian film ever. SRK has single-handedly revived Bollywood's declining fortunes. Meanwhile, the critically acclaimed filmmaker Raju Hirani and Shah Rukh, who had been in talks for years over a collaboration, will finally be seen working together in Donkey. Hirani has already notched one blockbuster after another on his belt, so viewers' expectations are high. Shah Rukh Khan's 58th year will be a landmark year, etched in gold on the pages of Bollywood history.
We'll continue tracking these stories for you. On the other side of this break, my colleague Rika brings you a special segment analysing India's World Cup journey so far and what to expect from the match against Sri Lanka today.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
Iran warning Israel not to go after Hamas in the Gaza Strip. I think they're revealing what their real agenda is.
Israel as a democratic country should not target civilians for revenge.
80% of the Israeli people today would love to see Netanyahu go home as soon as possible.
When it comes to Hamas, ISIS terror organization, there is no solution with them. Diplomatic would not, we would not risk having the same attack occur again on Israel.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
To understand the whole thing, let me explain to you that how does it work. There are various players, NPCI is one place, and they get their switching fee. So to that extent, they are compensated. There is no loss to them.
They are making money.
That's a not-for-profit. So even if they are making money, it will ultimately not for that particular organization. It's a not-for-profit organization. It is owned by the banks. So it's all right. There are players like issuing bank and acquiring bank. So for example, if you have a savings bank account with the State Bank of India, so it is an issuer bank.
Hello and welcome. We are in the business end of the World Cup. India still unbeaten and are on a roll. They have not been challenged by any of the opposition. Even the best of the best have not been able to beat them. This afternoon, they're up against their subcontinental neighbors, Sri Lanka. Do they have it in them to challenge India? We shall talk about what can make this match interesting, because the fans are already thinking, well, we have got this. Against the Lankan Lions, standing tall is Captain Rohit Sharma, who has given stability, direction and added flair to India's campaign. Well, that's the match coming up your way at 2 p.m. from the Wankhede Stadium, a venue that saw the two neighbors clash against each other in the final of the 2011 World Cup. The rest, of course, is history. But before we get into the discussion, let's hear Captain Rohit Sharma talk about his role in the tournament.
You read the situation, you see where the game is going, you see what is the right move in that particular situation. You try and analyze all those things and you try and make a move. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Hats off to the players as well to really comply with that, because it's not easy. It's one thing if I keep thinking about it, and another thing if the guys don't comply with it. And I think full credit to all 10 of them who have taken parts in that game. So I try and do what is necessary from the team's perspective and be sure of that.
Well, India has been enough and more confident. In fact, they have been completely sure of what they're doing in this World Cup campaign 2023. I'm joined at this hour by former cricketer Rajiv Seth and senior journalist Shaji Chako. Rohit Sharma, of course, spoke about the confidence with which he has gone into the World Cup. But the way, India has been on a roll. Rajiv, let me come to you. Can Sri Lanka in any way surprise India today?
Hi, Rika, and good afternoon to all. It's been an uphill task, frankly speaking. It is not going to be easy for Sri Lanka. If you look at World Cup stats, yes, we are 4-on-4, head on head. But if you see the last outing with India, in Asia Cup, and that's where it was a 10 wickets loss for Sri Lanka, and it was not in a good manner. So there would be some psychological aspect also prevailing on Sri Lankan's mind. But having said that, look, it is a happy hunting ground for Rohit, being Wankhede, as well as the team, which the kind of form they are in. I personally see this, being a very, very positive start and positive way for Indian team, though they can't take anything lightly, having won it all. They would like to keep it clean sweep all through. So it's important that we win the toss, we bat first. But as the stats are also saying that batting first is also putting more runs on this wicket. So it all augurs well for us.
Shaji, it's a World Cup match, and the fans want it to be worth every penny, because they are paying a lot of money to get into the stadium to watch this match. What is it that Sri Lanka can do today to make the match interesting? Do you think that element of left arm spin, which has troubled the Indians in the past, that is something that can, really throw up a little bit of surprise element to India?
Good afternoon, Rika. I think Sri Lanka will have to really work out of the skins, because the last two times we played them in the Asia Cup, especially the final, it was probably one of the most one-sided finals. And Sri Lanka were bowled out for 50 or something. So, looking from their defeat, Sri Lanka has been beaten in the last 10 of the 11 matches they have played against India.
Right.
So that just shows what sort of uphill task, what sort of climb they have to do. And this Indian team, and even if you see the World Cup performances so far, Sri Lanka just able to win 2 matches out of the 6, whereas India 6 out of 6. So that's a very clear statement of sorts for me. For me, it means that India will have to play very badly, very poor, have a very poor day in office. Conversely, Sri Lanka will have to play out of the skin, will have to play out of everything to even make it an even battle. Such is the dominance of India over Lanka in the head-to-head plus the last matches. But once again, let's say cricket. It's a game, it's a game of sport.
True, Sri Lanka
Nothing
will
can be
have
taken for
to,
granted.
Shaji, we understand that
Sorry.
Sri Lanka will have to play out of their skin to even stand a chance of, you know, making it a contest. But coming back to you, Rajiv, do you think playing Velalage today, well, we don't really know in whose place he comes in. Playing Velalage at Wankhede today is going to bring in that surprise factor?
Well, they have nothing to lose. They have to try it all. And why not? When he brings in the surprise element in some sense, because we know Samara Vikrama as well as Nisanka, they are all good batters and have done well. Even Mendes, I'm really wanting to see him score at this tournament. You know, so there is a good amount of depth in the batting of Sri Lanka. They just need to come all blazing, you know, in terms of from the Sri Lankans' perspective, because they have nothing to lose, everything to gain. And mind you, Angela Matthews also coming back is probably going to be a big factor. So there are good factors, good elements that are working for Sri Lanka, having not to lose anything a great deal. But having said that, they really need to plug it in, because it's not going to be a one average or a above average performance which will sail them through. So it's just a tough task, but we have to be cautious as Indians. But yes, it is manageable.
Shaji, you know, for several cricketers, we know that certain oppositions are their favourites. When we talk about Angelo Matthews, Rajiv just mentioned that he has come back to the side. India is one of his favourite opposition. Do you think that plays on the mind of the cricketers when they go out to the field that this is an opposition against whom I have performed well time and again, and here is my chance, even though I have been hot and cold during the competition?
Absolutely. I think Rajiv got a very valid point here. After all, cricket, like any other sport, is a mind game. It's as much part of the field as in the minds. And Angelo Matthews has got the money of many Indians. You just look at his peek at his record, will show ample evidence that the Angelo Matthews factor, Rika, for me, I mean, it's too premature. I'm not sure whether I'm prudent enough in saying this. Could be the X factor that Lanka is looking for. We never know. But what I'm trying to say, that's one part of the equation. That's one part of the story. The other part of the story, or the main script here is that the Indians are on a high. They want everything before them. But yes, let me sound a note of caution. Don't take Lanka lightly.
Right. Well, India will not take Lanka lightly, given that today is the match that a win will get them into the semi-final. Rajiv, coming back to you, you know, when it comes to India, they have been on a roll, 6 out of 6. Is there any sort of weakness with this team?
Well, I won't call that as a weakness. The only factor that I see is that we should not become complacent and lose early on wickets, because that brings about a lot of pressure on the middle order. Now, middle order has been tried a little bit, not to the extent that one would want it. But yes, as an Indian middle order, yes, they have been tried. In fact, we have also tried our hands on chasing. So both ways, we've kind of worked it around. But having said that, the only way I see this going out of context and out of hands is the complacency factor. Otherwise, the momentum and the real form is all working in direction of India. And more so, Rika, I would like to mention that Wankhede wicket is a positive bounce, is a fair bounce. And, you know, you have those stroke makers in your lineup. And that's where it makes an added advantage. And having said that, in the same breath, I would want somebody like Surya Kumar Yadav to, fire all cylinders. He came out good in the last match, and that's exactly what we want. So there is a lot of positivity for us to go for.
What about Rajiv, Shreyas Iyer's form and the way he has been getting out? time and again. I do understand that when a team is doing well, one odd batter or a bowler not performing doesn't matter. But going into the semi-finals, would that not be a worry for India?
To some extent, yes, considering that he is part of the unit and he has to do well. If all goes well, he has to also go well. So from that perspective, yes. But having said that, Shreyas is a flair player. I have always considered him to be a free-flowing kind of a player. He just needs his momentum, just needs his flair, and he would be back. I was particularly not happy the way he handled the short pitch delivery. And this is where he has to be a little more careful. Otherwise, I mean, frankly speaking, he's too good of a player for any such attack that we are seeing in this World Cup. So he should come good too.
Okay, Shaji has already mentioned his X factor for this game. He hopes Angelo Matthews comes good. Who is your X factor, Rajiv?
Well, frankly speaking, Angela, for Sri Lanka, yes, definitely, Angela, I would say, because he's also coming as a surprise factor. Not that Indians don't know about him. He's not played in this tournament.
True.
And what form he comes with, and what sort of approach does he have? So there is a surprise factor. These surprise factors are always the key to the game, because when you're playing in the circuit, the player, how he is playing, and how to combat situations. But when it comes after a gap, you have both positive and negative playing with it. So that's I would also say there is a factor of Angelo definitely from Sri Lankan's perspective.
Shaji, Wankhede Stadium is a small ground, high-scoring deck. How much do you expect the team batting first is going to score today?
Well, Rika, I think 280, 300, 250 plus. And one more thing.
I think South Africa has scored 399, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Right. So, I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Sri Lanka it's a 300 plus wicket, but it all depends on so many factors. One small point I would like to take to what Rohit said. For me, the middle order, now the Shreyas Iyer spoke about, for me, even Shubham Gill, his form is a slight cause of concern for me. Because, mind you, Rika, all the matches we see, it's Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, KL Rahul,
and Surya Kumar Yadav. Yes.
And then there is a small
Shami and Bumrah has done the rest of the job. True, Shubman Gill needs to come to the party.
I think for me, there is a cause of concern or a small glitch in that particular department. But I think if India bats first, if you were to ask me, I'll stick my neck out and say they scored about 280, 300.
Right.
I can't say the same for Sri Lanka. I'll be very clear and up about this.
Well, all that the fans are waiting for today at the Wankhede Stadium, the scene of 2011 World Cup final, is a good contest between these two subcontinental neighbours. That's worth their money. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on the broadcast at this hour. With that, a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
फ्रेंड्स, इन दिस सेगमेंट मैं आपके साथ में कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर करने वाला हूं अबाउट योर गैजेट्स. योर डिवाइस माइट बी एक्सपोज टू सम क्रिटिकल वल्नरेबिलिटीज, जिसके बाद में आपका डेटा, आपका इंपॉर्टेंट जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपने स्टोर करके रखा है उस फोन में, वो सब गलत हाथों में जा सकता है. अभी ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ व्हेन द कंप्यूटर इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स टीम फॉर इंडिया एक एडवाइजरी इशू करती है एंड वो बताती है कि मल्टीपल वर्जन्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड, टॉकिंग अबाउट एंड्रॉयड 11, एंड्रॉयड 12, एंड्रॉयड 12L एंड साथ में एंड्रॉयड 13 भी, ये कुछ क्रिटिकल इश्यूज को पोज कर रहे हैं. देयर आर सम मेजर सिक्योरिटी फ्लॉज और इसका सोल्यूशन सिर्फ एक है कि गूगल एक अपडेट इशू करेगा और जितने भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो बाद में उस अपडेट को अपने अपने डिवाइसेस में पुश करेंगे एंड आपके पास जब वो अपडेट आए तो आपको उसे इंस्टॉल करना है। और आप कभी नहीं चाहोगे कि आपके फ़ोन का जो डेटा है या आपकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है जो आपने फ़ोन में अपनी पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन स्टोर करी है वो कहीं गलत हाथों में चला जाए, कोई आपके फ़ोन को रिमोटली कंट्रोल कर ले, कोई एक मलिशियस ऐप आपके फ़ोन में आ जाए। तो इन सभी चीज़ों को अवॉइड करने के लिए द फर्स्ट स्टेप that you can do and you have to do is to update your devices. तो make sure आज के बाद keep it like a regular habit. Once in a while, sometimes तो आपको notification खुद से मिल जाएगा, but if it doesn't come, once in a while, every 15-20 days, normally just check for updates for all your devices. For example, if you have a camera, अब आपने एक बार एक कैमरा खरीदा है जो 2 साल आपको हो चुके हैं उसको खरीदे हुए और आप 2 साल से इस कैमरा को यूज़ कर रहे हैं and you're just using it like normal. यू नेवर नो, क्या पता उसके लिए एक नया फर्मवेयर अवेलेबल हो जहाँ पे उस कैमरा की परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी सी अच्छी हो गई हो, उसके तो कुछ नए फीचर्स मिल गए हो। इफ़ यू जस्ट कनेक्ट दैट कैमरा विद कंप्यूटर एंड वहाँ पे अगर आप चेक करते हैं फॉर अ न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर, हो सकता है आपको एक नया सॉफ्टवेयर मिल जाए और आपके कुछ नए फीचर्स उसमें ऐड हो जाएं। सो जस्ट एज अ नॉर्मल हैबिट, डू इट विद ऑल योर गैजेट्स once in a while, every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks, to make sure that you get the latest features. At the same time, you are completely saved from all these critical issues because आप ही को काम करना पड़ेगा, वो इंस्टॉलेशन का बटन आप ही को दबाना पड़ेगा. Nobody is going to do it for you. It's your gadgets and I mean you need to protect them.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good afternoon, it's 1 p.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. Trinamool Congress Lok Sabha member Mahua Moitra, who is at the centre of a bribe for query row, has appeared before the Ethics Committee of the lower house. All the details are coming up. Let's begin with the headlines. Arvind Kejriwal to skip the Enforcement Directorate summons. He's going to Madhya Pradesh. He says the ED summons were motivated, but the liquor scam heat is on the Delhi Chief Minister. And another Aam Aadmi Party minister is under the ED scanner. The ED team was at Delhi Welfare Minister Rajkumar's house this morning. Well, the ED team is also searching 9 other premises besides his residence. TMC MP is at the crucial ethics panel hearing. Mahua Moitra appears before the ethics panel as the BJP has a fresh 47 login misuse charge on Mahua Moitra. Meanwhile, in Gaza, at least 195 people have been killed in the Jabalia refugee camp strikes. Israel's strikes on Jabalia could be considered war crimes, is what the United Nations has declared. This as hundreds of foreigners and injured leave Gaza. And the Central Online Safety Agency, the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, will probe the opposition's claim of iPhone hacking attempts and give a report within a few weeks. And India to square off against Sri Lanka today. India looked to seal the semi-final berth. Well, breaking news coming in. Rajasthan Congress Chief Govind Singh Dotasra's sons have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the paper leak money laundering case. Now, after a raid last week at the father's home, at the Congress chief's home, the ED has now summoned Govind Singh Dotasra's sons. In fact, on the 26th of October, just last month, the Enforcement Directorate had raided the premises of Rajasthan Congress President Govind Singh Dotasra and party candidate from Mahua Assembly seat as well, as part of a money laundering investigation into the alleged exam paper leak case in Rajasthan, which heads to polls in just a few weeks. Currently, we know that the Enforcement Directorate has served summons to the Congress chief's sons in Rajasthan. The other big story we're tracking on NDTV 24/7. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal did not turn up to the Enforcement Directorate's office today for giving his statement on the Delhi liquor policy case. Now, Mr. Kejriwal, as we had been reporting, was actually scheduled to appear before the Central Probe Agency's Delhi office at 11 a.m. this morning. But instead, he wrote a letter to the ED asking to take back the summons that was served to him, calling it illegal and politically motivated. In fact, this is something that the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained, that this is political vendetta. Mr. Kejriwal will be going to Madhya Pradesh's Singrauli instead, where he will take part in a roadshow along with Punjab's Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, and he will leave for Madhya Pradesh in a while is what his party spokespeople are informing us. For the latest on what Mr. Kejriwal's plan of action looks for the rest of the day, we've got my colleague Vedant Agarwal joining us. In fact, Vedant has been reporting since the morning that his plans to turn up for the summons at the ED office seemed iffy. However, that's now confirmed. Vedant, Mr. Kejriwal will be heading for a roadshow in Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh instead of turning up for the ED summons?
That's right, Parmeshwar. In fact, just a short while back, Mr. Kejriwal left his residence and he's going to Singrauli via Banaras is what we are picking up. And of course, he has a roadshow planned there, as you said, and also several public meetings. After that, he will be headed to Chhattisgarh, where he has a 2-day program. In fact, on the 3rd and 4th of November is when he will be in Chhattisgarh, including in Bilaspur, where he will be campaigning along with Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Of course, this comes after he skipped the summons and also wrote a rather scathing letter to the Enforcement Directorate, where he made several points. He said that it's not clear whether he was being summoned as a witness or a suspect, whether he was being summoned in an individual capacity or in the capacity of the Delhi Chief Minister or the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, he cited 2 points. First, he said that as the Chief Minister of the national capital, he has several events lined up here in Delhi, given that Diwali is coming up. And as a national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, he has responsibilities in poll-bound states. This, of course, is the Aam Aadmi Party is fighting in almost all seats in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. In fact, interestingly, in Mizoram as well, the Aam Aadmi Party has fielded several candidates. So he said that this summons is only to, in a sense, prevent him from campaigning in these poll-bound states. Now, of course, the standoff between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP has also intensified with the Aam Aadmi Party, and no less than the Chief Minister saying that this summons was issued as a behest of the BJP and also that it was leaked to select BJP members. In fact, to this, the BJP has responded. The BJP says that if Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is so sure that he has not done anything wrong and there's no evidence against him, then why does he not turn up for the investigation? Now, as far as the legal recourse for the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, well, sources also tell us that this is the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy also to buy time so that it can look at its legal options. It's likely that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal may also challenge his summons in the Supreme Court. Remember, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal can skip 3 summons of the Enforcement Directorate, after which the central agency can move for a non-bailable warrant, which the court finally issues. So it remains to be seen how that pans out. But this, of course, has given the Aam Aadmi Party some time to think of its legal options. As far as today is concerned, Arvind Kejriwal will be addressing a public meeting at about 3 to 4 p.m. in Madhya Pradesh's Singrauli.
Vedant, as always, thank you so much for taking us through the latest developments. As my colleague Vedant is reporting, Arvind Kejriwal is heading to Madhya Pradesh, where he will be addressing a rally at about 3 to 4 p.m. and then he will touch down in Chhattisgarh. But this, as Delhi Social Welfare Minister Rajkumar Anand's house is also being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in a customs-related money laundering case. An ED team actually reached the minister's house earlier this morning and began these searches. In fact, Mr. Anand, who's a minister in the Arvind Kejriwal-led cabinet, is an MLA from Patel Nagar. He's actually the latest AAP leader under the central agency's scanner, with his several party colleagues being probed in the Delhi liquor policy case as well. We know that his residence was being searched by ED officials, and 9 other premises that were linked to his aides were also being searched this morning. Now, the probe pertains to alleged false declarations in imports for customs evasions of over 7 crore rupees, besides international Hawala transactions, as my colleague Arvind Gunasekar was reporting. A local court has taken cognizance of the complaint by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, after which the ED filed a complaint against the Aam Aadmi Party leader. Listen in to the political reactions coming in. Right, we will of course get you the political reactions coming in as far as the Aam Aadmi Party's developments are concerned. For now, let's turn our attention to what's happening with Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra. Well, she is giving her statement to the Parliamentary Ethics Committee in the alleged cash for query case. She has refuted the allegation but admitted to sharing parliamentary login details with businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Now, Mahua Moitra is being questioned on the basis of reports received by the Ethics Committee from 3 union ministries, along with other documents and evidences as per our sources. And Mahua Moitra, who has been accused of conspiracy along with serious breach of privilege and contempt of the House, yesterday said the Ethics Committee may not be the appropriate forum to examine allegations of alleged criminality because it lacks the power to examine such allegations. Switching tracks, the Central Online Safety Agency, the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, will now probe the opposition's claim of iPhone hacking attempts. This is what IT ministry sources have confirmed. Now, several opposition leaders, as we have been reporting, including Mahua Moitra, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Raghav Chadda, Shashi Tharoor, Pawan Khera and Sitaram Yechuri, claimed that they had received Apple alerts warning them of state-sponsored attackers trying to hack their phones. Opposition MPs, the ones that I just mentioned, demanded that the government answer questions about the alert issue and also called for a meeting of the Parliamentary Standing Committee for IT to investigate this serious matter. News now from Bihar. Well, the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar today admitted that all the work in India Alliance has come to a standstill as Congress party is preoccupied with assembly elections in 5 states. Nitish Kumar was speaking at a CPI rally in Patna today when he made these remarks. Listen in.
सभी दलों के साथ जो बातचीत की हम लोगों ने भी और कहा कि जरा एकजुट होइए और जो देश के इतिहास को बदल रहे हैं उसको बचाइए और इससे मुक्ति पाना है तो इसलिए सब एकजुट होकर के रहिए। तो इसके लिए पटना में भी मीटिंग हुई, अन्य जगहों पर भी मीटिंग हुई और उसके बाद ये तय हो गया कि भाई एक INDI इंडियन नेशनल डेवलपमेंटल इंक्लूसिव अलायंस का गठन किया गया, इसका नामकरण किया गया है। अब ये तो हो ही गया, तेजी से हो, लेकिन अभी तो काम ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा। अभी 5 जगह विधानसभा का चुनाव है तो ये कांग्रेस पार्टी तो उसी में ज्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है। तो अभी तो इसको हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग सब एकजुट होकर काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन अभी उनको कोई इस सब चीज की चिंता है नहीं। अभी तो लगे हुए हैं 5 राज्य के चुनाव, इसलिए 5 राज्य का चुनाव होगा उसके बाद अपने सबको बुलावेंगे। आजकल कभी कोई चर्चा नहीं हो रही।
Let's turn our attention now to Uttar Pradesh, where the big question is there a cabinet spot for BJP ally? Well, OP Rajbhar spoke to NDTV on the possible spot in the Yogi government. Do remember, Rajbhar had actually quit the Akhilesh coalition and joined NDA. There's been a series of U-turns from this East Uttar Pradesh leader in the past, from Yogi to Akhilesh and back. Danish Punjabi actually caught up with him, and here's what he told my colleague.
दिल्ली में सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ की जेपी नड्डा और होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह के साथ मीटिंग चल रही है और कहा जा रहा है कि ये मंत्रिमंडल, यूपी मंत्रिमंडल के विस्तार के लिए बात होगी। हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं ओपी राजभर जी। सर, क्या लगता है आपको, मंत्रिमंडल का विस्तार हो रहा है, जैसे आपने कहा था मंत्रिमंडल का विस्तार 7 तारीख तक होगा, तो क्या आप शामिल हो रहे हैं? कुछ बात चल रही है इस तरीके की?
कि मैंने कहा था कि 7 तारीख को हम परिदृश्य साफ कर देंगे कि कै तारीख को मंत्रिमंडल का विस्तार होगा, ये बात मैंने कही है और उसकी कड़ी शुरुआत हो गई है। जैसा कि टीवी चैनलों पे चल रहा है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी और दिल्ली गए और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है माननीय जेपी नड्डा जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, लोग बैठक किए। बैठक में अपना चर्चा किए, भाई प्रदेश को चुनाव के लिए प्रभारी की जरूरत है और मंत्रिमंडल विस्तार तो आज फिर बुलाए गए हैं दोनों डिप्टी सीएम, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन के महामंत्री, तो जल्द ही इस पे निर्णय हो जाएगा।
चांसेस हैं सर कि आपको भी इंक्लूड किया जाएगा?
क्यों नहीं किया जाएगा सहयोगी दल है तो जो बात तय है वो होना तय है।
2024 को लेकर सर क्या तैयारी चल रही है, किस तरीके की तैयारी चल रही है?
देखिए, 2024 में एनडीए उत्तर प्रदेश के 80 सीट जीतने के लिए पूरी ताकत के साथ लगा है और 80 सीट जीतेंगे। लड़ाई नाम की कोई चीज नहीं है। आप देख रहे हैं कि जो विपक्षी गठबंधन बना है आपस में लड़ रहे हैं।
सर, जाति जनगणना की बात हुई थी, कहीं ऐसा नहीं है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में एनडीए थोड़ी सी बैकफुट पे आ गई है उस चीज को लेकर, जाति जनगणना की बात उठने के बाद?
देखिए, जब सत्ता में कांग्रेस थी तो जातिवार जनगणना नहीं कराई, समाजवादी पार्टी सत्ता में थी तो नहीं कराई। जब 2011 की जनगणना हुई, सार्वजनिक करने की बात आई, तो जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता आज क्या चिल्ला रहे हैं जातिवार जनगणना की बात, तो उन्होंने जाति जो जनगणना हुई थी उसकी रिपोर्ट सार्वजनिक करने की जो रिपोर्ट थी उसी को फाड़ के फेंक दिया। यही ना राहुल गांधी हैं, वही वाले हैं ना। और उनके पिताजी स्वर्गीय राजीव जी कहा करते थे कि हम 100 रुपया दिल्ली से भेजते हैं तो धरती पर 15 पहुंच रहा है, यहाँ तो डायरेक्ट 100% पहुंच रहा है।
मंत्रिमंडल को लेके अभी उम्मीद है वहां पे, अभी 7 तारीख तक डिसीजन पक्का निकलेगा।
7 को हम बता देंगे तारीख कब होगा।
धन्यवाद सर। ये थे ओपी राजभर जी जिन्होंने हमसे बात करी। लखनऊ में कैमरा पर्सन विनीत कुमार वर्मा के साथ तनिष्क पंजाबी, एनडीटीवी।
Well, as always, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24x7. We're stepping into a very short break for now.
Okay, so we're coming towards the end और ये है मेरा favorite section, guys. You know about it. It's Ask TG, जहाँ पे आपके सवाल होते हैं, मैं जवाब देता हूँ। तो let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या क्या सवाल आए हैं, because I am ready with all my answers.
Hi TG, which mobile brands should we buy to support PM Modi's Make in India initiative?
Okay, I'll tell you something very honestly. Any phone in the market, when you see the label that it is made in India or assembled in India or something like that, go ahead, get it. That's my honest answer. आज अगर कोई फ़ोन बनता है इंडिया में तो हम देखते हैं कि कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आते हैं, कुछ कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया के बाहर से भी आते हैं, और हम विद टाइम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया से आने शुरू हो जाएं. बट दिस नंबर is very difficult, you know, to go to 100% because ये बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल एक प्रोडक्ट है जहाँ पे बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स काम में आते हैं. Sometimes the protocol might not be supported. Sometimes this USB port is not sufficient to give you a display output. तो आप उस केस में Chromecast को यूज़ कर सकते हैं to cast your screen. I would say that would be an easier option. And if you can give more details about the exact model of tab that you're using या फिर आप किस तरीके से रन करना चाह रहे हैं, I might give you some more information. But as of now, I would say not all devices have the ports designed the same way. Sometimes the functionality is limited. तो आप ज़रूरी नहीं है कि उस displays का output ले पाएँ बाहर. You can use a wireless solution that way.
Hi, Technical Guruji. Is there any way at all to track my kids' smartphone usage?
Yes, very easy and it's very important as well. आपको ये काम करना चाहिए. Any phone, iPhone हो या Android phone हो, सभी में आपको screen time का option मिल जाता है. अलग-अलग नाम से आपको मिलेगा. But yes, your phone has that option. You can not just track it, you can even put a limit to it. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि your kid should not be watching YouTube for more than 30 minutes a day, आप वहाँ पे एक limit लगा सकते हैं. Same goes for all the apps, the phone in general, and in fact, you know, at the weekend, let's say, या हर दिन शाम को, you can have a look कि उस दिन में फ़ोन में कितना यूजेज हुआ है और कौन सी ऐप को कितनी देर के लिए यूज़ किया गया है. इट्स वेरी इजी एंड यू शुड डू इट.
Hi Technical Guruji, I have been thinking of adding Apple CarPlay to my car, but I haven't been able to decide if I should get an add-on CarPlay unit or completely replace my entertainment unit. Please suggest.
It depends on the kind of car you have. कितनी पुरानी वो कार है, जो existing unit है उसके क्या functions हैं, किस तरीके से पूरा setup है. I would say दोनों ही solutions अच्छे हो सकते हैं depending on your situation. जो अलग से एड ऑन आते हैं, इवन दोज आर वेरी फंक्शनल, लीस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ वायरिंग एंड ऑल इन्वॉल्व, बहुत ही ईजी प्लग एंड प्ले टाइप से आप एंजॉय कर सकते हैं कारप्ले इन योर कार। सेकेंड ऑप्शन ये है कि इफ़ यू रियली वांट टू हैव एन अपडेटेड एंटरटेनमेंट यूनिट, तो आप उस केस में फिर पूरा ही चेंज करवा सकते हैं, बट इट कंप्लीटली डिपेंड्स ऑन विच कार यू हैव, हाउ ओल्ड इज इट, हाउ मच यू वांट टू स्पेंड इन दैट, एंड आप कितना ओपन है अबाउट दिस काइंड ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशन इन योर कार। तो
Welcome back. Let's get you a quick update on the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Well, deadly Israeli airstrikes on the Gaza Strip's largest refugee camp could amount to war crimes. This is what the UN Human Rights Office has said. Israeli strikes, as we have been reporting, have targeted the Jabalia refugee camp twice in 2 days. And this is actually the largest refugee camp in Gaza. It's killed at least 195 people, according to the Health Ministry in the Hamas-run Palestinian territory. And on the other hand, hundreds of foreign nationals and dozens of seriously injured Palestinians were allowed to leave Gaza as the Rafah crossing opened on Wednesday. What we do know is at least 320 foreign citizens on an initial list of 500, as well as dozens of severely injured Gazans, crossed into Egypt just yesterday under a deal among Israel, Egypt and the Hamas. As I mentioned, according to the spokesperson of the UN Secretary General, now Antonio Guterres has been appalled over the escalating violence in Gaza, including the Israeli airstrikes on the Jabalia refugee camp. The UN spokesperson has said that Antonio Guterres condemns in the strongest terms any killings of civilians. Listen in.
I can tell you that the Secretary General is appalled over the escalating violence in Gaza, including the killing of Palestinians, including women and children, in Israeli airstrikes in residential areas of the densely populated Jabalia refugee camp. And those attacks took place yesterday and today. The Secretary General reiterates that all parties must abide by international law, international humanitarian law, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. He condemns in the strongest terms any killings of civilians.
Meanwhile, satellite imagery released shows the scale of destruction across Gaza. Just take a look at these visuals on your screen. These satellite images show the scale of destruction across Gaza after Israeli airstrikes on the Jabalia refugee camp on the 31st of October. In fact, these images show flattened buildings after the attack, cross-border activity at the Rafah border crossing, where civilians began leaving Gaza for Egypt, meanwhile have begun. But this is the before and after satellite imagery that shows the destruction across Gaza, as thousands are dead and thousands wounded. News now from home ground. Let's turn our attention to Punjab, where the harvest is picking up pace and instances of stubble burning have been seeing a sharp rise. In fact, just yesterday on Wednesday, the state recorded 1,921 instances of burning, the highest single-day count so far, up from 1,389 on Tuesday, and 1,030 on Monday, as you can see on that graph on your screens. Wednesday was the fourth day in a row that the count remained above 1,000, as per a bulletin from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute's Consortium for Research on Agro-Ecosystem Monitoring. Meanwhile, in the Delhi NCR region, the air quality stood in the very poor category for the 6th consecutive day at around 6 a.m. this morning. And according to SAFAR, Delhi's air quality index stood at 343, while scientists reported that both the temperature and the wind speed are dropping quickly. For Delhi, the next 15 to 20 days are going to be critical, experts have warned. But Delhi has begun implementing the Graded Response Action Plan, the Stage 2, as per the directives provided by the CAQM. We also have a reaction from India's Captain Rohit Sharma on the increasing pollution. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, in an ideal world, you don't want a situation like this, but I'm pretty sure the concerned people are taking the necessary steps to avoid these kind of situation. It's not ideal, everyone knows that. So But obviously, looking at our future generation, your kids, my kid, obviously it's quite important that they get to live without any fear. So yeah, I mean, every time I get to speak outside of cricket, if we are not discussing cricket, I always talk about this, that, we have to look after our future generation.
And finally, guess who turns 58 today? But today just isn't about Shah Rukh Khan's birthday. He's all set to launch the new teaser of his new film. But take a look at his journey from Raj to Rahul and beyond.
Shah Rukh Khan turns 58. This year has proved to be a blockbuster for King Khan, with two of his latest films taking the world by storm. His third offering promises to carry on the SRK mania.
Shah Rukh sir has always been celebrated as the most romantic hero. He came back with an action genre, which was the pulse of the nation at that point in time. सारी चीजें एक साथ आई जो genre उस वक्त audience देखना चाह रही थी, जो star screen से missing था, वो सब उनको एक साथ मिला. I think ये साल is the best year for him to celebrate.
2023 has resonated with Shah Rukh's massive box office success, and he will continue to make waves till the end of this year. November 2nd isn't just about his fans celebrating his birthday. SRK is all set to launch the teaser of his much-awaited film, Donkey, which releases on December 22nd. Shah Rukh Khan's release, Pathaan, infused new life into Bollywood, hauling in a mind-boggling rupees 1,050 crores at the box office worldwide. Then came Jawan in September, which unbelievably topped the predecessor with a whooping 1,146 crore worldwide. The film is still running in some theatres.
इंडस्ट्री को भी उनका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट इसलिए करना चाहिए कि इंडस्ट्री की जो हालत थी पठान के आने से पहले वो ज़रा गंभीर थी, फिल्में चल नहीं रही थी, लोग एकदम मायूस थे, एंड अब आ रही है डंकी, तो ये साल शाहरुख खान का मेरे ख्याल से डबल सुपर बर्थडे होना चाहिए.
The year 2023 is already seminal for King Khan, with two films crossing the 1,000 crore mark. But these films have also broken other records in Indian filmmaking history. Jawan is the fifth biggest Indian film ever. SRK has single-handedly revived Bollywood's declining fortunes. Meanwhile, the critically acclaimed filmmaker Raju Hirani and Shah Rukh, who had been in talks for years over a collaboration, will finally be seen working together in Donkey. Hirani has already notched one blockbuster after another on his belt, so viewers' expectations are high. Shah Rukh Khan's 58th year will be a landmark year, etched in gold on the pages of Bollywood history.
As always, we'll keep tracking the latest developments for you here on NDTV 24x7. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
How does Bharat Pay make money?
That's my basic question.
So Bharat Pay makes money by facilitating, say, lending product, which is called cross-sell. We have partnership with the lenders, NBFCs, banks, and merchants. We have their settlement account is with the bank again, but the money passes through the Bharat Pay. So with that money flow, we are able to facilitate lending by analyzing that data, and in that process, after their costs, the fund provider, they recover their costs, their return on net worth, their credit loss, all that is to their account, and whatever is the remaining margin, that comes to Bharat. So when the business, this business, cross-sell business, reaches at certain level, only then it becomes profitable. And Bharat Pay, at least now we are reaching those levels where we are reaching to some sort of a break-even level, and eventually when more business comes in, we may be able to recover our costs and make money.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news to in-depth analysis. Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है. मे बी यूर ऑन अ वेब पेज, या मे बी